Bless was born into the Rabyang dukedom. She was born as the duke's illegitimate child, but this was actually her third life. In her first life, Bless was just an illegitimate child of a chaebol family. In her second life, she was still an illegitimate child of the demonic cult leader. She died young in both lives, so she had no expectations for this third life. But in this life, she met a father who loved her. And a sister who wholeheartedly supported all of Bless's decisions. In addition, there was a male lead who didn't follow the original story and poured out his love for her. But with that came a heavy responsibility, as she had to face the original female lead, who had been manipulated by the Demon King. What kind of ending will Bless have in the end? Please follow Lisa Manhwa to find out. The story begins at the Rabyang dukedom. The baby lay in the cradle, swinging her arms and chewing, next to the voice of the maid, "Miss, it's time to eat." Seeing that the baby was so well behaved, the maid picked her up and praised her, "My lady doesn't cry and is so well behaved." Seeing that the milk bottle was almost empty, the maid said sadly, "The young lady must be very hungry, she's already finished it." "Even so, my lady is gentle and doesn't make a fuss." "The reason I don't cry or make a fuss isn't because I'm a particularly kind or gentle child, it's just that in this life, at this age, I can't complain about food. Because I'm living my third life." Until now, the baby still didn't have a name, so the maid was very sad. "When will the head of the family name our young lady?" Hearing this, the baby didn't complain but chewed. Meaning, the matter of not having a name? It's okay. For me, it's already my third life, so having or not having a name doesn't matter, because from my previous life. Everyone. Because I was born as a child who wasn't wanted by my parents, I died tragically. The father in that life blamed everything on the baby, your mother forced and took money. So don't expect to live like my child. In that life, the baby was just the first illegitimate child of a wealthy family. Although I was discriminated against because of my birth, I was discovered by relatives because of inheritance issues. I was killed unjustly in pain. In the second life, I was born as the illegitimate child of the demonic cult leader. At that time, the father looked at the baby, who was surprisingly calm, and praised. Seeing blood and not crying, that's interesting. He picked up the baby and made a request, "If you want to survive, do well." Receiving life from that father, the baby actively practiced, wanting to show him the results. "Father, look at this. I treated my second father like my real father, at least he faced me." To be recognized by him, I diligently practiced martial arts. He reached out to the baby with a warm smile. But in the end, the baby was trampled on by that father. "You've taken this too? You're really arrogant," but he only let me live because of his whim. His face revealed cruelty. "If I let it dissolve like this, it seems the situation is that the martial arts will leak to them." Seeing the baby's tearful face, he only uttered one sentence, "I'll beat you to death." In the end, my efforts were seen as a threat to his position, so he drove me away. He kept cursing and scolding the baby, "Daughter of the evil demon." The baby ran away. Wanting to save her life, "Now I can't use martial arts anymore." But those who don't know this, those people pushed the baby to the abyss. They're persistently chasing and killing the demonic cult leader's daughter. Because of that, my second life ended at the cliff. The moment I felt lucky to be able to end the repeated misfortunes, I was in the most difficult situation. I opened my eyes again. The baby opened her eyes and was confused to find herself still alive. "What? I clearly fell from the cliff. Where is this? Could it be a stable? So I'm reborn." The baby was so confused that she didn't know the situation. "How far did I revive to?" "What? First of all, because I'm born, I have to check the situation." Thinking so, the baby looked at the woman next to her. "First is the person next to me." Looking at the woman who was as beautiful as a flower, the baby wondered, "Is this life's mother?" Because of something, in a place like this with a newborn baby? Suddenly, a sound rang out in front of the stable door, attracting the baby's attention. "Who is it?" The person took off his hat and cloak, revealing a haggard, sorrowful face, making the baby confused. A man, who would look here with such eyes? Somehow, I had a premonition that I was seeing the sad face of a man, my third real father. The baby remembered the two real fathers in her first and second lives and asked the question, "This time, will I be an unwanted child?" The person approached the two mothers and children. After looking for a while, he bowed his head without saying a word. He reached out and touched the baby. Then he picked up the baby and left the stable, making the baby confused. Where is he taking me? Because she was a baby, she couldn't resist the drowsiness. Oh my god, suddenly sleepy. I couldn't understand the true heart of the man who took me away at that time. But one thing is certain. I've been in this house for a month. The baby wiggled her hand. Then she curled up in the maid's arms, thinking, "I'm not dead yet." The maid thought the baby was sad because she wasn't close to her father, so she comforted her. "Young lady, the head of the family didn't come, so you must be very sad." Because he has many considerations about the young lady's name, so please understand. The baby didn't seem to care much about this, I don't know. Although I've never met the father who brought me here since that day, it's not a particularly important matter to me. The baby thought of the two real fathers in her previous 2 lives and felt chills, and when I think of my past lives, not meeting might be better. This much is very good compared to the previous life, and quietly like this, living independently is good. Suddenly the door opened with a call, "Lady. Wait, I'll go in first." Because the 2 young maids fought to enter the room, they fell hard on each other, looking very painful. The remaining maid leisurely walked in. "See, I told you to enter in order," but seeing the 3 maids who had just met for the first time made the baby curious. Who are these people? Lady was confused by this chaotic scene. "It's Lively, Lillian, Hexa, and Perry, what's going on?" Lillian quickly got up excitedly and announced, "Finally, the head of the family has chosen a name for the young lady. The young lady's name is Bless von Rabiang." Hearing this name, a familiar feeling seemed to arise in the baby's heart. Rabiang, what is it? Different from before, but there's a very familiar feeling. At this time, Perry greeted Bless seriously. "Although it's a bit late, I have to greet you, young lady." She gave a kind and gentle smile, introducing herself. "I am Perry, who serves Rabiang." The baby still had a somewhat familiar feeling. Where did I hear it? Then Hexa continued to introduce herself. "I am Hexa, Lord Helios. Father will be here soon." Oh my god, Bless seemed to sense something. Oh my. Finally, the energetic Lillian introduced herself. "I am Lillian. If the head of the family comes, the head of the family will introduce the young lady's sister. The young lady Helena is the young lady's sister." The baby's face turned pale after hearing this. "Wait a minute, Sister Helena." Bless finally realized everything in the haze. "I remember. Everything, the work that everyone loves, that's the name that appears in the novel. Moreover, if it's Bless, Helena von Rabiang's half-sister, an evil person who was executed for isolating the female lead." The baby couldn't help but shed tears, making Lady worried. "Young Lady Bless. In the original story, the reason Rabiang was an evil woman family was that it was destroyed by the male lead." Bless cried loudly, thinking that she would have the same ending as the original story. "So in the end, it means I'll be ruined in this life too." Lady was startled and comforted her. "Oh my god, young lady, what's wrong?" Bless resentfully complained. "If there's a god, then he clearly hates me." The next morning, the baby lay in the cradle placed in front of the light to absorb calcium. Lady was a little happy to see that Bless cried less and was so well behaved. It's good that the young lady looks strong. The young lady must grow up healthy and safe. She couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch the baby's cheek, because the young lady. Suddenly, Bless reached out her little hand and grabbed Lady's finger, making her freeze on the spot. The baby happily smiled brightly at Lady. Finally, she went to confront the baby's father. "The young lady's name, it wasn't the head of the family who named it, right?" Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "How did you know?" According to what Lady knew, the name Bless was given by the baby's mother, because you didn't even come to see her. The name is even Blessing. Isn't it very strange? He frowned uncomfortably after hearing this. "I'm wondering what's going on. If you talk about that child, I don't want to hear it." He observed Lady and thought, "Lady. From the first time I met her, she's been like that, acting like she knows everything." She expressed her feelings. "Head of the family, your business with Shisha is really not good." Before Lady could finish speaking, he angrily warned, "Lady, that's enough." She ignored the warning and bluntly questioned, "Even so, do you want even that young lady to be like that person?" He angrily slammed the table. "In front of me. Don't carelessly utter that name." Lady firmly refused his request. "No, the matter of you bringing the young lady here. Helios, it was you. If you brought her here, you must take responsibility." Helios fell silent after hearing this, not saying anything more. He recalled when Shisha hugged her unborn child with anticipation. "If this child is a daughter, I'll name her Bless, a blessing." Shisha gave a radiant smile, requesting, "If this child is born, you must protect her. To me, someone like you know." Lady firmly made her own request. "Please go see the young lady. Don't regret it like you did with Shisha." These words seemed to touch Helios's compassion. This is a reverse harem novel, where the female lead transmigrates into a romantic fantasy world, conquering everyone around her and attracting the male leads. A dreamlike story where all the characters appearing in the novel love and cherish the female lead. That was my favorite work that I read many times in my first life. The story progressed smoothly, and I really enjoyed reading it because I didn't know where things would lead thanks to the male leads. Bless cried, complaining, "But that doesn't mean I want to step into this world. I know this novel well. From who the main character is, to the past and the future. This may be able to save Rabiang from the prolonged destruction. This may be what Bless can do. But it seems like she doesn't want to. However, I don't want to get involved at all." Bless remembered the words that her father in her second life had said. Painfully, "I had useless expectations and hate being betrayed." I especially don't want to do anything good for my third father, who abandoned me. Bless was covered in cold sweat, not only father, but also sister. Helena, the female villain, the eldest daughter of Rabiang, not only isolated the female lead, but also Bless, the illegitimate child and half-sister of the female villain. In other words, she's also considered a thorn in her side. Bless in the original story was slapped hard by Helena. Then she looked down with contempt. An illegitimate child like you is called my sister? You're really thick-skinned. Helena whispered in Bless's ear. Bless, listen carefully, I don't have a sister. So you better behave yourself. Bless struggled with the harassment from her ambitious sister. Fate destined her to die because of her sister's evil. After thinking about the whole ending, the baby felt bored. No matter how you look at it, this family is of no benefit to me, why bother so much? Anyway, no one will care even if I disappear. Before Rabiang collapses, I'll just gather money and leave. Since it's a dukedom, there must be a lot of money. While Bless was thinking, Lady came back. She happily praised the baby. My young lady looks full of energy today. Bless also replied, Bo ba, meaning calling lady. This beautiful sister is named Lady. Anyway, she seems to be my exclusive maid. She held Bless in her arms and apologized. I'm late, right, sorry. Lady held Bless in her arms and praised, our young lady is like her mother, so she looks calm. These words made the baby confused. Mother, looking at what she knows about her mother and the actions of the other maids seemed to indicate that she was the highest ranking among the maids. Has she been in the dukedom for a long time? Suddenly Lillian ran over, crying and calling, Lady, oh, Hexa next to her quickly stopped her. Quiet. Bless was shocked to see her taking care of her carefully without discrimination. She doesn't care that I'm an illegitimate child, why would she put someone like Lady next to me? Lady didn't know the baby's thoughts and smiled, asking, young lady doesn't seem hungry yet, right? Then Lady took Bless outside. The weather is nice today, so let's take a walk. The baby quickly replied, ta, meaning okay. As soon as she came outside, Bless was a little shocked. This is the first time I've been outside since coming to the dukedom. It's really wide here. Lady walked and introduced Bless everywhere. I really wanted to introduce Rabiang, the place the young lady belongs to. Suddenly, pride rose in her heart. I'm very honored to be able to serve the best dukedom. The baby felt a little helpless after hearing this. Well, it could be like that. There are 4 dukedoms, along with the beginning of the Lias Empire, the royal family with the blood of the Lias dragon. Rabiang of the miracle of healing all things, the extremely poisonous Ed, which controls all poisons, Gold of the brilliant light, which receives blessings from the spirits. Acidel of eternity hidden behind the veil. Each dukedom transmits a special power. Knowing this, Bless had a curiosity. Wait a minute, then does this body have that power? Rabiang's healing ability. While she was thinking, Lady immediately announced, we've arrived, young lady. Looking at the huge statue in front of her, she quickly expressed her pride. It's cool, right, young lady? I wanted to show you this. The statue was really extremely majestic, making people stare in awe. Looking at the statue, Bless had a little association. It looks too much like Helios. Lady quickly said who the statue was. This is the first generation of Rabiang. The baby was surprised after hearing this. Ah, so it's not Helios, she continued to ask. It looks a lot like the current duke, right? Suddenly, Lady stared at the statue attentively. Between the statue of that person and Lady seemed to bring something very special, making Bless unable not to pay attention. Lady. While she was pondering, a deep sound suddenly rang out. Who is this? Isn't it the illegitimate child that Duke Rabiang brought? As soon as she heard that voice, Hexa and Lillian quickly stood out to block the person, making the person uncomfortable. Could it be that the Rabiang maids aren't taught well? So they dare to block my way. Hearing this, Lady quickly stopped them. Lillian, step back. Finally, all 3 bowed to the man, Lord Duke Heinrich von Ed. Hearing the name Heinrich made Bless startled. What, Heinrich, could it be? The final obstacle of the original story. Heinrich von Ed. In the original story, he was described as the most obsessive character in the Ed family, taking what he wanted at all costs. In the original story, he took advantage of Helena and was one of the main culprits causing the destruction of Rabiang. Bless realized everything and was so shocked and scared. No, why is that final boss at the Rabiang mansion? As soon as he saw the baby, Heinrich quickly recognized her. So you're my niece. Bless was a little confused by this way of addressing her. Niece. The baby now realized everything. Heinrich is Bless's uncle, so if that's the case, then her mother is from the Ed family? If she's the final boss's niece, then this must be an important plot point. There's no such plot point in the original story. While she was thinking vaguely, Lady's voice startled Bless. Lord Duke. If you come without notice like this, it's really embarrassing. Heinrich laughed after hearing this. Do I have to contact you to see my niece? Although he said that, he still complied. Well, okay, I'll pay attention next time. After finishing speaking, Heinrich gave the baby a scheming smile, because anyway, the purpose of my coming here today has been achieved. At this time, he reached out. I was curious, I heard that she looks a lot like my sister. Seeing Heinrich's hand getting close to her, Bless's face turned pale. The baby looked pale. Then a sting appeared in her ear. Oh, something just stung. Lady showed an unpleasant attitude when she saw that he wanted to touch Bless, Lord Heinrich. She gave a warning without fear, I will not allow any more nonsense. Before being the Lord's niece, this one is our little master. He scoffed and got closer. The Arabian maids have no superiors or inferiors, Lady also retorted without yielding, that has to be said after the Lord doesn't go too far. Heinrich just smiled and silently observed after hearing this. Then he decided to leave but didn't forget to warn, I'll leave here today, however, you better be careful next time. So keep a close watch. Lady had a little self-reproach as she watched him leave. I'm sorry, young lady, suddenly Bless saw something, oh, that is. Then her face turned pale. Because her breathing suddenly became difficult and painful, suddenly her breath. Even if she's revived, she still hates the pain. Her situation gradually became miserable, which she tried to ignore along with the pain. Because in the end, she foolishly dreamed of family affection. So she really hates the pain. Lady was worried when she saw that Bless suddenly became uncomfortable, but young lady, please believe that it's all for the young lady. The baby was very uncomfortable and could only call softly, lady. Although she didn't know what it meant, because it was Lady, the only person who treated her kindly. So she wanted to believe. Helios on this side was lying on the bench, remembering his deceased wife, Shisha, that girl was both my blessing and the spy that Ed sent to make me collapse. At that time, Helios bluntly asked Shisha, I must look very funny being played by you, Shisha, or rather Roxil von Ed. My series of misfortunes began when I learned the true identity of that girl. At that time, Shisha could only bow her head and apologize, I'm sorry, for deceiving you all this time, Helios. But I really gradually fell in love with you despite my mission. She smiled and sincerely affirmed one thing, my heart is sincere. And I wanted to be happy with you and this child. At that time, that girl was pregnant with our child, but the feeling of betrayal from her was even heavier than that fact. Helios smiled painfully, questioning, how can I believe the words of someone who has constantly lied to me? Now all the words from you I only see as fake. Shisha loudly denied that, Helios, it's not like that. But he didn't seem to believe that and drove her away. I don't want to see you now, go back to Ed, Shisha. Helios looked at the documents on the table and pondered, it's been months since we separated like that. Shisha has been lost. Ed also said that Shisha's whereabouts are unknown. Where could she have disappeared to with that pregnant body? I have to find her immediately. Shisha, where are you? He came to the stable, praying, please be safe. Please. But when the stable door was opened, Helios was really shocked. Unexpectedly, Shisha, the cheerful and lively girl of the past, has now taken her last breath. He reached out to confirm, this aura. He quickly realized, it's Ed's poison. Helios immediately recognized the culprit. Could it be Heinrich? How could he harm Shisha, his own sister? Although he knew who the culprit was, he still didn't want to believe it. No, maybe the one who killed Shisha was Heinrich, but the one who created this situation. He remembered Shisha's tearful face and blamed himself, it's me, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let her go like that. While looking around the stable, Helios's eyes quickly met Bless's. As soon as he saw the baby, he remembered the good words Shisha had said before, if this child is a daughter, I'll call her Bless. Finally, Helios quickly woke up. He immediately sat up uncomfortably, it's that dream again. It's all in the past. Now even if he regrets it, Shisha won't come back. While he was immersed in painful memories, Lady ran over to call, Helios. He reminded her when he saw her so impolite, Lady, I've said it many times, suddenly rushing in like this, but she didn't listen and interrupted the announcement, it's a big deal. Young Lady Bless has been poisoned. At Bless's residence, Lady reported the situation, she finally fell asleep after struggling. After Lord Heinrich visited in the morning, the situation gradually became worse. Anyway, it's certain that the Lord did something to the young lady's body. If it continues like this, it will be dangerous. Bless's face is currently very uncomfortable, writhing. Hearing that guy's name made Helios uncomfortable, Heinrich Ed. Using Shisha as a pawn and killing her off wasn't enough. So he audaciously intends to kill the only link between me and her, Shisha's daughter. He clenched the edge of the cradle. Then called, Ladyeth. She quickly bowed her head, waiting for orders. Yes, master. Helios turned to look at Ladyeth and said, even this. After hearing this, she remained silent and obeyed. He then said, choosing me to become the head of this house, like that day. Ladyeth, hearing Helios recall her childhood, responded with a bright smile, Master, really, that's ancient history. Then, not forgetting to remind him, now we have other important matters, shouldn't you be asking how to save the young lady? After all, you are the Rabiang family head. You know that with your power you can't detoxify her, right? Because the powers of the four great ducal families nullify each other. He immediately became curious about the solution. So, do you have a way? Ladyth quickly replied, I know a simple method. It's bringing the blood of the dragon. The blood of royalty is enough. The emperor of the Lias Empire is called the dragon. It is said that their blood contains power far beyond that of humans. Fools and greedy people often crave it. The end of those who crave the blood of a ferocious dragon is always death. Helios asked again to confirm, if it's dragon's blood, are you sure it can save her? Ladyth firmly affirmed, yes, master. At this moment, a surge of magic appeared on him with the thought, Shisa, I still don't understand what happiness you spoke of is. Even so, I promise you this. The blessing you left for me and then departed. Immediately after, Helios made a decision, I'm going to the royal family and back. I will protect bless. That evening, at the solemn and magnificent royal palace, Helios walked down the hallway, pondering, now the emperor is probably in his study. He clenched his fist with determination, even if they want Rabiang to submit to the royal family in exchange for donating blood, I have no other choice, as long as it can save Shisa's bloodline. Just as he was planning to meet the emperor, Helios was stopped by a voice, meeting Duke Rabiang here, what a coincidence. That boy seemed to know what he wanted, so he kindly said, what the Duke wants is not there. You've come to find dragon blood, haven't you? This boy is the third prince of the Lias Empire, his full name is Elidan Shianoa Lias. Hearing Elidan say exactly what he needed surprised Helios, how could the third prince know that, could it be, that little prince inherited the blood power of the royal family? He then became wary, if you already know what I want, I guess the prince can give me what I want. Helios went straight to the point, what do you want from me? The boy, hearing this, seemed to have achieved his goal, Duke. Affection for a daughter, although it is something extremely strange to me. Then, without stating his own conditions, he bluntly suggested, let's go to the Duke's house first. To save your precious young lady. At the Rabiang Duke's house. A little girl, remembering when Helios went out at night, wondered, where did father go just now in the middle of the night? Recently, father has cherished this place, so I tried to visit, what's here? The little girl quickly opened the door to the room, that. Seeing Bless lying uncomfortably in the cradle, she was surprised, a baby. Just arriving and seeing Bless's bad condition immediately made the little girl worried, her face is flushed, is she having a fever? The little girl awkwardly called out softly. You, baby, does something hurt? The little girl blamed herself immensely, at times like this, if I could use the power of Rabiang skillfully, I would have been able to treat you already. Although she couldn't treat her, the little girl had a kind heart and made a decision, instead, I'll stay by your side, because being alone when sick is very lonely. Then the little girl happily came up with an idea, or I'll sing for you. The little girl quickly sang to Bless, my lovely baby, don't cry, my baby, even if mom is anywhere, she will always love you, my lovely baby. While singing, the little girl heard a sound and immediately became alert, someone's coming. The little girl worried, what to do, if I'm discovered running around in the middle of the night, I'll get scolded. At this moment, the little girl noticed the wardrobe in front of her, in there. Just then, the door quickly opened slightly. The little girl hid in the wardrobe, trying not to make a sound, and listened to the voice, Elidan spoke, the Duke's precious daughter. Immediately after, Helios expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kindness. Hearing this voice, the little girl quickly recognized, this voice, is father? Finally, the people left. Making the little girl relieved, they're gone, thank goodness, although I don't really understand what the conversation was about. The story about my precious daughter, it seems like it's not me. The little girl went to the cradle and wondered, so this child is father's precious daughter? Seeing Bless open her eyes made the little girl exclaim, the baby has deep purple eyes just like father. Then the little girl couldn't help but shed tears, my eyes are very light in color, so beautiful. The little girl reached out to touch Bless's hand with disappointment, so father has never come to see me, but he came to see the baby. The little girl asked herself, why doesn't he come to see Helena? Is it because Helena doesn't resemble father at all? Helena couldn't hold back her tears of self-pity, there is, if Helena works harder, father will come to see Helena, right? The little girl sat down beside the cradle, lonely, I also, wish father would love me. A few days later, Bless was extremely uncomfortable, it's only been 2 weeks since I was reborn, and I've already had to face the biggest crisis in this lifetime. It turned out that the crisis was that Helena kept coming to play with her, constantly chattering about Helios's good points, father is the strongest mage in the empire. He's really amazing, right? Bless uncomfortably refused to listen, I'm not curious, okay? Please stop with this Helena girl stories. After I struggled with Ed's poison and woke up, there were 2 major changes, one of which was that this girl started coming here. Bless frowned, recognizing the identifying features, can't be wrong, the black hair and the light purple eyes. It's Helena, the villainess in the original story. Helena von Rabiang, daughter of the late Duchess and Bless's half-sister. In the original story, she was described as an arrogant and haughty villainess. Due to the influence of the Duchess, a member of the Ed family. Compared to Helios, she was closer to Heinrich. Bless was extremely bored with her own thoughts. I didn't think that Helena really longed for her father. Helena kept talking about Helios, father this, father that. Only when I really live in this world do I see that there are backgrounds that I don't know and personality traits that are very different. If this happens, predicting and planning for the future will become meaningless. At this moment, Helena whispered to her, actually, I saw father coming out of this place. Helena was really a little jealous of Bless. The baby can see father often, so I'm jealous. The little girl, hearing this, could only smile wryly, right. The second change. It's that Helios also started showing his face. Helios's arrival really shocked Bless's visuals. But when he came, he only looked at the baby without saying a word, which made the baby helpless. Looking for a while, Helios left, making Bless uncomfortable. Why come here? He just comes, silently looks at me, and leaves, although it's not clear what he wants to do, but the pressure is terrifying. Suddenly, Helena said, there is. Helena expressed her feelings to Bless. Everyone says I can't see father. It's probably because both parents don't want to see me, so it's like that. I don't know if it's because I'm mom's daughter. Mom's relationship with father seems bad. Helena smiled sadly. What should I do? To be recognized by father. These words are really similar to Bless in her second life. This made the little girl have to contemplate. It turned out that I couldn't keep up. Helena longed to receive love from her parents. Just like me before. Why didn't I know about it sooner? Just thinking about it, that indifference that Helios showed me. It can be seen that he also couldn't properly give love to Helena, although this is my third life and I had already given up on family affection. Assuming, if Helena falls into Heinrich's hands and becomes a villain, it's actually because of the father's neglect. Seeing Helena's sad and distressed face really made Bless empathize. No, too frustrating. Although sad, Helena was still very happy to confide in Bless. Even so, it's really happy to be able to talk about father with the baby. I'll come to see you again, so don't forget me. The little girl finally paid a little attention to her sister Helena. Well, lying down all day is also boring. Until I leave, it's okay to listen to Helena's stories, right? After making a decision, Bless used her small hand to grasp Helena's finger. With the decision, that's right, this much is okay. This small action alone made Helena so happy that she couldn't hold back. Helena kept asking, are you holding my hand now? Well, the scene of the two sisters playing together was seen by a man. After seeing Helena like that, he didn't know what to do, then turned away and uttered a reproach, tch, too sentimental. At that time, the originally dull high society was buzzing with new topics of conversation. When the nobles gathered, they discussed with each other, have you heard, the rumors about Rabiang's relationship with Ed? It's said that the Ed family tried to poison Rabiang's illegitimate beast child, right? There are rumors that the Duke himself directly detoxified her. Could it be that he's thinking of accepting that illegitimate beast child as the official successor? First, the story about Rabiang's illegitimate beast child. Then this group of nobles talked about the royal family. By the way, have you heard the news of the second prince? I heard that he's back. It's because he had an accident with a carriage. Now, out of the 6 people, there are only 4 left. The remaining matter is related to who will become the emperor's successor. On the other side, Elidan was being bullied. A boy pushed Elidan to the ground and then sneered, what, is that a bug or a person? Looking closely, I realized you're fit to crawl on the floor like a bug, so I didn't recognize you. This boy is the first prince, Risol Shianoa Riaz. Risol called out, Elidan. The boy who was being bullied could only clench his fists and endure. Then he turned around and smiled, it hurts, brother. Risol was confused when Elidan called him brother. Then he warned, if you don't want to really die, then get rid of that brotherly tone, pretending to be ignorant in front of father and looking down on me. Do you think I don't know? The boy quickly denied it. I've never been like that, brother. You've misunderstood that, father. Risol suddenly growled loudly, too noisy. It seems you think that getting a little attention from father means you can do whatever you want. Do you think something will happen if you do that? Elidan denied it. I've never had such thoughts, but Risol didn't listen and grabbed him, shouting, shut up. Then he warned in a low voice, you'll lie on the ground for the rest of your life. Don't be arrogant and stare at my position, understand? Now get lost. Finishing his words, Risol threw the boy hard to the other side. Then he quickly left. Elidan, sitting on the ground, only cried out, ouch. Then he sat on the ground, a little mocking, so easily angered. Suddenly, someone behind Elidan stepped forward, annoyed, and scolded Risol, that guy is really trash. As soon as the boy saw that person, he called out, Lamir, this boy is Lamir, Elidan's attendant. Elidan slowly stood up, disdainful. Even so, he pretends to be kind in front of others, Lemire said bitterly. That's why he's even more hateful. If he wasn't a prince, then... Elidan stopped him and asked about something else. Okay, how is the matter? I asked you to confirm. Lemire quickly reported the situation. I heard that she's safe and sound. That child, the blood of the dragon, has won. The boy, hearing this, couldn't help but smile happily. Really, that's quite something. Lemire really didn't understand Elidan's decision. Your Highness, why is it necessary to trade with Rabiang? Helios can't be trusted. The boy turned around and smiled helplessly. There's no other way. Because he's the only one who can stop me from going crazy after receiving the magic sword. There's no one else in the world besides him. The person Elidan was talking about was Helios. A few days ago, at the Rabiang Duke's house, Elidan came to the cradle where Bless was lying. Then he dropped a drop of his blood, falling on the baby's forehead. Then Bless quickly recovered. The boy instructed, although dragon blood will still be needed in the future, this crisis has passed. Then Elidan showed his friendly attitude, and I am willing to provide a regular supply of blood if the Duke agrees to the agreement. Helios, after seeing Bless saved, asked, what do you want? The boy didn't hide it and stated his conditions. There are 2 things I want. First, the magic sword you are overseeing. Make an agreement to return the magic sword. He was surprised when he heard about the sword, the magic sword, but that, Elidan quickly stopped what Helios wanted to say. I know. It is said that because it will drive the user crazy, it must be left for Rabiang to oversee. The boy seriously suggested, so, please, a great mage, subdue me after I get the magic sword. Also, when the time comes, hide me here with the Duke. Currently, my body probably can't bear it, so I'll come to you before I come of age. This is my second condition. Helios was still hesitant. This is a gamble with low odds of winning. But Elidan didn't care. That's not the part the Duke has to consider. What the Duke has to consider is that only the dragon blood I give can save the girl. Then, the boy's eyes were gloomy as if he had a sure win. Of course you will agree, right, Duke? He was still hesitant and thought, Rabiang's magic sword is equivalent to top secret. Although it's not clear where he heard the information from, the answer I can give has already been decided. Finally, Helios bowed and agreed. I should be the one thanking you. Elidan was happy to receive the agreement, that's all. At this time, the battle for the throne was fierce due to the inheritance of the third emperor. Elidan had no backing. Trying to get this magic sword is probably to gain an advantage in this competition. If we want to make a deal, we need to solve internal problems. We must hurry up and arrange things. In the meeting room, at this time, there was a voice of opposition. This is extremely unreasonable, giving the West Annex to an illegitimate child. Isn't that the place with a long history built by the first head of the family? They still wanted Helios to reconsider, family head. Currently, everyone is having a Rabiang family meeting. The man strongly protested, even recognizing an illegitimate child has already shamed the family, giving the West Annex to that brat is too generous. Another person disagreed, if it's Ed's business, then I also have another annex, family head. At this moment, Helios's gloomy voice rang out, how strange, do you people have the authority to discuss my daughter's residence? His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked down, making these people have no words to refute. Helios didn't forget to warn, if you continue to call my daughter an illegitimate child like that, I will see that as a challenge to the head of the family like me. After hearing these words, everyone quickly shut their mouths. Seeing that everything was settled, he stood up but didn't forget to announce, if there is any dissatisfaction with my decision, you can speak out at any time. I will personally cut off that tongue. These words really frightened those people. Helios reminded those people once again to understand, remember it properly, Bless von Rabiang, that's the child's name. Saying that, he left. In front of an extremely magnificent and luxurious mansion. Bless sweated profusely as soon as she saw the mansion. Ladyeth, seeing the mansion in front of her, which belonged to the little girl, was equally surprised. The whole place is the young lady's residence, Duke Valentine. Are you kidding me? Seeing her reaction made Bless relieved, so it's not just me who thinks it's strange. The male servant next to her, seeing the reactions of the two, confirmed warmly, the family head has transferred the name of the West Annex to the young lady. It's not a joke. He is Harold von Valentine. Harold looked at Ladyeth and assured, no need to worry, because he will make such an announcement at the meeting of the elders. She was still a little hesitant, that's ultimately. A few days ago, Ladyeth had a thought, of course, the room the young lady is in now doesn't seem like a child's room, but... At that time, Helios opened the door and suddenly stepped in, saying, as expected, it's no good. We can't just stay like this, let's move rooms. At that time, I was still flustered and scared. Who gives a newborn child an entire mansion? Helios is really crazy. Harold seemed to have realized his intention. It seems like he's planning to take this opportunity to consolidate the young lady's position, truly unconventional. Giving the West NX with the longest history, Bless was even more shocked as she listened. The longest history. What kind of mood transformation ultimately happened while I was sleeping? It's not a bad thing, but the pressure is too much, Harold said respectfully. Let's go in. At this moment, the little girl remembered Helena. By the way, Helena probably doesn't know I've moved house. Also, she hasn't been coming often recently. Surely nothing has happened, right? On Helena's side, she was stunned. Huh. When Helena came to visit, she didn't see Bless anymore. Where did the baby go? She was clearly here just now. While searching for the little girl, a somber voice rang out from behind. I knew you'd be here again. Helena, hearing this, turned around and called, Jagers. This man is Helena's butler, Jagers von Radius. Jagers went to grab Helena and reminded her, young lady, I've told you why you can't come here, right? Helena, caught, fearfully repeated the words he had said to her before, that because I am a member of Ed, the one who continues Mom's will, so I can't be close to the people of Rabiang. Jagers, hearing the little girl answer perfectly like that, was overjoyed. So you haven't forgotten, young lady will also follow Ed's wishes, right? Helena stammered in response, of course. He was very satisfied with this answer. That's right, it's fortunate that the young lady knows this. Saying that, he quickly informed Helena about Bless's information. I heard that the child you were looking for has moved to the West NX. It seems like you care a lot. So I prepared a housewarming gift for the child. The young lady can go and come back. Receiving permission to meet Bless made Helena ecstatic. Really, is that okay? Jagers smiled and affirmed, of course, young lady. I prepared something extremely adorable. In a dark corner, he punched the wall hard and cursed, damn it. Jagers was resentful. Shisa, that woman is still bothering even after she's dead. That damn illegitimate brat. It seems like we can already decipher that it's Ed's bloodline, right? Family head Rabiang has also started. Thinking of this, he came up with a cruel plan as he looked at the teddy bear on the table. Well, okay, for now, it's not like there's no way. Let's see if the state of excessive magic power can be resolved by luck. And finally, that bear was brought to Bless, Cha-chan. Helena happily gave the gift to the little girl. Baby, this is a housewarming gift. Bless was very happy to see the teddy bear and stretched out her arms to receive it. Helena put the teddy bear down next to her, thinking, not seeing you for a while, it was hard to find out that you were in the West Palace. I was worried that something had happened, fortunately. Then Helena asked again, baby, didn't father come yesterday? Seeing the little girl only caring about Helios made Bless uncomfortably turn away, so it's still just about Helios. At this moment, the little girl felt strange, but now that I think about it, it's strange. Originally he would come at this time. Suddenly, Helena spoke of her own insecure worries, but if father was here, I wouldn't have been able to give the baby a gift. Father would hate me coming here. Because unlike the baby, I'm Mom's daughter. Helena was really very envious. The baby is so likable. Bless could only call Helena with baby talk, Babu. After explaining her feelings, Helena remembered, sorry, I said strange things. I have to talk comfortably with the baby. Finally, Bless realized everything, so Helena, even though she thinks that father hates her, still longs to receive love from him. It's like seeing myself from before. Helena changed the topic to the teddy bear. Is this teddy bear beautiful? The butler prepared it for me to give to the baby. This time I was also specially allowed to come here. Saying that, Helena left but didn't forget to say goodbye. It's time for me to go, right? Well, baby, I'll come again next time. Bless also waved goodbye. Be careful. Seeing Helena's lonely figure made the little girl empathize. Helena, she looks lonely. If only Helena became close to Helios, that would be great. Just like myself in the previous life. So I'm concerned. While thinking absent-mindedly, Ladyth walked in. Our young lady, did you have a good time with young lady Helena? Seeing that she knew everything startled Bless. How did Ladyth know and stay out of the way? Thanks to that, Helena also came comfortably. I'm really grateful to her. At this moment, Ladyth noticed the teddy bear. Young lady, this is, Bless responded with baby talk, Abu, meaning Helena gave it. As soon as she picked up the teddy bear and looked at it, she revealed a face that understood everything. You received a precious gift. Then Ladyth smiled happily and said, the family head is coming soon, let's wait a little longer. Bless uncomfortably wanted to argue. The little girl meant me. I'm not really waiting for Helios. It's not too much for Ladyth to misunderstand like that. In fact, Helios, since I moved house, comes to see me at the West NX every day. Although I thought something had changed in the point that he gave me a West NX with a long history. Unexpectedly, Helios was sitting and reading a fairy tale to the little girl, so the emperor fell into despair. This really shocked Bless to the point of disbelief. But unexpectedly, it was to this extent. He even directly reads comics to me. Ever since I got sick, I knew something had changed. Helios continued the fairy tale. When everyone fell into despair, a young girl appeared and said, His sudden friendliness still makes it difficult for Bless to adapt. This appearance is still too unfamiliar. After finishing reading, Helios put the book down and said, "Let's stop here for today. For the time being, I can only choose for you." He also didn't forget to say, "But when you can talk, tell me anything you need." Helios' sudden, thoughtful concern seemed to make Bless think, "I really can't adapt, can I? Is it a gift for me? This is the first time in my 2 lives that I've received a gift from my family. So this is what it feels like to have someone think of you." Bless recalled the past. If she thought of the Helios she first met, she couldn't imagine this. After reading the fairy tale to the little girl, he asked Helena, "So Helena came and left today too?" Ladyth confirmed, "Yes, she came and left before you arrived." Hearing this surprised Bless. "What is this? He knows?" Suddenly, Helios touched Bless' chubby cheek and said, "Bless, that child calls you her sister. Although it would be good to introduce you directly, that child doesn't like me, so she won't come if I'm here." Hearing these words made the little girl remember Helena's lonely figure. Helena still thought Helios hated her. Ladyth wondered, should we prepare a separate place? But he immediately refused, "No, I don't want to force it." Bless currently finds it hard to believe. Clearly, at their first meeting, Helios was someone unapproachable. But only now do I realize that he is someone who can cherish family. Helena is still young, so she probably still longs for family affection. Although the details of the situation are unclear, even now, the two have never been together. Unlike me in my previous life, who knows, they could have become a harmonious family. Bless felt a little itchy in her heart, wondering, can't I do something? Although I can be content, I hope that even when I leave, they can be happy together. After playing with Bless for a while, Helios also left. "Ladyth, I have some business so I'll be away for a while." She quickly guessed, "Are you arranging to welcome the third prince?" Helios confirmed, "Yes, during that time I'm counting on you to look after Bless." Hearing this made Ladyth smile happily. Then she bowed and assured, "Please don't worry, as long as I'm here, Lady Bless will be safe." Hearing these words reassured him, "I hope those aren't just empty words." Perry was happy to see the big change in Helios. The master has really changed a lot, hasn't he? Perhaps even more than what I saw in the dream. Ladyth also admitted, "That's right, that child brings more than we predicted." Perry seemed to know there was a problem with the teddy bear. But Ladyth Nim, that teddy bear, is it okay? She didn't say much, just smirked and asked in a suggestive way, "The thing Lady Helena brought as a gift?" Seeing them eyeing the situation while the master was away, it seemed the Lady Helena's butler had decided to take action. At that time, although the teddy bear's energy was temporarily hidden and covered Helios' eyes, the magic explosion due to the creation was only a matter of time. "But don't worry, if it's Lady Bless, she'll definitely overcome it." Ladyth smiled, because if she can't even handle that, she'll die anyway. On Helios' side, he went deep into a cave. Then looked at what was in front of him. This is the legendary sword sealed by the first Rabiang. It is said that those who develop greed for this sword will face anxiety and terror in their hearts, and be possessed by the magical sword's energy and fall into madness. Helios felt a little self-reproach. If it weren't for the agreement with the prince, I wouldn't have to come here. Am I using this sword for my own position? The key thing is whether the third prince can control this power or not. Suddenly, a sound came from outside, startling him. He quickly turned around to check. What is it? It's a reaction of new energy to the barrier of the West Palace. 10 minutes ago, at the Duke Rabiang's mansion, Helena held up her homework and announced, "I've finished all my homework, butler." Jakers listened and praised, "Well done, Lady Helena." Helena was gloomy but still expectant. "Can I go see the baby now?" Hearing that, he made a decision. "Before that, let me test whether you've studied well or not." Helena's face lit up. "Okay, ask me anything." At this time, Jakers began to check Helena's homework. It is said that Rabiangs are born with powerful magic from generation to generation, right? So, at what age is it said that the path of energy will be opened? Helena quickly gave the answer, as early as 3 years old, as late as 8 years old. Then he asked another question. "That's right, if that's the case, what would happen if you forcibly opened the energy of a newborn baby?" Helena immediately had an answer. "Too much energy at an unsustainable level will explode, so it will be life-threatening. Even if they survive, they will never be able to use magic again." Jakers praised, "Excellent, lady." Then he revealed the intention in his plan. "So, the method of giving an artifact that amplifies magic and disguising it as a gift is a classic assassination method for a family of mages. Right?" Helena was still very naive and didn't understand. Disguise a gift? Immediately, Jakers quickly said what he had done. "Yes, like the teddy bear you gave as a gift to the illegitimate child." Helena was still happily listening to the question when she suddenly froze. "Huh? Then he said triumphantly, "It's been 2 days since I gave it, so it seems the magic will quietly explode." "Lady, there is only one heir of Rabiang." Helena sat on the table, still dazed. "What are you saying? Are you saying the baby will die because of the magic explosion?" Jagers, with his personal greed, still said, "Everything is for the lady." Finally, Helena understood everything. "It's because of the teddy bear I gave." When Helena understood everything, a strong tremor occurred at the Duke Rabiang's mansion. At this time, Hexa immediately ran in, worried about Helena. "Lady, we must evacuate. The West Annex has exploded." Hearing this information, the little girl couldn't help but cry, "No." Helena quickly jumped off the chair, full of self-reproach. "The baby can't die because of me." The little girl quickly ran to find Bless. "Baby." With determination, "I must save the baby." Bless on this side was in great difficulty. "What happened? I can't see anything because of the smoke." A pink fire appeared around the little girl. "Suddenly, my stomach is throbbing. And then I hear an explosion. My stomach hurts as if it's cramping. I was only a little happy in this life. Will I die alone like this in this life?" Bless didn't want to die, so she cried for help in vain. "I'm scared, someone please." At this time, someone's voice echoed, "Bless." Surprising the little girl to recognize the owner of that voice. "This voice is Helios." Helios ran to hug Bless in his arms with a worried expression. Then smiled reassuringly. "It's okay now, because Dad has arrived." Receiving his concern made Bless unable to hold back her tears. The little girl really felt warm. "Dad has arrived." It was only in this life that I realized that those words could be so reassuring. When Helios carried Bless outside, the little girl was confused. The annex has completely become a mess. What on earth happened? Helena had arrived at this time. Then heard the sound, children's laughter. As soon as she saw Bless, Helena called out loudly, "Baby. I'm here." But just as she was about to run to the little girl's side, she saw Helios and stopped. "Dad." Bless was surprised to see Helena appear in this mess. "Huh? Helena? Helena, why are you here?" He also worriedly asked, "Helena, why did you come to this place?" Hearing that, Helena became hesitant. I. The little girl was very flustered. Dad seems angry." I endangered the baby." Helios stopped her. "First, it's very dangerous here, later." But Helena didn't pay attention and admitted her guilt. I'm sorry, please forgive me, Dad. Helena trembled with self-reproach. The teddy bear, exploded, the butler." Hearing that, Bless finally understood everything. The teddy bear, could it be? Was it because of the teddy bear that the butler gave that this happened? What did the person called the butler tell this child to do? Helena couldn't help but sob and admit all the blame. I'm sorry, because the teddy bear was beautiful. I just gave it to the baby, teddy bear." Bless didn't seem to blame her. "Helena." The little girl understood, this isn't Helena's fault. What's wrong with a child who needs family affection? So I want to say that it's okay. When Helios stepped forward, it made Helena close her eyes in fear, waiting for his anger. But he just sat down and gently comforted her. "Helena, this isn't your fault. I won't scold you, because your dad is on your side." While speaking, Helios wiped the tears from Helena's face. "And the baby is okay too, so don't cry, Helena." Receiving his gentle concern made Helena cry even louder. So I'm still Dad's daughter, right?" Helios was a little helpless to see Helena crying endlessly. "Hey." But he still opened his arms and acknowledged it. "You're talking obviously. Helena von Rabiang. Come here." Seeing the gentleness radiating from him made Helena's eyes flood with tears. The little girl ran and hugged Helios in his arms. Then he gently picked Helena up, although it was a little regrettable in this situation. Helios introduced the two sisters to each other. "Helena, this child is your younger sister, her name is Bless." He felt a little self-reproach. "I'm sorry for introducing you so late. Now, Bless, say hello to your sister." Helena suddenly spoke. "Bless." The little girl smiled brightly like spring, happily. "So the baby is Bless. I'm Helena, your sister." When she saw Helena's smile, Bless also understood. So this is the feeling. Because I had been turned away by my family for so long, I had dared to give up on being loved. But it seems they are really saying they will become my family. If I can be greedy this time, I want to live with them. Together with the family that I finally found. A few days after the explosion, the West Palace, which had become a mess, was restored faster than I thought. Helios imprisoned the butler. Helena escaped from his mental abuse, with both father and daughter coming to find me together. Now the Rabiang family is very harmonious. When they come, all three happily play together. In addition, there was also something else that appeared, which was this pink bear continuously calling Bless, making the little girl helpless and frustrated. Then Bless also wondered, what are you, anyway? The pink bear floated and explained, I'm energy. This made the little girl think, could it be the influence from the energy explosion last time? The result after confirming some things about this unknown kid was, although he doesn't seem to be a dangerous kid, after checking a few things about this unknown guy. 1. Can only be seen through my eyes. 2. Can read my thoughts. 3. Has good intentions towards me. When I put these things together, it seems like this thing won't harm me. Suddenly, Bless pointed at the pink bear and called, Cloud. The little girl made a decision, because if you keep following me in the future, it's better to at least have a name. The pink bear was excited when Bless named him. How about the name Cloud? Cloud happily danced in the air. Cloud, I have a name. Then he didn't forget to respond gratefully, yeah, I'm Cloud, Bless is so nice. Seeing Cloud so happy made the little girl relieved. Looks like you're very satisfied. Suddenly, Bless looked at her hand and analyzed, although there are limitations to what I can do in this childish body. But if I have this kid, it will be helpful for my future plans, right? Because from now on, I'm not just living alone anymore, but I have to prevent the destruction of Rabiang. Bless really cherishes the family she has in this life. This is the first time I've had a family. Compared to helplessly losing it, I hope I can protect it. To do that, I must twist the original story. First, make Helena not fall in love with the male lead. Although it might not be Helena right now, because in the original story, she liked him and tormented the female lead. Next, I probably have to expand the influence of the family so that no one can threaten Rabiang. The privilege of someone who transmigrated is knowing the future. Right now, it's still 20 years before the original story starts. Later, both the minerals that are discovered, and the things that are popular, and the characters hidden in the story, I will take advantage of them all. Even if that is the duty of other characters, it doesn't matter. If it's to protect this home, I will do anything. With that determination, Bless asked Cloud, Cloud, can you take me somewhere? The little girl seemed to have an idea, so the priority is to find that thing in the butler's room. On Helios' side, he was observing Jaeger's teddy bear, this teddy bear, so it was disguised as an artifact that amplifies magic. When I came to Bless' room, I couldn't feel anything. Hiding the teddy bear's energy is clearly your trick, right? He turned around to question, Ladyth, don't you have anything to say to me? But Ladyth had no words to deny. I'm sorry, Master. Helios really didn't want to forgive this. I don't simply want an apology. Then he repeated the words she had affirmed earlier, you promised that you would protect Bless, but when I was just away, Bless was in danger. Even if you didn't hide the energy. This shouldn't have happened. How can I trust you? Ladyth didn't know how to argue, it was an unavoidable situation. Because the Demon King will awaken soon. Ladyth's words really shocked Helios. What? Ladyth said directly, and in order to fight against the Demon King, the lady must quickly awaken her energy. He still couldn't accept this, nothing has been decided yet, and no entrustment has been given. I said not to awaken it with such a dangerous method. No, if that was going to happen, you should have at least told me first. Ladyth refused those words with an emotionless face. If I told you first, would I be allowed? Then she didn't forget to advise, don't be childish, Helios. Ladyth wanted him to understand everything, the royal family and the 4 great ducal families exist to control the Demon King. You know that better than anyone. Because Rabiang is the only natural enemy of the Demon King. She finally made a request, Master, please become the lady's strength. That is our permitted duty. While they were talking, a male servant ran in to announce, Master, something terrible has happened. The one who was imprisoned, Jaegers. In another place, someone's voice rang out, Rabiang's security has become stricter than before. To get someone out, we would rarely use that person's power. You will have to prove your worth is deserving of that, Jaegers. Jaegers could only lower his head in shame after hearing that, truly, truly shameful. He made a request, until I call again, behave yourself. Jaegers could only bow and obey. Heinrich remembered Shisa and was extremely displeased. So the daughter of that bitch Shisa is just as persistent. He propped his chin up when he remembered the name Bless. Her name is Bless, huh? Ridiculous. Even if Jaegers was being nosy, the truth is that the energy was clearly out of control, yet she's still alive. I underestimated her. Her lifeline is longer than I thought. She almost possessed Ed's power too. If that happened, it would hinder my plans later. Heinrich looked down with emotionless eyes when he mentioned Bless. This thing was born in Rabiang right when that person awakened? It's no wonder that she's the natural enemy of that person. I'm really looking forward to the new entrustment that will be given. In another room. Bless held the letter in her hand triumphantly. You hid it carefully, didn't you? Finally found it, the secret contact card of the intelligence agency that made an agreement with Ed. In the original story, this association falls to Heinrich's temptation and becomes his henchman. They are the group of people who meet the female lead and are saved right before being destroyed. Knowing the location of the intelligence makes Bless happy. This is a place that specializes in intelligence, so it will be useful later. The little girl stretched out her arms and hugged Cloud. At this time a determination appeared in Bless' eyes. When I can walk and talk, I will officially start acting. I will work hard to grow up and protect Rabiang. After I made that decision, and time quickly passed. 7 years later, at the Rabiang mansion, a voice called out, "Lady." The maid reminded, "Helena Nim has arrived." Bless heard that and happily turned around, "Sister?" Currently, Bless von Rabiang is 7 years old. The original of the series I Am Loved by Everyone is just like a reverse harem novel. Male lead characters appear, to the point where you can understand Helena's jealousy towards the female lead. Eli Dan grabbed the female lead's hair and apologized, "I'm kidding, I'm sorry." According to the original story, Eli Dan will fall in love with the female lead. Your reaction is quite interesting. Eli Dan wanted the female lead to wait for him, "Wait for me, I'll come find you soon." There was also a blonde young man who reminded, "Be careful." Then he said worriedly, "What will happen if you're even more reckless than me, sister?" Besides that, there was also a young man who knelt down in submission, "I want to be by your side. Even if it's not me, it doesn't matter, just, definitely don't push me away." The female lead Bella finally wavered because of the male leads. The male leads were all facing that girl. But unexpectedly, the name the 3 male leads called was Bless. Which made the little girl startled and open her eyes. What? Bless sat up and recalled that dream, thinking, was it a dream? But isn't it supposed to be Bella and not Bless? At that time, shouldn't I have called the female lead's name? Something was really stuffy. The little girl came out with a not very excited face, making Helena worried. "What's wrong with your expression, Bless?" "This is Helena von Rabiang, 13 years old." As soon as she saw Helena, the little girl quickly jumped into her arms and complained, "I had a nightmare, but seeing you, I'm okay now." These words surprised Helena. Had a nightmare? Helena didn't forget to comfort Bless. "If I also appeared in the dream, I would have scolded the guy who bullied Bless." Receiving such gentle comfort made the little girl happy, even if it's just words. "Thank you, sister." There have been many changes in 7 years. First, 2 of the 4 people in the royal family have died. Creating a confrontation between the first prince and the third prince, Heinrich has inherited Ed's throne. Fabian Gold, the male lead candidate in the original story, was born. Bless was concerned about Helena. "Aren't you busy, sister? You don't have to take me out every week like this, right?" But Helena on the contrary didn't feel bothered and was very happy to see the little girl every day. "It's okay, it's because I want to see Bless that I do this." Suddenly, Helena put on a pitiful expression and asked, "Or does Bless think I'm annoying?" Bless quickly denied, "No way, how could that happen?" The little girl rushed and hugged Helena tightly. "I want to spend the whole day with you too." Hearing these words made Helena really happy. "Me too." After chatting for a while, Helena left. Bless didn't forget to say goodbye. "See you later, sister." Although it's really worrying because all the settings are being adjusted according to the worldview in the original story. But that's why I intend to persevere in doing what I can. Cut to the classroom. Bless raised her hand to speak and wanted to ask, "Excuse me, teacher, I have a question." The woman saw that and gently replied, "Yes, Bless, what are you wondering?" This woman is Countess Lant, in charge of Bless education. The little girl said her doubts. "They say that we are born with energy because we come from a family of mages. Is the energy form written here different from energy? Is it okay?" Lant heard that and gave an easy-to-understand answer. "Yes, it's a little different. Energy originally has a form. It is said that the energy form is energy that has a form and can communicate through it. But people who can see energy are those who have been blessed by energy. In other words, they are called transcendent people. But according to official records, the existence of transcendent people was last recorded 1,000 years ago, so there is no way to confirm." Bless heard the explanation and broke into a cold sweat. Transcendent people, is this kind of setting also in the original story? Lant also added, in addition, transcendent people from 1,000 years ago were also called the ancestors of Rabiang. There is a story that the person had to fight against was the demon king. That's why Rabiang is called the miraculous Rabiang and is said to be a formidable opponent of the demon king. Bless is also a Rabiang, so this is probably a story related to you. After explaining, Lant asked, "Then let's end the lesson here today, okay?" These explanations really distracted Bless, the existence that can communicate. When the little girl went to school, Cloud happily said goodbye. "Bless, study hard." On Helios' side, a boy appeared with a resonant voice. "It's been a while since we talked privately, Duke." He also turned around to answer, "Meeting in the royal palace would be dangerous." Eli Dan didn't care much when he heard that. So what? There were rumors that my brother had already shaken hands with the Ed family. Is there a law that forbids me from doing that? Hearing these words really made Helios uncomfortable and speechless. Seeing this, the boy cheerfully said, "Just kidding. Relax your expression." Elidan nodded, affirming one thing, "I just came to say hello. I'm sure you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you?" He affirmed respectfully, "I will give you the magical sword when the time comes. Although that is only if the prince remains in his position until then." The boy was very satisfied upon hearing this. "I'll consider it done." Without dwelling on that, Elidan quickly changed the subject to ask, "How is the banquet today? You came to grasp the trends of the nobility, right?" Rabiang inherited the blood of Ed. Helios uncomfortably recalled the person behind Heinrich. "It's just a rumor that someone spread, the intention is too obvious. To be honest, among my children, who takes over Rabiang isn't important." The boy raised a question, "So you plan to let things go according to their intentions?" He denied it. "How could that be? I'm planning to start foreign affairs soon. I need to show them that I'm still strong." Helios then looked down at Elidan and stated, "This is the answer you wanted, isn't it?" Seeing that he understood his intentions, the boy happily praised, "Excellent. I'm still very pleased with the Duke." Back in the present, Helios assessed Elidan while reviewing documents, still not hesitant to use others, but it seems there's a reason compared to before. "Although I don't really like the feeling of doing as the prince says, I have no other choice." While he was pondering, someone entered. "Master, it's me." Hearing the voice, he looked up and asked, "What is it, Count Karas?" This person was Count Karas, the elder of Rabiang. Karas had something he wanted to ask, so he came. "I heard it's been a while since you attended a banquet. How is it?" "The rumors regarding Rabiang." Helios quickly understood the intention in his words. "Is it because of that?" Karas frowned slightly, displeased. "Master, I have been working with pride as a vassal of Rabiang until now. Therefore, I cannot understand how the head of the family can just stand by and watch the reputation of Rabiang be tarnished. Miss Helena is not mixed with the blood of the Ed family. Because the justification is weaker, the future of Rabiang is being questioned. Even the second child is a beastkin bastard. After all, we carry the business of the 4 great ducal families. We cannot break this balance." Helios felt a bit helpless after hearing a long rant. "If you knew who Bless's real mother was, you'd be even more terrified." Then he replied, "I understand the Count's opinion clearly. You hope that I will prove that Rabiang is still strong, right?" Karas admitted it. Yes, that's right." Helios stood up from his chair and continued, "Indeed, after attending the banquet, I had the same thoughts as you." These words surprised Karas, that statement. Then he issued an instruction, "My upcoming birthday banquet will be held publicly. So, please prepare well." A few days later, Bless looked down and was shocked. "Even though you said that, you didn't tell me it would be on this scale." Seeing the girl's tense mood, Lady Ith comforted her. "Are you nervous, miss? Don't worry, everyone will love you." Bless could only give a forced smile after hearing this. Haha. She didn't seem to believe Lady Ith's words. "Don't worry, lady. I've long given up on the expectation that others will like me. Of course, with the backing of father, and the 2 families with good relations. Thanks to leveraging the cuteness of a child. My position in the house isn't bad. But I know that the perception from the outside is different. In a worldview that despises beastkin bastards, my status has no choice but to be narrowed. In a worldview that despises beastkin bastards, my status has no choice but to be narrowed." Even in the original work, the dissatisfaction towards me continued due to doubts about Helena, the legitimate successor. Although it seems that the butler has taken care of everything. Therefore, the power of the family has not been shown due to Helena's still lacking aptitude. Eventually, people began to distrust because it was the bloodline of Ed. Bless seemed to understand Helios's intention in organizing this big party. External gazes like this will clearly endanger our position at some point. Father must have organized this banquet for us. Just then, there was a call. Bless. Hearing the call, the girl turned around cheerfully. "Father, sister." Seeing the 2 of them appear so radiantly, Bless was stunned. "You 2 are so cool." Helena also didn't skimp on praise. "Bless is also so beautiful today." Receiving the compliment made the girl happier than ever. "Really?" Helios reached out his arms. "Then let's go." Looking at the 2 people who were her family, Bless felt warm. "My family is always warm and protects me." Just then, the butler announced loudly, "Head of the family Helios von Rabiang and the 2 young ladies are preparing to appear." Standing in front of the door, Bless was determined to face it. "Yes, I will overcome all the gazes of outsiders." She stepped out with a confident demeanor. "If it's for the peace of my family." Although she thought that way, the other nobles kept looking at Bless and whispering, "That girl is the illegitimate child." The girl took the food from the butler. "Although I've received this kind of look a lot in my past life." Those nobles kept staring at Bless with a disdainful attitude. What is Rabiang really planning to do? Seeing everyone looking at her like that made the girl feel dejected. But too much is always tiring, right? Seeing that Bless seemed unhappy, Harold leaned over and asked, "Are you very tired, miss?" The girl denied it. "It's okay. If this is the fate of being the center of attention, I can endure it." These overly mature words made Harold helpless. Where did you learn those words, after all? Just then, Bless looked towards Helios. Seeing that he was surrounded by other nobles, she understood. Father is the main character, so of course he's busy. Next, she looked at Helena, and Helena was happily playing with her peers. Good. But then a boy pushed Helena back, startling Bless. "Helena, that guy is touching my sister now?" Both Bless and Harold were furious when they saw that scene. The girl instructed, "Harold, I'm going to my sister and will be back." As soon as she finished speaking, Bless approached Helena and called out to the bullying boy, "Hey." Seeing the girl come, Helena was startled. Bless angrily pointed her finger and questioned, "What are you? What are you doing bullying my sister?" The boy scoffed as soon as he heard that. "What is this?" "It's that illegitimate child." Helena stood beside her and didn't react at all upon hearing these words. The boy even mocked as he explained, "I'm in the middle of treating Miss Helena with purifying power." Then he bowed and introduced himself. "I'm late in introducing myself. I am Prey von Agenta, a collateral branch of Rabiang, who uses healing power better than Miss Helena." The arrogance of that boy left the two sisters speechless. Prey even arrogantly challenged, "Sorry for acting rudely, but, if you are the successor of Rabiang, of course you should be able to use healing magic. But the direct line of the family can't use them? That's truly regrettable." Bless seemed to realize the irony in Prey's words. "He means that my sister doesn't have the qualifications to be the successor. Right now?" In reality, the power of the royal family and the four great ducal families are revealed regardless of direct or collateral lines. A generation that develops to a certain extent will all gather around one person. It is not absolute that only the direct line has a high probability of becoming the successor. Among the special powers of Rabiang is healing magic. The other nobles were horrified as soon as they heard that. "Although we can't hear the words that the ability has been revealed, is it to the point where you can't even heal your own wounds?" Seeing that no one refuted, Prey became even more arrogant. "Miss, you don't need to worry about Rabiang just because you can't use your power. Fortunately, the power of the family has also appeared in the collateral line, which is like me." Karaz was watching all of this from behind. Prey was so arrogant and smug. If the most suitable person inherits the position of head of the family. But before this boy could finish speaking, a voice stopped him. "Stop it." Bless clenched her hands with discomfort. "Even if you say that I'm young so I don't know where the line is, I can't listen anymore." She stood up to defend Helena. "You've gone too far." Then Bless spoke again with a determined tone. "Although today is our father's birthday banquet, it's also a day to strengthen the solidarity of the family. No matter how untrustworthy, a person standing in this place belittling the direct line of the family, are you really for Rabiang?" Her quick reaction and irrefutable words made Karaz look again. Bless continued to give reasons that were hard to deny. "Your actions only make Rabiang look ridiculous." These reasons made Prey speechless. That. Then the girl questioned even more furiously, "And also, why did you push my sister? Do you think it's reasonable for someone who says they will show healing power to hurt others? Apologize to my sister." Receiving the protection from Bless made Helena happy. Helena also couldn't stand still and retorted, "Bless is right." Seeing Helena suddenly stand up surprised the girl. Helena also didn't give in and gave the most reasonable reason. "As you know, family power is not only passed down to the direct line. Of course, you can also have the qualifications to receive it. But you are being so loud when the information has not been confirmed. It's really careless to represent Rabiang." Suddenly, Helena pulled Bless back. "There's one more thing, this is just my personal feeling. But Bless is my only younger sister. Aside from being the direct line of Rabiang, I hope you apologize for your rudeness towards my sister." These words from Helena really moved Bless. Sister. She usually didn't like to step out, but for her, seeing Helena's warmth moved the girl, but she quickly told herself, "Oh my god, not now." Looking at Prey's expression satisfied Bless. Even so, it seems that he still knows shame. The girl seemed to realize everything. The dispute over the successor is not the child's dictatorial plan. Surely there have been adults who incited him, and because he has received the qualifications, it means he also has that much ability. So instead of criticizing, we should give him a chance to make up for it. Thinking, Bless spoke up, "I know that you are proud of Rabiang." Then she frankly commented, "But your actions now are not right. If you sincerely think about Rabiang, then apologize." The girl was still very merciful. If he acknowledges and reflects on his mistakes, he's still not a bad kid. Prey spoke hesitantly, "I'm sorry. Then he bowed and admitted his mistakes. I'm sorry, I caused a bad name in an important place. This reaction really satisfied Bless. Well done. Right at this moment, Helios stepped in. It seems the situation has been cleaned up. He hugged his two daughters and praised, Helena, Bless, I knew you would solve it well. Helios looked towards Prey and accepted forgiveness for his actions. Although he caused a commotion, he's still a child who knows how to reflect. Everyone please be generous and forgive him. I will definitely not be here to summon the child's parents. He looked down at his proud daughters and declared, but these two children are the direct line of the great Rabiang, and at the same time, they are my children. I hope everyone remembers that I am the head of the family, but I am still the parent of these children. After the announcement, Helios looked towards Karaz and asked, how is it, Count? You also see that the future of Rabiang is very promising, right? Karaz was still hesitant before, but now he was completely at ease. The head of the family said not to worry about Rabiang. I have completely understood. Just then, Bless looked up curiously. Who is this? Karaz bowed and greeted. Please allow me to formally greet the two of you. I am the elder of Rabiang, Count Karaz. Karaz looked towards Helena and mentioned the old story. I met Miss Helena when she was very young, and now she has become a dignified Rabiang. He greatly praised Helena's actions. The way she arranged the hierarchy of the family without making a big deal was very impressive. Receiving such sudden praise made Helena a little shy. I only did what was obvious. Suddenly, Karaz bowed and looked towards Bless with a friendly attitude, and this is the first time I've met Miss Bless. He was very satisfied with the way she behaved just now. Even though she is still young, she understood her position as a Rabiang and had compassion. Even me, who has prejudices against beastkin bastards, has to look up to her. More than anything, this change in Rabiang, starting from the head of the family, must have been brought about by this child. Karaz was happy and friendly. I hope we will meet often in the future. His sudden contact made Bless not very friendly. What is this? This old man, not happy at all. Helios suddenly stepped in and instructed his two daughters, who knows, if something happens to the family without me, remember to ask the Count for help. Especially Bless, try to squeeze him a lot. Hearing this, Bless quickly changed her attitude and greeted friendly, yes. Suddenly the girl realized, yes, why do you have to target me? While they were having fun, there was a noisy sound in front, making the four of them turn their attention. The butler announced, the noble little son of the Lias Empire. The first prince of the Lias Empire has arrived. Looking at everyone's reaction made Rasul smug. Everyone is showing surprise at my visit. That's right, it should be like this. I am the great one who will be responsible for this empire in the future. Everyone must look up and bow to me. Just then, Helios stepped forward to welcome him. May your noble steps be filled with glory. Thank you for coming, Prince Rasul. Seeing Helios's serious attitude, Rasul couldn't help but admire. Helios von Rabiang, indeed the greatest mage in the empire. Rasul greeted politely, thank you for welcoming me, Duke Rabiang. I told them to hurry, but I'm still late. He didn't seem to care much about this issue. Please don't worry. Your presence here is enough. Then Helios didn't forget to introduce, these are my daughters. Helena gently lifted the hem of her skirt and greeted, your glory to the empire. It's an honor to meet you, Prince Rasul. I am the eldest daughter of Rabiang, Helena. Hearing Helena's status made Rasul's ambition rise. The eldest daughter of Rabiang, it's worth considering for the position of crown princess. Then he noticed Bless. If that's the case, then this one, surely the beastkin bastard daughter in the rumors. The girl, although she didn't like it, still greeted politely, I am the second daughter of Rabiang, Bless. Rasul smiled back, pleased to meet you, young ladies. Bless was very uncomfortable with the fake face of this boy, bringing these thoughts to appear in a public place, how shameless. Helios wanted to divert Rasul's attention, so he said, compared to the capital, this is just a simple party, so it will be boring. This boy denied those words. It's the Duke's birthday banquet, how could that be? Then Rasul's expression became lecherous and suggested, however, if the Duke also has the intention to advance to the capital, I will help you. The boy with not very simple thoughts proposed that, if a Rabiang who always maintains neutrality publicly supports me, then I will receive more than half of the support in the four great families. He should hardly refuse my proposal, right? He could only remain silent after hearing this proposal. Thinking that Helios would agree, Rasul reached out with vain thoughts. To start the exchange, there must be something they want. Come on, Duke, you have the power to help you. But he seriously bowed, thank you very much for your words. Then he didn't mention it and changed to another topic. This is the first time you've come to the Duke's place, so I'll introduce you to the mansion. Please follow this way. Seeing Helios's response made this boy confused. Then he looked towards Helena and Bless wondering, he won't let it go so easily, right? The interpretation of the first prince in the original work is very brief. The first prince has the prospect of becoming the crown prince, but he did not return after the Eastern monster invasion. War. The only survivor was the third prince, Elidan. Elidan became the crown prince with the fisherman's prophet. But my thoughts are different, because Elidan, the male lead candidate, is a smart person. Risol's death may be one of his tactics. Because both Risol and Rabiang are destined to die at the hands of Elidan, I feel a bit of sympathy. Before I had a bit of sympathy, but now I feel extremely disgusted. What is this? Why are you looking at my Helena like that? I knew he was an unlucky guy. I should say that the royal family is full of people who are beyond saving. Everyone knows that Risol and Ed shook hands. Are you still not satisfied, so you're trying to win over father? Wake up, we have no intention of getting involved with the royal family. So don't interfere with our time anymore, quickly return father here. Seeing Bless's reaction, Helena seemed to understand and forced a smile to persuade her. Don't worry, father will be back soon. But when the party was over and the two sisters were in bed preparing to sleep, Helios still hadn't returned, making Helena, as the older sister, helpless. Father is late. While they were waiting, Lady Eve came in to announce, young ladies, the head of the family said to go to sleep first. This news really shocked Bless. She looked at the gift in her hand and regretted, I wanted to give it to father myself. Helena seemed to realize Bless's thoughts and asked, what did Bless prepare? The girl was excited when asked, although it's a secret, I'll only show you. Just then, Helios's clay figure appeared, making Helena extremely surprised but still trying to praise. Wow, it's cool, always, Bless. Helena's ugly expression made the girl confused. What's wrong with your expression? Bless didn't insist and admitted the truth. I knew it, that my skills weren't that good. But I wanted to give Helios a gift made by my own hands. Because father is my first precious father. Because although Rabiang is not short of financial resources, he is the one who really cherishes the gift I give. His strange expression when he saw the painting I drew not long ago was really interesting. When looking at the painting, Helios was really shocked. Is this me? Bless's eyes lit up and admitted, yeah, father. While waiting, the girl yawned sleepily. Suddenly Helena made a suggestion. Bless, sleep with me today after a long time. Bless was a little surprised and looked forward to asking, really? The girl was still a little regretful, but it was fortunately compensated, although it's a pity that I can't give it to father as I wanted, but this is good. Both sisters quickly lay down on the bed happily together. Bless widened her eyes and secretly prayed, anyway, father, ignore that damn prince and come back. On this side, when Helios took Risol to the outside of the mansion, this boy was impressed as soon as he saw the surrounding scenery. The ducal family Rabiang is really extremely beautiful. To the point that I want to visit often, he thought after hearing those false words. Then he frankly said, it seems that your highness has something you want from me. Risol forced a smile and denied it. What is it that I want, that? Saying that there were no intentions, but then said, currently the palace is in a Cold War period, it's time for a generation to be changed. But I think there's a method that doesn't shed blood. That is the selection of the position of the ducal family. Risol made a suggestion, if it's a method for the next generation to marry and go together, many people will be very excited. Then the boy turned to ask Helios's opinion, how is it, Duke, if you agree with my words? But he quickly interrupted, Your Highness, do you know what the world says when looking at Rabiang? Seeing Helios interrupt him made Risol uncomfortable. What is it? Dare to interrupt me, but still very politely replied, yes. He bluntly said, the next head of Rabiang will be a bloodline of Ed. By accepting a beastkin bastard as a direct line, the position of the fourth ducal family will be lowered. The boy was immediately worried after hearing this. Who said that? Helios still very calmly talked about it. Yes, someone dared to chatter nonsense about my daughters, so I created a place to publicly announce my daughters like this. What I mean is, Rabiang is a family that doesn't need to follow authority to announce its children. Risol was really shocked after hearing this. When he continued to give rumors, and also, I heard that you two often meet these days. I would be very grateful if you could help me send my greetings to Duke Ed who could not attend today. Then Helios quickly left, not forgetting to leave a sentence, it's getting dark already. Then I wish you a safe return, First Prince. He finally arrived at the room of the two sisters who were sleeping. Like this, have they fallen asleep? As soon as he entered, Helios quickly noticed the gift lying next to Bless, that is. He received the gift with some hesitation. This, anyway, it seems it will become stable every year, probably. At this time, Helios opened the letter and read, to Father, Father, I am Bless here. Although this is a gift that is nothing compared to my sister's gift, but I want to give father a gift made by myself, so I hope father doesn't laugh when he sees it. This year I also wish father a happy birthday, from Bless. After reading the letter, he was very happy and rubbed the girl's head with the hope, Bless, you and Helena growing up happily and healthily is the greatest gift to father. Then Helios quickly pulled the blanket over the two sisters. With the wish, don't forget that both in the present and in the future, you are my only family. At the house of the Ed ducal family. Heinrich controlled the magic power in his hand to control the shuriken. Magic power enveloped the shuriken. Then gradually moved towards the target but missed, making him uncomfortably click his tongue. It's been 8 years since I took this source of power, but I still can't control it. Is it true that only Rabiane can manage this source of power? Heinrich seemed to have a way. If that's the case, then there's only one way left. That child inherits Rabiane, then I absorb that power. If it becomes like that, then I will completely control this power. Heinrich clenched his hands and called, "Bless." Then he secretly prayed, "I hope you will grow up safely." On Bless's side, she, her father, and her sister were going on a picnic together. The weather is so beautiful. Bless was very excited. Today is the picnic day I've always looked forward to. She looked at Helios with an enthusiastic mood. Finally, father's busy days have ended, so we only have time now, right? Bless couldn't stand it and acted cute. "Father, carry me." Helena heard this and blamed lovingly. Bless is really, still acting spoiled now. He carried the girl in his arms and told Helena, "Helena, this father can also carry you." Helena refused after hearing this. "I'm fine, I'm big now." Instead. Just then, Helena reached out her hand. Then coldly requested, "I'll hold hands." Seeing this action made Helios happy. Bless also cried because she was happy. "My gentle and lovely daughter, even if you pretend that you're all grown up, you're still a child." Suddenly, the girl cheerfully said to him, "I prepared sandwiches today, you can look forward to it." Helios was a little surprised after hearing this. Really? He seemed to be a little critical. The outside looks a bit regretful. Those words hurt. "Bless, father, the time with the family that I've always looked forward to. Giving love to me. Helena is always by my side taking care of Bless. Bless is really, although the girl is very naughty, running like this rabbit." Bless also put an earring on Helios. "Father only has one earring?" The girl smiled brightly and affirmed, "Indeed, this is also my family that I can give love to. I wish everything would just continue like this." While playing happily, the ball was thrown far away. "Really?" Bless ran to pick up the ball but was stopped by Helios. "I threw it too far." The girl said happily, "It's okay, I'll go and come back." While going to find it, the girl blamed her father lovingly. "Father is really, doesn't know anything about the so-called power adjustment. Where did it roll to?" Finally, Bless found the ball, "Over there." But suddenly the surrounding atmosphere became foggy. The girl reached out to pick up the ball, found it. Immediately, a strong gust of wind blew. What was that? The wind suddenly. In her subconscious, Bless heard a prompting voice, "Go this way." Here, the little girl seemed to be mind-controlled as she walked forward, as if someone was calling her. That voice kept urging, "Go this way," but clouds suddenly rushed out to block her. "Bless, that's not allowed." The clouds created a defensive barrier, pushing away those bad things to protect Bless. At this moment, the little girl became conscious again. She immediately worried about the clouds. "Cloud, oh cloud." Bless looked at the smoke in front of her, wondering, what was that just now? Suddenly the wind blew and then, for some reason, I felt numb. It felt like someone was calling me. But are there even plants like that here? Just then, Helios found her. "Bless." As soon as she saw him, the little girl quickly called out, "Father." Bless hugged Helios and pointed forward. "Father, there's something strange over there." This confused him. Something strange? What is that? When Helios looked at the aura in front of him, he quickly realized, that's the Demon King's energy. So Lady Atha's words were true. The Demon King's ominous premonition is so strong that it can penetrate the protective magic and affect even this place? Does that mean the seal has become weaker? Moreover, the fact that Bless can see that thing. Indeed, Bless is the Demon King's natural enemy? Does this child ultimately have to bear that burden? Even so, I will do my best to protect you to the end. I will definitely not let you face the battle alone. Helios held Bless in his arms and comforted her. "It's okay, I'm here. Don't worry." Scene changed to when the little girl gave Helena a gift. "Sister, try wearing this." Helena quickly accepted. "Okay, let me see." As soon as Helena put it on, Bless kept praising her. "It suits you so well, sister. It's so beautiful." Receiving the little girl's praise made Helena happy. "Really? Thank you, Bless." Bless seemed even more excited than the person wearing it. Yes. It's a perfect fit for you." Helena was extremely grateful for the gift. Bless said she wanted to give me a gift and even called a merchant. I'm so touched. The little girl was a little awkward upon receiving the thanks. Well, I have pocket money now." Bless was a little uneasy inside. To be precise, I was planning to give Helena an artifact. But what she said wasn't wrong either. Although father said it was okay at the time, it didn't sound like it. The fact that father couldn't control his facial expressions meant that something was going to happen. Bless looked up at the clouds, lost in thought. Although I have the clouds, and I'm cheating by knowing the original story, she doesn't. The little girl looked at Helena, who was smiling brightly after receiving the gift, and hoped, I hope she will be safe. Helena was extremely grateful. I will use it well, Bless. At this moment, someone approached and praised Bless. Indeed, you have a very good eye for aesthetics, young lady. The girl explained that hairpin is a type of magical or with level 6 protection magic. Both of them were a little shocked after hearing this. Level 6? The little girl had truly exceeded their expectations, and was even better than they had anticipated. Because the range that normal mages could reach was level 5 or level 6. The girl didn't deceive the old or the young, and even allowed Helios to verify. The Duke can verify whether it's true or false. He, who was sitting on the side, also confirmed, it's indeed level 6 magic. Bless was even more excited after hearing this and insisted that Helena take it. You must take it, sister. Helena also agreed, okay. The clouds, like a radar, kept searching for evil things around Bless. Suddenly, it swooped down and told the little girl, Bless, this one, take this one. This one is Bless. Bless was curious after hearing this, huh? Cloud said that, so what is it exactly? At this moment, the little girl turned around and pointed to the item that the clouds were pointing at. I don't know if I could see that one too. The girl replied upon hearing this, could it be that the young lady has already learned about it? This is a processed energy or accessory that is really hard to find. The clouds happily affirmed, it will help you broaden your horizons. The more Bless listened to the clouds, the more confused she became. Eyes? The girl explained in more detail, when an energy level mage powers it, it will be bound with an imprint. In addition, once a day, it can transform into a weapon that can penetrate metal. The little girl picked up the thing and observed it. She couldn't help but exclaim when she knew its function, even if you lose it, you can still find it. It's really a powerful accessory. Since there was no one else in the room, Bless made a suggestion, well, my whole family is gone, so tell me, where did you find this? The girl happily replied, we searched hard for Bless. The little girl was really surprised after hearing this, although I commissioned a protective artifact, I didn't expect to receive something so good. The girl came to Bless's side. It would be difficult if you forgot who Bless commissioned. Anyway, you're really good at pretending not to know in front of your family. Aren't you tired of hiding like this? Then the girl gave a friendly smile, as if she had seen through everything. This girl was the gemstone merchant Biala, a foreign friend. And Biala was an elf, someone who could see the souls of people. Biala was a pure-blooded elf, the only one who recognized the identity of the female lead, Bella. Biala, who liked interesting things, was fascinated by Bella, who was different from other people, and used her business and relationships to make her a queen in the upper class. If she stands on the side of someone who doesn't know much about the outside world like me, then above all, I will have a strong trump card. A few years ago, I asked my father to call Biala to Rabiang. I'm sure she will stand on my side. The reason was that Biala quickly noticed Bless's difference when they first met. Oh my, little miss, your body and soul are different. And also because she was a transmigrator like the female lead. Even if she said that. Biala was very sad that it had been a long time since she had seen the little girl. Bless, it's been a while, there's a bit of distance. Bless really didn't expect the two of them to be so close, but she didn't expect it to be to this extent. The little girl resignedly said, it's suffocating, Biala. Bless pushed Biala away and requested, tell me about what I asked you to do. Biala immediately took out a piece of paper. It was quite difficult, but I found it, the way to use this card. 7 years ago, the secret contact card of the intelligence agency was obtained from the butler's office. At that time, the little girl was very happy, finally found it. The secret contact card of the intelligence agency's agreement with Ed. Although I couldn't know how to use it, so it couldn't be used for anything, but if it was delayed, it would fall into Heinrich's hands, and that could become a danger to Rabiang. So if it was a Biala who traveled all over the empire and collected information, it seemed like she would be able to know how to use it, so I asked her privately. Biala quickly explained the card. It is said that on full moon days, the leader will only meet with people who have this card. And it just so happens that today is the day. If you aim for the next time, it will probably be a month later, and you can only meet at a secret intelligence location. The problem here is that Bless has to get past Rabiang's security. With this childish body at the moment, it seems difficult, because the little girl only looks 7 years old. Bless was troubled after hearing this. Then, what should I do? Seeing the troubled look on the little girl's face, Biala quickly had a solution. Don't worry. This Biala has thought of everything. Then Biala took out 2 items, a scroll that can be teleported to the secret intelligence location. And a bracelet that can disguise your appearance. If you wear the bracelet, you will become an adult, but remember, this bracelet is just magic. Receiving Biala's wholehearted support made Bless grateful. "Thank you, sister." The little girl was secretly happy. "Finally, I can meet the intelligence agency. They are people who handle information with high standards, which will be helpful for maintaining Rabiang." At this moment, Biala expressed her doubts, "But Bless, why don't you directly ask the Duke? If it's Rabiang, it should be easy to get information to this extent." Bless bluntly answered this question, "Because a normal child wouldn't ask for these things. Biala can see souls, so she can accept another me, but what about my family? Maybe not." As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl's mood dropped. "Father, Helena, if you too knew that I was a transmigrator." Biala reached out her arms and understood what Bless was worried about. "You're afraid that they will think you're an imposter." Biala hugged the little girl and comforted her. "Don't think like that, Bless, your family will love you no matter who Bless is. You can trust the words of someone who can see souls like me." Receiving definite encouragement from Biala made Bless touched. "Biala." At this moment, the little girl remembered that she had always only received from Biala. Thinking this, Bless secretly made a decision. "I also want to help with something. If it's according to the original story, this is the truth that will only be known 10 years later through Biala. But to this extent, it should be okay. If this is over, the information about the person Biala is looking for. That clue, I have to let her know." On the other side, a knight called out, "Young master. Don't go down, it's not okay to avoid the escort knights and run around like this." "Young master Fabian." Fabian sat on the tree and refused to listen, even arguing, "Elaine, you're late." This was the heir to the Duke Gold family, Fabian von Gold. The boy jumped off the tree and complained, "As an escort knight, if you can't catch up with me, isn't that your problem?" Elaine, being blamed like this, could only resign herself to admitting her mistake. Yes, it's my fault. Born with the power and blessings of the spirit planes, the Gold family is said to have supernatural powers. They are called innate gems, people who can achieve wealth just by living and breathing, among them, young Master Fabian, who was born with the strongest gold power of all time. Elaine was very proud of Fabian when he was quickly splashed with cold water by a brusque attitude. "Stop telling the same story, you're only good at talking." Elaine was helpless. "You have a very wonderful personality." The boy ran up and asked, "Elaine, I've finished reading this book, what do I do now? I'm so bored." He hugged Fabian and suggested, "Then today I'll tell you the story of another Duke family." Fabian quickly snuffed out Elaine's mysterious intentions. "Even so, there's only Rabiang left." Being splashed with cold water made him helpless. "Very well." Then Elaine began to tell, "A few days ago, I saw the appearance of the princesses of Rabiang at the banquet. Compared to the bad rumors about the second princess, in reality, the relationship between the princesses is very good. The Duke truly cherishes both of his daughters without distinguishing between them. Because they didn't know anything about Rabiang, the business circles were now only talking about Rabiang." Suddenly, the boy raised his doubts. How can that second daughter be so indifferent? Then he bluntly made an assessment, "A bastard who doesn't receive recognition from the family, then there's no value at all. My father always said that without value, there's no qualification to be loved." Elaine, hearing Adolf's teaching methods, was helpless. The current Duke, Adolf von Gold, truly, there's no word that he can't say to his son. That's clearly looking at his own son with the ability to bring wealth. He also gave a forced smile and replied, "Isn't that something you'll know if you meet them directly?" Fabian quickly refused. "Father said not to get close to the bastard. Father said that it will taint my luck." Elaine couldn't help but give sincere advice, "Young master, no matter what anyone says, then it's still best to meet them directly and then make a judgment." He looked at the boy and affirmed what he had just said. "That's right, who knows, meeting them directly will be different, because there are rumors that the change in Rabiang is based on that second daughter. If I can meet that child, then the distorted mind of our young master will be able to change." On the other hand, at the great temple of God, a prophecy was being bestowed, dependent on the survival of the continent. The center of the great temple of God of the Lias Empire. Inside the temple, a scream rang out, "This." The person next to him looked at the pastor in a panic. "Pastor." The pastor said nothing, only affirmed, "That's right. The prophecy that was started with the founding of the country, so it's finally about to be fulfilled. When darkness covers this land again, a child who is ready will face him. In the end, the demon king is reviving?" The pastor turned back and ordered, "Find the child in the prophecy, immediately send a message to the royal family." The person quickly obeyed. "Yes. The child in the prophecy possesses the qualities of a transcendent person, and is the only natural enemy of the demon king who will one day revive." Finally, the child in the prophecy is arranged to carry the bloodline of Rabiang. However, even if the temple of God knows all these truths, it is still difficult to find the child in the prophecy. Because the bloodline of Rabiang is spread throughout the entire empire, it is very difficult to search for each person. This is almost impossible. Anyway, I hope the royal family will prepare a position together with Rabiang. The emperor of the Lias Empire, Lethius Shianoa Rias, pondered after receiving this information. Then he asked somberly, the demon king's ominous omen? They mean that in the end, that is the truth? The reason why the royal family and the 4 great duke families were born is to prevent the demon king from awakening one day. The story passed down from generation to generation only to the emperor. Because only the contradictory prophecies at Rabiang, it is necessary to find the natural enemy at Rabiang. The one who remembers for the demon king to exist in the human world, as expected, is called Rabiang. The emperor really couldn't understand how Rabiang was both the enemy and the one who remembers for the demon king, and couldn't even know the reason. And everything is only passed down through inheritance. There is no way to verify whether it is true or false, but there is a prophecy that the demon king will revive. Then it is likely that the contents about Rabiang are also true. If you say so, then maybe. Searching for the child in the prophecy, on the contrary, is urging the demon king to revive? Who knows, the child who is found is the natural enemy of the demon king, but makes a contract with the demon king and makes him revive. Indeed, everything is still unknown. Even if I say so, I can't put this matter down. For someone who can't even guarantee his position and uses tricks. Before, Elidan declared to the emperor that, I will soon forge the magic sword from Helios. Parents only need to wait while I disguise myself as missing and leave this place. Anyway, parents can't trust my brother. The emperor didn't know who to choose. Or is it a reckless person who picks up the magic sword? It's still not the time to entrust the fate of the empire. Even so, I have to search for the child in the prophecy, then later, no matter what the situation is, I can deal with it. Currently, publicly announcing the prophecy may only bring chaos to the empire. Even if the true meaning is not yet clear, I still need an excuse to summon the Rabiang family together. Now that I think about it, is that child's birthday coming up? Thinking of this, the emperor gave an order, hey, send a message to the temple of God. On the other side, Bless used magic to leave Rabiang. Good. Looking at her body made the little girl satisfied. Isn't it really looking like an adult? It's really a perfect disguise. Even the clouds next to me are disguised as white. Bless calmly walked past a person with anticipation. With this, surely no one will recognize me. After walking past that person, Bless was very happy. Passed through. Looking at Bless so strangely really made passers-by pay attention in an inexplicable way. Before, Biala had instructed, remember this, it's just imaginary magic, not a transformation of the body. The little girl looked at the path in front of her and decided, to be safe, it's best to meet the intelligence agency and quickly return. Now is probably still the time before those people fall into Heinrich's tricks. For all of us, I have to collude with them first to monopolize the information. If they stand on the same side as me, they will not be destroyed and I will easily get the information I need. Moreover, in the original story, the intelligence agency was grasped by Heinrich's weakness and manipulated. Heinrich grasping the weakness and threatening them is a bad thing. It's really unfair for them to be exploited and die unjustly. The little girl was determined. By the way, now I just need to wait at the secret intelligence location, right? Just like that, time gradually passed. A few hours later. Bless had been waiting for a long time but didn't see anyone and was helpless, waiting. No matter how I wait, no one is coming. Biela's information should be okay. Even so, Bless patiently waited more. Isn't the time to meet already set? I should probably observe the surroundings more. The little girl walked through that poor alley. She caught sight of people who were so miserable that they didn't have anything to eat, so there was an alley like this in any world. While walking, Bless suddenly stopped. Wait. I can feel the killing intent from that alley. The little girl hid in a corner and observed, could it be? In front, a group of people were surrounding a boy and threatening him, you better give up, even if you play tricks, you won't survive to get out of here. Seeing this scene made Bless panic. Now they're only targeting that child? It looks too dangerous, should I help? If not then. But suddenly the little girl's eyes widened. When she discovered something, but wait, why is it appearing here? That boy wasn't afraid at all and even threatened back, that sentence should be what I say to you. Bless was really surprised to see that boy, there's no way I can't recognize that child. That boy is Elidan Shianoa Elias. Both the male lead and the future crown prince of this world, leading Helena into the path of the female villain and making a Rabiang that is becoming more developed. Into decline. Also the character I'm most reluctant to meet. Because there's no way the male lead will die in this place. Thinking of this, Bless's complexion turned pale, without a trace of blood. The little girl slowly stood up with a decision, I have to quickly get out of here before being discovered. It seemed that Elidan had discovered Bless, so he hinted, I thought I didn't know you were hiding. The group of people heard the boy say that and thought he was scared. So they spoke loudly. What, scared so you're changing the subject? Shut your mouths. After saying that, Elidan made it so that the group of people had no life to leave, then turned around and said, where are you planning to run? Seeing that the little girl didn't answer, the boy called out, hey you. Why are you here? After saying that, Elidan grabbed Bless and didn't let go. The boy wondered, you're also an assassin my brother sent, if not then. But as soon as he saw the little girl's face, Elidan's eyes widened in shock. Bless, being caught, was no less scared. The boy seemed to know the little girl's identity, so he asked directly, why are you here? About an hour ago. Elidan was walking around looking for something, about here, right? The secret intelligence agency grasped all the information from the Empire. If you combine the secret contact card with the magic circle. Immediately, a man with a mask covering his face respectfully appeared from within the magic circle. We are still waiting, esteemed guest. If you do it this way, you can meet them. This made Elidan confused. The location has been changed. Camouflage magic? Then the boy asked directly without hesitation, you are the leader of the secret intelligence agency? Looking at the man's appearance made Elidan have to be surprised, unexpected. The one who is the leader of an organization that is rumored to be famous, is so young? Well, as long as the work is handled smoothly, age doesn't matter much. The boy didn't say much more and only talked about the main matter. Elidan made a request. I want to disguise myself as missing. To be exact, make the people around me believe that is the case. Is it possible? The man pointed out the difficulty, although this is the creation of memories, so it is a bit complicated. But saying whether it's possible or not, then it is possible. Currently, Elidan had obtained the magic sword from Helios as promised. But even if I can use the power of the magic sword, I don't have the confidence to maintain a stable mind. I need training to be able to control the magic sword. So I also made a condition to ask Helios to help train in the transaction. The training of the magic sword requires maintaining reason until the end, because Rabiang's purification magic can suit the energy of the magic sword. The training period is at least 3 years, including taking the magic sword. Including following Helios, because I'm not someone who wants to show off, so I decided to disguise myself as missing. If it's only creating memories of the people around the palace, it's not that difficult, it's just that the person who is capable of doing it is this intelligence agency. So the difficulty is high. The man gave a bargaining price. The more difficult it is to access and the more targets there are, the higher the price. It won't be a problem with you, right? The boy smiled when he heard this and probed, do you know who I am? The man didn't hide it and admitted, someone who makes a living by information and doesn't know that much information can't be trusted. The commission will be completed on the day you mentioned. Then my safety, this meeting ends here. Before anything else, the man wanted to leave, causing Elidan to unexpectedly call out, wait, I didn't think the conversation would end so quickly. The man looked at the boy, although I'm very happy that you recognize our ability. But continuing the meeting with the killing intent that is released like that, aren't you tired? The man politely said goodbye. Anyway, thank you for using us, esteemed guest. Seeing the man leave like that made Elidan wonder, I wanted to turn them into my faction, even by force. Was I too hasty? Or have they already joined hands with someone? Although the intelligence agency swayed to my faction, but because I can't control the magic sword, this opportunity was also missed. Who knows, it will be better to find Helios quickly even if it's just one day. Even if it's only a little, the intelligence agency only needs to confirm that they haven't leaned towards the Ed family, that's good. After a while of thinking, Elidan had to give up, really. Not giving me any time to rest. It turned out that Bless was hiding right next to him. Being discovered made the little girl sweat all over and shout loudly in her heart, that sharp-eyed guy. I even held my breath. How did he discover me? Moreover, he said it as if he knew me. I don't think I've ever met him. The little girl decided, first, I have to get out of this situation and then think. As she was about to leave, suddenly a figure appeared and cursed, that bastard. The group of people arrogantly threatened, do you know who we are that you're playing tricks? Elidan didn't seem to be afraid and even arrogantly replied, it seems that you haven't heard any explanation. From the client, right? Although it's natural that even my brother doesn't know my strength, so it's probably too much. Bless was very worried and didn't want to be involved in trouble. A way to quickly get out of this place. While talking to the group of people, the boy suddenly turned to ask Bless with a worried look, but why are you here? Do you know where this is? Even if you say you were raised with care, but why aren't you so scared? These words really made the little girl very confused. I now am being scolded by the male lead at our first meeting. Elidan suddenly became wary. As a sharp blade flew towards them. Those people, seeing that the two of them weren't paying attention, immediately attacked. They were ignoring us and being quite relaxed, weren't they? Seeing that they could withstand the attack, Elidan was a bit surprised. Indeed, you can endure this much pressure, huh? I thought you were just some brats, but it turns out you're not so bad. These words provoked the group. What did you say? The boy stepped forward to protect Bless. It's dangerous. Stay behind me and don't show yourself. Elidan didn't forget to remind her, how did I save your life? And you don't even cherish it. These words only confused Bless more. What do you mean, saved me? What is he talking about? I've had this feeling that he knows me, but why does he make me uneasy? The boy decided, it's time to end this childish game. The group quickly took a defensive stance. You must obediently hand over your head. Someone is desperately hoping for your death. Then, not forgetting to target Bless, sorry, girl, but let's go together. Before he could finish speaking, a hidden weapon was launched. It embedded itself directly into the house behind them, startling the group. What was that? Bless, not one to back down, responded, no need to apologize. Because I have no intention of handing over my head so easily. Looking at the hidden weapon, the group quickly became chaotic. What is this? The girl, not willing to sit still, offered some advice. I also have a piece of advice. Then she fell into thought. Although, because this is the male lead in the original story, I'll be safe even if I don't intervene. And I don't want Elidan to notice me. Remembering the words, someone is desperately hoping for your death, the fact that her life was threatened because of someone's desire truly made her shiver with disgust. Bless retrieved the hidden weapon and gave the group a chance. If you want to run, now is the only time. The girl continued to ponder. Although I might regret this choice later. But right now, I want to help Elidan. Seeing Bless use the hidden weapon so skillfully surprised Elidan. You've even learned how to fight? The girl didn't want to say much and only replied, just be quiet. Then she secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness I learned the technique of using throwing knives for self-defense. That was close. After all, the clouds are what give me the greatest power. Then Bless seemed to sense something. It's been quiet for a while now, which is strange, as if they're afraid of something. Suddenly, a surge of power flashed past, making the girl reach out and touch it. Is this Elidan's power? If that's the case, is this what the clouds are afraid of? Bless had seemingly touched Elidan, making the boy turn back in surprise. You just now. He quickly realized Bless's true size. Then he asked in confusion, what was that? How did you do that? The girl still didn't understand what Elidan was referring to. What do you mean, how? Suddenly, the sword fell to the ground, creating a sound. The group, seeing that the two of them had been chatting and not paying attention, quickly tried to regain attention. These bastards, underestimating people has its limits. Leaving us standing here while you two chat? What arrogance! With those words, the man launched the sword towards Bless. Then, a masked man appeared beside her, startling the girl. Suddenly, it's really over, he threatened. But Elidan suddenly stood in front of Bless, protecting her. This made the man panic. This little thing is playing with me? Moreover, these two are moving as if they're working together. The two quickly nodded in understanding. The man immediately ordered, don't hesitate, keep pressing forward. At that moment, one of them jumped up, releasing countless blades to attack the two of them. Take this. The two immediately dodged the blades. Bless, while controlling the hidden weapon, searched for the man's whereabouts. Where is he? In this difficult situation, Elidan suddenly spoke up. I'll return your words from earlier. Sorry, but it has to end here. With that, the boy jumped up, circling behind the man, then releasing his aura around them, causing the group to be in pain. Finally, they all lost consciousness. Seeing that everyone had fainted, Elidan urged, for now, the limit is knocking them out. Let's go while we can. Looking at the boy, who casually treated this as nothing, Bless couldn't help but pay attention. Elidan, he's so calm in this situation. Come to think of it, he was like that in the original story too. The fight for the throne is fierce. Are these assassins a link in that chain? He's so young, yet he's so familiar with this kind of thing. No wonder he looks tired. Feeling a bit concerned, the girl quickly snapped herself out of it. Stay awake, Bless. Then she resolved not to sympathize anymore. If I get caught up in a mistake, I'll end up destroyed and dead. Because Elidan's happiness will be found by the female lead, I should stop caring. In the original story, Elidan also overcame the hardships of his youth, became the crown prince, and dreamed of a happy future with the female lead. Bless clenched her fists with determination. I just need to protect my family's happiness. At this moment, Elidan, still keeping a cool head, was utterly bewildered. That's strange. Even though I used the magic sword's power, my mind is still clear. What is this? Thinking, the boy looked at Bless with suspicion. Then he came to a conclusion. Because that child is a Rabiang. Could it be that she's also starting to inherit the power of a Rabiang? Even thinking that, Elidan refused to believe it. No, that's not possible. The ability of a Rabiang is close to healing life. But that child's power is different from that. Perhaps it's even more useful than Helios. At this time, a patrol was approaching. Bless, hearing the sound, quickly realized. It's the patrol. If they see us like this, it'll be a big problem. Elidan also knew this. This is getting troublesome. Then he calmed the girl. Stay calm, kid. Let's get out of here before anyone comes. Scene changes to a dark dungeon. Two guards were walking and talking. I heard there was a big fight recently. It seems that's why the patrol is circling around here. I heard the little brat was the instigator. Is that so? Lucky the patrol can't find this place. If we get caught, and the goods are exposed, it'll be a disaster. Because this auction is especially important. That's right, I heard everyone is waiting for that one item. Saying that, one of the guards placed food inside. Here's your food. Looking at the child locked inside, the guard was confused. I really can't understand the tastes of those high-ranking people. What is it about wanting to possess a slave who uses dark magic? Back to Bless and Elidan. After walking for a while, the boy realized what he wanted to know. I was too busy earlier, but why is Helios's daughter here? If she had to come to this place, there's only one reason. Does she already know about that? Elidan thought again, then the power from earlier was. Thinking about it, it definitely wasn't the power of a Rabiang. From the beginning, the family's power was suppressed with the dragon's blood I gave her. I don't know the details, but... Bless still didn't know what Elidan was thinking and was still thinking about how to escape. Should I get out of this? The boy is really curious. Can that child's power use magic infinitely? I need to check. Seeing that the girl wanted to leave, Elidan bluntly asked, "What's wrong? Are you leaving already?" This really startled Bless. Then she stammered, "Well, we've escaped safely, so now we should go our separate ways." Elidan shamelessly asked, "I saved you from danger, and that's all you have to say?" The girl didn't admit it. "You helped me? What are you talking about? It's the other way around, isn't it? I helped you." Bless's blatant denial really opened his eyes. "Can you say that while looking me in the eye? You're more amusing than I thought." A sense of interest arose in him. The child has strongly overcome the dragon's blood and has a power that can't be known. I want to check your health with my own eyes. Thinking that, Elidan released his killing intent, looked down, and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" The boy's words confused the girl. Why should I be afraid? Bless was previously wary of Elidan. The clear truth is that Elidan will eliminate the Rabiang. But that and this are separate matters. If you have kindness towards those who are seeking to save their own lives, you won't be able to survive the dangers of the royal palace. The girl frankly gave the answer she believed. Should I be afraid of you because of what happened just now? That only attacked that side, and you only wanted to protect yourself. And what Bless really wanted was to avoid Elidan to protect her family. Elidan having such power in his hands was also to protect himself. So this isn't a matter for people to argue about. Seeing the boy not saying anything, the girl was confused. Suddenly, Elidan smiled. This smile frightened Bless. What is it? Why is he smiling? I'm so uneasy. The people who can see Elidan's smile in the original story are the female lead in the original story and the pitiful people about to die in front of him. Thinking of this, the girl's face immediately turned pale. I'm not the former, am I the latter? While worrying about her life, someone suddenly called out, "Excuse me." A girl begged, "Please buy me a ribbon." This confused Bless. Huh? The girl continued to plead, "Please help me. My brother is starving." The more she heard, the more flustered Bless became, not knowing what to do. What do I do? I don't have any money with me. Looking at the things in the girl's hands, Elidan quickly made a decision. I'll buy it. Give me the purple one. The boy's sudden action confused Bless. Huh? Why are you? Since someone bought the item, the girl ran off. Thank you. Elidan indifferently replied, "That's all. Because it suits you." The boy's impudent words made Bless uncomfortable. What's this kid saying all of a sudden? Before leaving, the boy didn't forget to say, "But little girl. I look 5 years older, so don't call me boy next time we meet." After saying that, Elidan ran away, leaving Bless frightened after hearing those words. At the Rabiang residence, the maid's announcement echoed. It seems the young lady has returned. Unable to sleep and waiting, he must be relieved now. Helios seemed very concerned about Bless. I used tracking magic. If something happened, I thought I'd have to run. This also made Lady Ith helpless. Anyway, you're overprotecting her. Looking at her destination, it seemed she went to meet the information broker. Receiving this information made him curious. How did she find out about that place? Lady Ith quickly replied, it seems the goldsmith gave her the contact information. Hearing that, Helios connected everything and praised Biala. I predicted that Bless calling it Arabian would be unusual. That's quite clever. But if she asked me for that favor, I would have listened. Even if Bless doesn't tell me everything, I'll listen if she asks. What's there to worry about? Haven't I earned her complete trust yet? Hearing those resentful words from him, Lady Ith standing beside him could only smile silently. She announced another matter. Moreover, it seems news of the temple has reached the emperor. Helios quickly recognized the problem. This is an omen of the Demon King. Lady Ith confirmed, yes. Finally, he confirmed one thing. Indeed, that power at that time. Helios asked, is the emperor keeping an eye on Bless? Lady Ith wasn't sure about this. I'm not sure, but I know Prince Elidan visited the workshop before. I know that the young lady has overcome the dragon's faction. The more he heard, the more he pondered. Then Lady Ith bluntly stated, sooner or later, we have to check the young lady's power. And if we know a little about the young lady's abilities, we will take her to a place where she can be watched. Helios agreed, I will do my best not to attract attention from the royal family. For now, I will reorganize what can be handled, but... After Bless returned to her room, she was utterly bewildered. Huh? What does Irabon mean? Why did he know I was just a little girl? The clouds, seeing the girl panicking, calmed her down. Calm down, Bless. Helios was really worried about Bless. So dazzling, I wonder if she can cover it all up. But the girl didn't know how important she was and was holding her head, screaming. In the end, I didn't get anything and messed things up. Everything's ruined. The clouds were also flustered. Bless. Remembering Eladin's smile, I look 5 years older, so don't call me boy next time we meet. She quickly woke up from that dream. Then she held her head and screamed in despair. What was that dream? The girl turned and bit her nails, thinking. The first time we met, when he grabbed my wrist, did he discover my true self? But that's just how he talked, as if he knew me well. Bless jumped up, refusing to believe it. No, it's okay. Thinking about it, she had never met Elidan outside. Even if he saw her true form, he wouldn't know she was Bless von Rabiang. Moreover, Bella is the only person Elidan cares about. Just be careful until Elidan meets Bella. A few days later, a bird knocked on the window, attracting Bless's attention. She quickly realized, that's Biala's messenger bird. Inside the letter was the following, Good afternoon, have you met the owner of the card? After reading it, Bless wrote a reply, Hello Biala, this meeting has failed. Hearing that, Biala was also a bit helpless. They are not easy people to meet. Then she asked again to confirm, does it definitely have to be them? Bless affirmed, yes, I want those people. Then she fell into her own thoughts. The future shouldn't be changed too much from the original story. Only then can I take advantage of the original story. If I want to increase my power but still keep the framework of this major event, then the best thing to do is to target the supporting characters. And moreover, they also know that everyone will die like us Rabiangs in the original story. They chose Ed in order not to die and to receive the opportunity to correct their wrong choice. Biala didn't see it as a hassle, but praised it. That's great. There's a reason for Bless to say that. Receiving the praise, the girl laughed happily. Thank you, Biala. Biala continued to message, but there's also a problem. If something happens, they say they will hide for a while. So it will take a while to return to operations outside. This made Bless ponder. What happened? Suddenly, the girl was startled as if she had made a new discovery. Wait. Thinking about it, it was true. Why did she meet Elidan at the information reception place? In the original story, the information reception place is also a transaction place for the royal family. Could it be? Bless shook her head, denying it. No way, don't think about him anymore. Biala messaged, I'll find out as soon as possible. Seeing that the bird was too angry with the clouds, Bless quickly stopped it. Bless also gratefully sent Biala a gift. So this is also a tribute, a green village in the Red Mountains, next to a grapevine. If you go there, there will be clues to the person Biala is looking for. The girl looked outside happily. In the original story, Biala said she was looking for a lost younger sibling. The original story only mentions this clue. But Biala still has hope from that. Until now, that's the only thing I've received from Biela. I want time to pass a little faster. Kara suddenly burst open the door, making a commotion. How did you know, young lady? Seeing him appear like that startled Bless. You're always so noisy, Count Karas. Karas entered and reported the situation. The relic of the dragon has been found. This is a rare item that is used for many different purposes besides magic, so you will make a lot of money. The girl couldn't help but be happy after hearing that. That's lucky. What does this mean? A few days ago, at the Rabiang business expansion meeting, Karas made a request. We advise you to take over this place. This is a place with a ruby mine, and there's also a hot spring. Bless participated at the advice of Count Karas with an extremely unhappy attitude, shocking him. Young lady Bless, are you not happy with what I said? The girl said bluntly, I don't like that, I like another place. That place, the forest in the shape of a heart, often called the Black Moss Forest. The land discovered by Fabian, who is a male lead candidate in the original story. On the outside, it's just a simple forest, but in reality, immediately after, a huge relic of the dragon was found there. After that, this place became known as the Golden Land, but Fabian gave it to the female owner Bella immediately. Shouldn't the first person to find and buy it be the owner? Weren't you going to use my money and buy it back properly? Karas frankly said without hesitation, seeing that reaction, it's obvious everyone knows. The girl couldn't help but be startled after hearing that. Suddenly, he revealed an expectant expression. Young lady, if you really have the ability to predict, then, Bless quickly interrupted, it's just a coincidence. Then she called Karas quietly, Count, come here for a moment. Being called like that made him confused. But he also listened very obediently and brought his ear closer so the girl could whisper. If the Count can get me a few private mines under my name, I'll give you more information. Karas was puzzled, do you mean the mines? If it's a matter of money, just ask the head of the family directly. He was about to continue when he suddenly realized, there's a reason why you want to keep it a secret from the head of the family? Seeing Bless's attitude, Karas seemed to understand. So that's it. The Duke of Rabiang already possesses enough wealth, but someday, when it happens, she must gather a lot more money to protect the family. I don't want to make the two of them uneasy, this is something I must know and prepare for myself. Karas quickly agreed, alright, instead, I also have a condition. Promise that you will absolutely not marry into another family. Suddenly receiving such an unreasonable condition startled Bless. Then he turned away and frankly stated, the young lady must not reveal any information that she knows to anyone outside of Rabiang. Then he didn't forget to advise, also, don't let yourself be seen by the ambitious emperor, and the princes must be avoided even more. Bless was stunned, why are you suddenly saying this? Suddenly Karas became more enthusiastic. That's right, if it's a son-in-law, it should be okay. The girl stammered, I'm not even 7 years old. He still insisted on clarifying this matter, someone saw you here already, on the contrary, who knows if that side will be better. But he was quickly dragged away. Bless knew what Karas was worried about and understood. Count, from the beginning I didn't want to get involved with other families, why are you so worried? Lady Ith also helplessly explained, young lady, really, the Count has a reason for being like this. The girl was quickly made curious, what is it? She immediately gave a reason. It's because of the emperor. He said he will hold a birthday party for the young lady, and that place is the center of the royal palace. Bless, after hearing this information, was shocked. What? Bless was now in the study reading documents, the shape of energy. The shape of energy is linked to the owner, who is human. Only the owner can see the energy or talk to the energy. Seeing that those things were similar, the girl was disappointed. They all write the same things. Bless was frustrated and wanted to know more. I want to know more about the clouds, but there's too little information. The clouds, seeing that, advised, just take it slow, Bless. Then she buried herself in the girl's arms and said, Bless, it's late, aren't you sleeping? Receiving the gentle touch from the clouds, the girl also replied with a smile. I have some things to do today, so I'll sleep later. Seeing that Bless didn't seem frustrated, the clouds were also very excited. Bless, you seem happy. Being noticed, the girl replied, it's showing? That's because today. She was about to tell the clouds the reason when Lady Ith suddenly entered. Young lady, are you still awake? As soon as she saw her, Bless was overjoyed and called, Lady. Lady Ith approached Bless and gently asked her opinion. The head of the family said that the lesson has been prepared, let's go. The girl seemed very interested in this and agreed. Alright. That's because today is the day of the secret lesson with Father. The secret lesson is when I say what I want to ask of Father. This is a lesson that only I, Father, and Lady know so far. In order to protect Rabiang, thanks to the privilege of knowing about the original story and the internal skills of my previous life, we have prepared many aspects such as abundant money and various physical strengths. So Rabiang will be strong to be able to protect me, but unexpected incidents can still happen. Bless determined, so I need a kind of power that can protect myself. A person with a smart mind and outstanding ability in this worldview, and I also want to learn magic from someone I can trust, even if that may reveal my identity. That is. As soon as he saw the girl, Helios smiled and called, "Come here, Bless. And my father is the leader of the magic knights in the royal family." Bless ran quickly to his side. "Father, you've been busy lately, aren't you tired?" Helios didn't seem tired at all seeing his daughter. "Not to the point of making you worry. On the contrary, I wonder why you're awake until now." The girl seriously compared, "I'm the same as father, so this much is okay." Helios could only be helpless after hearing that. "Is that so?" Then he began to explain. "Now, let's continue from where we left off, Bless. After obtaining energy ore, what changes? It depends on the user, and the energy ore will gradually adapt to it. Is this similar to the opening of eyes that the clouds mentioned? In an empire where many other powers exist, such as the energy domain, it not only refers to magic but also implies the abilities of the royal family and the dukes. The royal family's dragon blood. The sweeping magic of Rabiang, the power of the four great dukes is like Ed's venom. In addition, there is another power, the art of darkness. It is said that the shape and color of energy vary depending on the ability it is used for. Hearing this, Bless began to associate, thinking back to that time. Then she frankly asked Helios about the issue she was curious about. "I don't know if it's because of the minerals in the energy, but I can't see anything, like the shape of the energy you talked about." He was puzzled. "Is that so?" But it seemed she couldn't mention the clouds. "Father knows about the existence of the clouds, so he will understand immediately after I say it." When I told father that I wanted to participate in the lesson, the first thing father said. Before that, he had asked Bless a question. "Then I will ask you first, do you know the shape of energy?" Thinking back to that question made her curious, but why did father ask about the shape of energy right away? Is it a coincidence, or does father know something? While pondering, Helios suddenly called her back. "Bless." Then he used his own ability. "From now on, I will answer all questions about energy, so just tell me what you see." "Yes." When the energy radiated. Then sparkling snowflakes formed, making Bless excited. "Father's energy is a mix of silver and blue, it's so sparkly." "And this? Freezing magic?" Being asked in such detail startled him. "Do I have to ask in such detail? Is it different for each person?" Bless thought so too, probably. Seeing Helios suddenly become gloomy made the girl confused. "Father?" At this time, he explained the reason. Very few people in the world can clearly see energy, and even distinguish it in such detail. Perhaps only you, Bless, are like this. Bless was shocked after hearing that, but father also said that he can sense energy. Helios didn't hide it and answered honestly, "What I sense is just the trace of energy. Distinguishing energy through color and shape is something that humans cannot do." The girl looked at the clouds and felt strange. "So I'm a strange person?" Helios reached out and touched her face, offering a suggestion. "First, you must keep it a secret that you can see energy. Because it is a special ability, it is easy to be disturbed by others." As soon as she heard him finish speaking, the girl smiled and said, "I just thought of something, father." Then she asked again with certainty, "I heard the emperor is going to hold a birthday party for me, isn't that right?" He didn't dare to look Bless in the face and admitted that, "It's true." Then Helios's mood quickly sank. "It seems the emperor is curious about you." "I'm sorry, I couldn't refuse because he mentioned it at an official meeting." The more Bless heard, the more unbelievable it became. To that extent? He was still very worried about this. According to the proper procedure, they are grateful for the many things I have done for the empire over time. These words confused the girl. "What procedure?" Bless frankly asked. "Are you plotting something?" "I have to meet the royal family, is that okay?" Helios quickly offered a solution. "If it is discovered that you can see energy, then don't directly say anything, and it will be fine. That ability is not something that others can recognize." The more Bless heard, the more she couldn't help but think, because I thought ordinary people couldn't see energy either. I've met Elidan and I already feel like something is very confusing. This is even more serious, his complexion is very serious right now. The girl jumped off Helios with a decision. "Then there's no other way." With determination, Bless affirmed, "I don't know if there is or isn't, so I'll just be silent. Don't worry, father." Helios worried, "It's your birthday party." The girl understood that. "That's right, but please believe me." Hearing that, he had to accept. "Yeah, I know, thank you for being so worried, Bless." At this time, Helios was looking at the documents while thinking. eyes that can distinguish energy. If the royal family, especially the emperor, finds out, it will be a headache. No matter how hard I try, I don't know how well Bless can hide it. Although he was worried, he was truly proud of the girl. I gave birth to such a talented daughter, that's great. At this time, Helios remembered, thinking back, it was like that in the first lesson. Bless said at that time, if it's a secret, that's great. Because not everything can be seen through. Those words really surprised him, and with Helena, too. Although she wanted to keep it a secret to protect Helena, Bless was still very worried about Helena's feelings. If I keep it a secret, will she be sad? He immediately denied that. No, that's not it. Bless quickly made a decision. I will say it after everything is done. I will say it first. I will definitely become stronger to protect both father and her. Helios approached the window. Trying so hard alone is also commendable, but... My daughter, what is making you so urgent? I wish you could rely on me more. The next morning, Bless was having many beautiful outfits tried on by the maids with praise, so adorable. The maid requested, now, try spinning around once. Everything suited her very well, making the maid swoon before this cuteness. Oh my, this dress also suits you very well. Trying on so many outfits made the girl dizzy, so she refused. I'm not wearing anything else now. Bless really couldn't understand, just choosing one dress for the party, why is it so tiring? There were still many outfits that hadn't been tried on the rack. That the girl was already so tired made Lady feel sorry. Are you already tired, Bless? The other maids were still not willing to let go. Let's take advantage of ribbons, gems, and flowers. Next is this side. Bless was really exhausted, no matter how I feel. This is the Emperor's order. My birthday party is being held in the royal family. The situation of the main character of the party being invited to the party really exists. Finally, the dressmaker finished her work and smiled, asking for her opinion. Let's stop here for today, so the party will take place in the next few days. Hearing this made the girl's eyes light up. Yes, I am currently experiencing busy days as the main character of the party. If the birthday party is held in the royal family, there is no other way but to meet the princes, right? I thought I would never meet again, but it's better to prepare myself for this. Bless was sitting and reading a book when she suddenly became curious. Ladyeth. What kind of person is Prince Elidan? Suddenly hearing the girl mention the prince made Ladyeth surprised. Why are you suddenly mentioning Prince Elidan? Bless scratched her head and explained, well, my birthday party is held in the royal palace. If I accidentally meet and make a mistake, it would be embarrassing. Although it sounded a bit fake, she still patiently told the girl, although I don't know much about Prince Elidan, he is a rather passive and gentle person. These descriptions really didn't seem like the Elidan that Bless had met. She continued to say, just through rumors, you can also know that he is a smart person. Bless was confused. Why is that? Ladyeth quickly gave the reason. The remaining candidates for the crown prince are Prince Rasul and Prince Elidan. Perhaps until now, the royal family still has controversies and restraints. Those who survive the War of Succession with minimal damage can be said to be passive and gentle, right? With just this, you can know more about Prince Elidan. Hearing this, Bless seemed to have been enlightened. So that's it, Elidan deliberately makes inconspicuous actions to make everyone lose their guard. He said that he is not an object to be wary of. Ladyeth suddenly spoke out her worries. Everyone is happy that the Emperor has treated the young lady well. I am worried. Bless was also worried after hearing that. Are you afraid something will happen to me? She explained, at Rabiang, everyone can run right over to protect the young lady, but in the royal palace, I feel uneasy because it's difficult to do so. These people are very important to me. Ladyeth encouraged, our Bless is smarter than anyone else, you will respond wisely no matter the circumstances. Bless quickly replied, yes, feeling warm inside, I really appreciate this heart. The look in her eyes looking down at the girl was full of gentle comfort. The family head and young lady Helena will also be at this party, right? It's all the young lady's family. So it will be okay. Bless was also very happy about that, yeah. Family, I've heard these words several times, but I still feel happy. At this time, the girl noticed the thing in front of her. Oh, this color. This is the color that reminds me of the ribbon that Elidan gave me, Elidan. When I saw him being chased by an assassin sent by his brother, I really didn't know what family meant. Just like in my previous life. It's probably because of that. I care about Elidan's appearance that isn't like a child, even though I know I should avoid it, I keep getting hung up on it. Seeing Helena and Helios's life become happier with their family. Different from the original story, I thought he could be like that too. Realizing that she was worrying too much about Elidan startled Bless. Who am I worried about? The girl quickly told herself, don't forget your goal. Then she immediately affirmed to Ladyeth, Lady, I will make my whole family happy. I will be able to, right? Hearing these words, she smiled brightly. Then she affirmed with certainty, you will, young lady. On this side, Rasul was very upset about Bless's birthday being held in the royal palace, holding a birthday party for a young lady in the royal palace who hasn't even debuted before. Is there such a thing? The first thing the nobles think of when they see it is that boy quickly associated. At that time, the way everyone perceived Bless was as a candidate for the crown princess. Rasul was extremely upset about this. Moreover, what about the escort of that child? The boy remembered Helios's expression. A feeling of discomfort immediately rose in his heart, knowing that I was rejected by Helios at the previous party. Is he planning to embarrass me even more? I am the first prince born with the power of the dragon, and he still gives me time like that. I have no other choice but to use Ed's poison against my father. After thinking everything through, Rasul stood up abruptly and called, Heinrich. Heinrich was upset by being called by his name directly and reminded, I've said several times to call me Duke Ed. That boy seemed to have lost patience. How long do I have to wait? A dragon that is exhausted will not be able to withstand Ed's poison. Is it possible that you gave the strongest type of poison? Rasul suddenly reached out, excuse me. Then he revealed an arrogant smile, maybe it's because your power is no longer intact and has been transferred to your younger brother. These words really made Heinrich uncomfortable. But he still didn't reveal his excitement and calmly reminded, there's no need to worry, Your Highness, if you're hasty, you will be suspected even more. This boy reminded, if you do that, it will be difficult for me to eliminate the obstacle you want. He currently doesn't care much about Helios. What the emperor cares about now is the birthday party, so you should plan your actions immediately after that. Rasul asked, so will you guarantee that the situation will change by then? You don't know any other way than protecting your body? Is it really that you're not confident in facing Helios? The more he heard, the more Heinrich became uncomfortable. Then his eyes became firm. Bless's birthday party is being held at the royal palace. Are all the Rabiang children invited? There has been a prophecy that has been given. Is it true that the child of that prophecy will be found? The time when that person comes is not far away. The first prince is hasty, so he can't do great things. In the end, I have no other choice but to participate directly. It seems it's been a long time. On this side, the manager has brought the list of people attending Bless's party to Heinrich. This is the list of people attending the second princess of Rabiang's birthday party. He liked the list. Bring it here. Unexpectedly, Bless appeared in this room when she witnessed this. Oh, that person, clearly is. Heinrich couldn't help but be pleased as soon as he saw the names on the list. As expected, Gold is also participating. It seems he wants to show off his son to Helios. Duke Gold didn't give birth to a child with the blessing of the soul, so he always felt inferior to Helios during his time at the academy. After reading the list, he quickly burned it. His attitude immediately changed. With the mentality of wanting to respond to that, he used the son born with the blessing of the soul, planning to pretend to be the main character of the party. Of course, it will not be carried out as Duke Gold planned, but the birthday party is held under the name of the emperor. Of course, it is only focused on Bless. The Duke's son can of course stand in the position of best man. He couldn't accept the fact that his son was not the main character of the party. Duke Gold's resentment will eventually turn to Helios. I will also turn to Duke Gold at this time. After thinking about the plan, Heinrich was pleased. Both Duke Gold and Helios are sensitive about their children. There is nothing easier to exploit than this. Just wait and see. He had not yet implemented the plan, but was already dreaming, in the end, the rule of the empire. I will become. After dreaming that dream, Bless quickly woke up full of confusion. What is this? The girl scratched her head in confusion. A dream? It's so vivid that I can't believe this is a dream. The clouds on this side still drowsily asked, did you sleep well, Bless? Bless suspected, could it be a prophetic dream? Through the existence of the clouds, I have been predicted that I have unusual abilities. The girl also happily replied, did you sleep well, clouds? But nothing special happened. So I'm not sure. Could it be that having a prophetic dream is one of the special points of unusual abilities? If this prophetic dream is true, Bless was thinking wildly when Ladyth entered. Oh my, why did the young lady wake up so early today? The girl quickly made a deduction. That means Heinrich is plotting something at my birthday party? Who knows if that's the case, so I have to stay awake. Bless and Ladyth were sitting in the living room when Lillian noisily demanded to leave. I have to go first. Hexa quickly stopped. Wait, don't push, Lillian. Finally, the three quickly entered and wished the girl a happy 8th birthday. Happy 8th birthday to young Lady Bless. Lillian happily said, young lady, please give me the job of team leader today. Lillian, Hexa stopped. Don't you know how to save face? Since when have you been allowed in here? Lillian was annoyed with Hexa. Are you listening? Perry just greeted gently, hello. Receiving the warmth from everyone made the girl happy. Thank you everyone. Then Ladyth quickly asked for the girl's opinion. Then, shall we prepare to go to young Lady Helena's place now? On this side, after wearing the clip from the last time, Helena was praised non-stop by Bless. that hair clip and dress really suit you. The currently very beautiful Helena was also very shy because she received praise from her younger sister. Thank you, I'm also satisfied with the gift that Bless gave that suits me. At this time, the girl asked about herself, what about me? How do I look? Helena quickly admitted, of course you're adorable. At this time, Helios entered and saw that his two daughters were too beautiful, so he praised, both of you are so beautiful, it's blinding my eyes. Then let's depart slowly. Seeing the handsomeness radiating from him made the two sisters gasp, those are the words we were going to say, is that really the father who has two daughters? Sitting in the carriage, he didn't forget to advise his two daughters, because it's a party at the royal palace, you will meet many families, Bless determined. Even if Heinrich makes up something, I won't be as worried as before, because I now have a solid family. No matter what happens, don't forget that I am Arabian. Hearing Helios's advice, the two quickly replied, yes. Today I have made such a determination, because this is my 8th birthday. At the royal palace. Risol was constantly surrounded by nobles talking, so everyone quickly rumored, it seems the master of today's party is the first prince. At this time, Bless wondered, if that's the case, then the rumors are true? Helena quickly realized the rumors she wanted to talk about. Do you mean that rumor? That is the event that the third prince has disappeared. Then everyone quickly discussed with each other, I heard there was a bloody battle, I don't know for sure, I only know that Prince Elidan is reliable because he wasn't late. Is it really a disappearance? The emperor hasn't announced the successor yet, but first of all, it's probably still right. While everyone was talking, a voice stopped everyone. Shoo. At this time, the manager announced, Duke Helios, young lady Helena, and young lady Bless of Rabiang have arrived. Bless opened and entered. Then the three father and daughters with their stunning looks entered together. Everyone discussed with each other as soon as they saw the girl, that child is, what is the emperor thinking? Bless was a little surprised as she entered, the emperor invited a lot of people. The scale is different from father's birthday party. Everyone was curious, so what about the mother's side? Unexpectedly, the atmosphere between the two sisters. This made the girl unbelievable, I thought my birthday party would be about me. Thinking back, the Duke of Rabiang, Bless now has allies, anyway, it's not just me. Before leaving, Helios didn't forget to advise, if anyone strange approaches you, find me right away. Helena quickly replied, thank you, father. Bless was excited. That's right, you can't see through it, I understand, because this is a game of appearance attracting attention. At this time, Risol approached and greeted the three, welcome, Duke. As soon as she saw him, Bless recognized, Risol. He politely saluted, it's been a long time, please allow me to send my greetings to the first prince. The two sisters also saluted, we bow before the little son of the empire. Thank you for hosting in such a grand place. Risol also happily welcomed, it's a pleasure to meet you, young lady Bless of Rabiang, happy birthday. It's a pity that the party last time took place too late, so I couldn't greet you properly. I'm very happy to be able to meet you in the royal family like this. Bless couldn't help but reply awkwardly, is that so? The girl was uncomfortable inside, we aren't in a relationship where we have to greet each other. After greeting, he said, if everyone doesn't mind. Then can I escort the young ladies on a tour of the royal palace today? Hearing this, everyone discussed, as expected, Rabiang will become the crown princess. Risol looked towards Helios and thought, I have told my father directly before, but the escort is something that the families need to ask permission for in advance. But on the day of the party with so many people, either he is looking down on me, or perhaps the prince wanted to exert pressure, making it impossible to refuse the proposal. But Bless quickly grabbed his sleeve and replied to Risol, but, thank you for your kindness, Prince Risol. But for me, my father is a royal magic knight, so I'm fine with my steady father by my side. As she said this, she hugged Helios and smiled brightly. Then, in her heart, she thought triumphantly, the Rabiang you desire isn't a family that a prince can easily seize. He listened to his daughter's words and gave a gentle smile, making him feel humiliated. Oh, I see, I'm attending and hosting the party today on behalf of His Majesty. Directly attending the birthday party of a young lady can be considered a burden. Helios heard this and politely replied, I acknowledge and appreciate His Majesty's concern. Suddenly his face quickly turned grim, but then, not forgetting to mention, Prince Elidan hasn't been seen yet, has he? These words seemed to make Risol visibly uncomfortable. I'm standing right here, and you're concerned about Elidan? Unable to do anything, he could only bitterly reply. He probably feels guilty. Risol didn't forget to explain, this is an event organized by the royal family, so Elidan should also attend, but he can't because his body is in an unstable state. Helios didn't ask any further after hearing this, I see, tell him to recover quickly and help me. This reason seemed to catch Bless's attention, Elidan is sick. so he's not attending? Good thing I don't have to meet him. Perhaps it's because I saw him being attacked, so I'm a little worried. Risol suddenly spoke up, well then. Let's meet again later when the party officially starts. Seeing him leave made Bless happily urge, that's enough, hurry up and go, quickly. After resolving the Risol situation, she quickly turned to thank Helios, thank you, father, for helping me. He casually replied, it's only natural. Also, Helios wasn't happy with that Prince Risol. I'm not happy about escorting either, so don't worry about it. Helena, after a moment of silence, exclaimed, he really doesn't know etiquette. Bless also admitted, that's right, he doesn't. Seeing her father and sister agree with her thoughts made Bless happy. Then she whispered in Helios's ear, you know that, right? Today, you're the most elegant person at this party, like a gemstone. Both sisters smiled brightly in agreement. Receiving praise from his two daughters made him proud. It's an honor to receive praise from the main character today. Then Bless sweetly praised Helena, and you are the most beautiful person ever. She was also happy, hee, thank you, then not forgetting to praise back, Bless is the cutest. The three family members were happily harmonious when suddenly a woman approached and called out to the two sisters, Helena, Bless. As soon as they saw Lant, both sisters quickly greeted, Madam Lant, teacher. She also politely bowed to both of them. Then she started chatting with the two sisters, meeting at the royal palace is so different, as expected, the clothes suit you well. Happy 8th birthday, Bless. Your gift has been placed on your carriage. Bless heard this and gave a bright, grateful smile, thank you, teacher. She suddenly wondered, I heard the third prince isn't attending today? Lant hesitated slightly after hearing this, that matter, actually. There's a rumor spreading in the royal palace. Prince Elidan is missing. The two sisters were a little shocked by this information. Then she added about the rumor, since this is a place he couldn't possibly not attend, the public is wondering if the rumor is true. Bless couldn't understand, missing? Elidan suddenly missing? Because of this, the number of supporters for the first prince has suddenly increased. She glanced at Risol, at that moment. Elidan had wondered if the assassins were sent by his brother. Looking back at that incident, this disappearance could be related to the succession battle. Lant, after talking for a while, comforted, the Pillar of Light hasn't signaled yet, so nothing is certain. Hearing this, she felt more at ease, that's right, there's still the Pillar of Light. That hasn't happened yet, so Elidan definitely isn't dead. There's no way the male lead can die right after appearing. Pillar of Light. When there's only one royal family member left to inherit the dragon blood, a series of lights carrying the power of inheritance will appear. Different from the 4 great dukes who receive the power of the successor upon awakening. This royal family member must kill all other royal family members who also have dragon blood in order to fully inherit the power, and then the Pillar of Light will appear. All the people of the Empire will know about the birth of the Crown Prince. Bless really couldn't understand, so what is Elidan thinking? After talking for a while, she realized she had said too much and bid farewell to the two sisters. I said too many meaningless things. Today is Bless's birthday. Let's forget what I just said and enjoy it. Helena quickly replied, yes, thank you, Madam Lant. Then Lant made a suggestion, I'll introduce you to the other families, okay? Both sisters quickly agreed, yes. On the other side, Risol's voice rang out, once again, I thank everyone for attending Miss Bless's birthday party. This party is hosted by a royal magic knight who has been active for a long time, please welcome Duke Helios von Rabiang. Like other parties, Miss Bless is still young, after the gift-giving ceremony, there will be no special rituals, just enjoy the party freely. He was extremely uncomfortable in his heart, to be honest, I'm very surprised that my parents entrusted the party to me. The rumor about Elidan's disappearance is a bit unfortunate, but I will definitely be able to do it in this kid's absence. Risol clenched his fist in determination, who will be the owner of the next generation? But, he continued his speech, well then, before that. At this time, a question arose in Risol's mind, why are the officials also participating? It seemed that the gift-giving portion had arrived. This is a rare fruit that only grows in the eastern desert kingdoms, the taste is really special. Bless was smiling perfunctorily. Not understanding, so this is the matter. Then other nobles presented gifts. This is amethyst, also known as the tears of fairies, a famous processed product of glaze. I heard that Miss Rabiang likes shiny things. So I prepared this sacred coral. This symbolizes blessings. She didn't understand, when will this end? If this continues, father will. Helios on this side was extremely uncomfortable, daring to bother my daughter all day long? Bless worried, he might explode at any moment. While worrying, she looked up at the person in front of her. Seeing that it was Risol, she was a little happy, great, if it's Risol's turn, it's probably the last one. Bless was extremely uncomfortable with this, is he making this gift-giving part to highlight his gift? She wondered, after so many expensive and famous gifts, what confidence does he have? At this time, 2 gifts were brought up, making Bless confused. 2? She looked at the remaining gift with some suspicion. Could that be Eladin's, preparing a gift but not attending? Risol spoke triumphantly, although you have received many gifts, I hope my gift will particularly please you. Bless received the gift but wasn't very happy, only giving a forced smile. Thank you very much, Your Highness. She was really curious about what was inside. What is it, after all? When she took it out, it was a brooch containing 4 layers of magic. Thinking this was cool, he was extremely pleased. The lady also knows that these kinds of works of art containing magic are not easy to find. This is all my sincerity. Miss Bless. Risol kept rambling about his gift. I also put a lot of effort into finding this. As a prince, I can't not give a gift to the Duchess. Don't feel too pressured. Bless naturally felt awkward after seeing the gift. Because Biola is the only one who can provide sculptures containing permanent magic like this, perhaps these things are from Biola. If so, they don't know that she has dealings with Rabiang? The fact that I bought a dagger made of energy or has reached the ears of most high-ranking nobles already. In addition, there's also the hairpin Helena bought, which also contains 6 layers of protective magic. For the nobility, information is what creates a power struggle, but looking at their appearance, it seems they don't know anything. A popular crown prince candidate with eyes and ears always so deeply hidden, is that why they're trying to push Elidan here? The emperor doesn't see Risol as the successor. I feel sorry for your stupidity, but I have to save the atmosphere. In the end, Bless still had to smile and thank you, Prince Risol. Then she thought to herself, you're the one who should be thanking me. Receiving that thank you, Risol was a little pleased. I'm glad you acknowledged me. At this time, Lamer also came forward to give Bless a gift. I beg your permission, Miss Bless. This is the 3rd prince's gift. When the gift was opened, she was very surprised. This is. In the box was a necklace. As soon as she saw the item, Bless quickly knew its use. This is. It seems like an accessory. Then she remembered the words that Elidan had said before, for example, something that can be attached to the dagger. Also, if you look at the energy around it, it seems to be wrapped in quite strong magic. It seems that the magic is even higher than the gift that Risol prepared. Bless wondered about the purple ribbon that came with it. So this purple ribbon is, what does it mean? Why is the gift wrapped with this purple ribbon? Could it be that day, he meant that he recognized me as Bless von Rabiang, but we haven't met in any official meeting. How could? She was still thinking when suddenly a call shocked her. Miss Bless. Lamer then introduced the gift. The prince said that this is an accessory that matches the dagger, wrapped in 6 layers of magic. Hearing about 6 layers of magic shocked Bless. 6 layers? Lamer quickly asked her feelings. Is the lady satisfied? After hearing these words, she felt like she was being pushed into a chaotic situation. First, I have to end this part safely and then think about the gift later. Then she smiled awkwardly and replied, yes, please convey my thanks. While receiving gifts, suddenly a person appeared. I apologize for being late to the party hosted by His Majesty. As soon as Bless saw him, she recognized this person. The person smiled and congratulated. Happy birthday, Miss Bless, it's a pleasure to meet you. Duke Ed family. I am Heinrich von Ed. Seeing Heinrich actually dare to appear surprised Helios, daring to come, Helena, seeing his reaction so intense, was confused. Father, Heinrich. Risol standing on the side revealed displeasure. TCH, so late. Seeing his appearance, Bless said to herself, because this is a party hosted by the Emperor. Then she gave an industrial smile of welcome. Hello, Duke. Thank you for congratulating me on my birthday. She wasn't happy in her heart. I didn't expect to meet again. After the attempted poisoning, there was nothing troublesome, Bless said. Be sure to enjoy the party. Heinrich heard this and smiled back. Thank you for welcoming me. With a heart to congratulate the lady's birthday, I have prepared a special gift. That look in his eyes made her wary. That is a life that you can feel with your non-childlike body, not hiding the way you live, hating Rabiang so much. Heinrich turned and ordered his attendant, bring it here. Immediately a necklace was brought over. A necklace? He smiled and asked, will you accept it? Bless was unwilling but still maintained an amicable attitude. Of course, Bless didn't understand, still preparing gifts. What are you thinking, Heinrich? At this time, she looked to Helios. Then smiled and affirmed confidently, I'm okay, father, because Bless knew, if father stands up, our family will have problems. Anyway, I don't intend to use any tricks here, so it's okay. Looking at this, it seems normal. Suddenly the face of his father appeared on the necklace. And also, as soon as she saw the woman appear in the necklace, Bless immediately recognized, this person, I saw at the stable back then. Suddenly Heinrich spoke to present the necklace, that is magic that shows the faces of parents, for whatever reason. Made for those who don't know the faces of their parents. Helios, after hearing these words, couldn't maintain his composure and rushed over to grab Heinrich's collar. Then threatened, "You dare. Are you mocking my daughter?" Other nobles quickly stood up to stop him. "Duke, you're making it difficult, you forgot you're standing in front of the prince. He didn't even know enough to challenge. I didn't know your feelings for your daughter were so intense, changed so much." Helios, the one who abandoned his lover in the stable, he seemed to have gone mad and reminded in a low voice, "That name is still the same as before. I didn't have the confidence to become a duke from the day I left Shisa to die." These words quickly angered Heinrich. Seeing the confrontation between the two made Bless worry for Helios, father. She also paid attention to Helena, sister also. Seeing both of them worried about her like this, Bless felt a surge of emotion. "Actually, I'm used to my mother's absence, so those words don't hurt at all, on the contrary. I'm grateful that my family is angry for me. So I only have one question. Until now, I only thought it was the dark curtain of the original work in hating Rabiang, but Heinrich's actions today seem to want to insult Bless. In the first meeting, he said I was his niece. Because my mother is related to Heinrich." Bless then made a hypothesis. Could it be that Heinrich hates my mother? Then she concluded, so he also hates the daughter of that woman. Bless hurried to stop Helios. "Father, I'm okay." Seeing her like this made him puzzled. Bless not only didn't show any displeasure, but was very grateful. "Duke Ed, thank you for showing me the image of my mother." These words really deviated from Heinrich's plan. What reason is that? What? Bless also understood what he wanted to create. Heinrich had ruined this party, probably wanted to make my birthday terrible, but I won't fall into such a mediocre provocative trap. She smiled brightly, revealing gratitude. "Although I only knew my mother's face today, until now I never thought I was lonely. Both my father and sister, those in Rabiang, have always raised me with love, so I can say that." Bless was really grateful. "Thank you for letting me meet my mother." "Thank you, sir." Then she said, "I will forgive the duke's impoliteness." Heinrich couldn't help but feel ridiculous after hearing this. "Forgive." Risol on the side also hurriedly reminded, "Duke Ed, please stop, this time it's really impolite." Seeing him stand up to mediate made Bless feel something was wrong. Risol standing up to mediate, there's something not quite right. Then Risol even turned to Helios and advised, "I would be very grateful if Duke Rabiang would spare this time for the sake of the royal family." Then reminded both of them, "This is a party at the royal palace, I hope it will be resolved smoothly." She didn't want to understand deeply, so she had to accept. That's right, he doesn't want a war between families at the party he organized himself. Suddenly Helena worriedly came over and called, "Bless." She heard this and only looked up and replied, "Sister." Suddenly she hugged her tightly, making Bless awkward. "Why are you crying before me? Helena is really..." Helios also worriedly asked, "Bless, are you okay?" She strongly replied, "Of course I am. Father was angry for me already." Then she was extremely happy to have her father and sister protecting her. "It's because both of you were worried. Am I still okay? Anyway, after this, everyone will leave me alone." At this time an announcement rang out again. Duke Adolphe von Gold and Prince Fabian of the Duke Gold family are entering. Seeing that two more Duke family fathers and sons were coming made Bless worry to the point of turning gray. What is it this time? The Duke of Gold family, Adolphe von Gold. Born without perfect ability. Instead of being a noble, he became someone close to the business world. This is hardly mentioned in the original. Fabian got sick when he started getting involved with Bella. Because of greed, he had to die young. After knowing this, Fabian officially cooperated with Bella. Bless stood blankly observing the two Gold fathers and sons. "Anyway, until now I haven't seen Duke Gold, so I thought he wasn't participating. He's probably late." Thinking of this, her face showed little joy. Because anyway, he's also the second male lead. Fabian of the Gold family. Risol stepped forward to greet the Gold fathers and sons but didn't forget to criticize. "This is a bit, Duke Gold, when did the party start, that you're only arriving now?" Adolphe heard this and wasn't repentant at all, but greeted, "Long time no see, great prince." Then gave an extremely unreasonable excuse, "Because I prepared this, I was late, as you know, my hands are big." He wasn't happy but still gave a warm smile. "This isn't a party that someone with a status like Duke Gold has to prepare so much for, you're always so thoughtful." Seeing Risol's attitude change 180 degrees made Bless surprised. "He was just congratulating me on my birthday, what image is he following?" Then other nobles also let out harsh words to Adolphe. "Does Duke Gold know what politeness is? What is the current position? Everything is becoming more arrogant. Prince Risol is trying to adapt to Duke Gold, both are dukes, why is the attitude different?" It seems the rumor that Duke Rabiang from school had feelings of inferiority is true. Then does he believe his son can do it, putting children first? What's so shameful about it? Hearing these gossiping words, she could conclude, "I roughly know what the reputation is like." Adolphe received praise from him and exclaimed, "The only one who understands my heart is the great prince." Suddenly Helios stood up and called out the names of his two children, Helena, Bless. He quickly warned, "As you see, Duke Gold is a greedy person. Because his pride in the family is very high, he's always arrogant and sees people as money." Helios instructed, "If his son is also like that, then don't get close." Then he ordered Harold, "Harold, take the children and avoid getting close to them." He quickly followed, "Yes." Bless followed Harold but still paid attention to Adolphe's side. First time seeing father say that, is the relationship not very good? Finally Adolphe entered the party, and was quickly surprised, "Who is this?" Then also mocked Helios, rejecting my invitation several times. "Isn't this the arrogant Duke Rabiang?" He heard this and only knew to helplessly call, "Adolphe." Seeing Adolphe's rude and shameless greetings, surprised Bless, even if he's greedy, he's still the parent of the male lead Fabian, he doesn't know what shame is. But looking at father's reaction, he's really not a good name, it's really the opposite of Fabian. Fabian is said to be the embodiment of the soul. Fabian was very bored with the adults' conversation, so he whined, "Father, I'm bored." Upon seeing the young boy's beauty, she seemed to be captivated. Then she whispered to Helena, praising him, "Sister, he's so cute, isn't he? Like a walking gem." Hearing Bless evaluate Fabian so highly surprised her. "A walking gem? You really think highly of him?" It must be because Bless likes gemstones. The little girl quickly denied it. I don't like gemstones at all." Adolphe, who was still chatting animatedly with Helios, said, "You wouldn't let me meet your precious daughters. I was so sad, you know, Duke Rabiang." "Even so, I personally attended this party. Even if you hate me, everyone loves my son." Adolphe continuously praised Fabian to the skies. "The ladies all want to get close to my son." This really made Helios visibly uncomfortable. Not wanting to bore the young boy any longer, Adolphe set him down and requested, "Fabian, go talk to the two young ladies over there." Helios rejected this. "No, my daughters are resting." Adolphe ignored his obstruction and loudly said, "My son personally attended this congratulatory party. How can you disregard that sincerity?" Finally, Bless understood the reason why Helios hated golf so much. "I understand why father dislikes him now. Noisy and arrogant." Lance stood by, wanting to stop Adolphe. "Duke, wait." When Fabian was set down, he immediately looked towards Bless. Then, he gave a bright, angelic smile. Making the other nobles their swoon, he smiled. "Really? It seems calling him the embodiment of the spirit is right. How can he be so beautiful?" Seeing that gaze, the little girl doubted, "Is he smiling at me?" Helios ignored Adolphe and went to ask his two daughters, "Aren't you tired, Bless, Helena?" Bless's schedule today seemed to be packed. "I came here to express my gratitude to those who attended, cut the cake, and open strange gifts with unwelcome guests. Today has indeed been tiring, but it's not over yet." He then looked in another direction. "I was planning to tell you to go home and rest, but today, children of the same age came to celebrate Bless's birthday. Lady Lant thinks it would be good to seat the children together." Bless was surprised to hear this. "Classmates? Could this be preparation for a better social future? If so, even one more person supporting Rabiang would be good." The little girl, knowing that her father was worried, affirmed, "I like it. I'm fine, so don't worry, father." Helena added, "I'm fine too, father. Don't worry." Hearing this reassured Helios, "All right. If anything happens, call me anytime. Don't wander off anywhere." The two sisters held hands and obeyed, "Yes." As soon as Bless went to play with the children, they kept staring at her. "It seems like they're quite curious." The little girl politely greeted them, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Bless of the Rabiang house." Helena also bowed, "And I'm Bless's older sister, the first daughter of Rabiang, Helena." As soon as she finished speaking, Bless gave a bright and friendly smile, welcoming them, "Thank you for attending my birthday party." This smile really surprised the children. The kids also immediately introduced themselves to the two sisters. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young ladies. I'm young lady, and I'm." Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, "Since this is a special invitation from the emperor, being in the same space as people not of the same class feels really." These words made Bless helplessly ask for confirmation. "Are you looking at me when you say that?" The little girl annoyedly muttered, "What are these brats saying?" The two girls sneered, "Oh my, it seems like she heard everything. But, what they said wasn't wrong, was it?" That girl pointed directly at Bless and criticized, "Anyway, because of you, I heard that Duke Gold prepared a lot of gifts, but you didn't thank the young master. That's so rude. Isn't that right, young master?" Bless quickly recognized Fabian. Helena quickly asked, "Today is my sister's birthday party. What do you mean by rude?" The girl then spoke as if she had a point. "Young lady, are you angry on behalf of your younger sister?" Looking at a young lady who doesn't have the ability to act indifferently like that. It seems that the Rabiang inheritance will go to another family. Helena could only remain silent after hearing this, unable to refute. The little girl was currently very annoyed, wanting to see what else that girl could say. Let me sit still and see what you people can say. You're going a bit too far. That appearance, you must be the young lady of the Marquis Balburn house. The Balburn house has also been said to have had contact with the Gold house for a long time. So why do you trust Fabian so much that you're acting like this? Even if Fabian is young and can't express his opinion, where do you get the qualification to represent Fabian? Bless clenched her fist in annoyance, thinking well of Fabian. But the young boy spoke up, admitting to it, yes, it's her. Fabian pointed directly at the little girl and asked bluntly, isn't that right? You're a bastard child. The young boy recalled the words that Elaine had said before. At that time, Elaine spoke to me as if I were someone special. I was curious about what kind of person he was. But it turned out that he looked more ordinary than I thought, so I was a bit disappointed. Anyway, he changed Rabiang. In the end, I want to see what's different about her. If she's insulted in front of so many people like that, how will she react? I was wondering if she would cry and be ashamed like other people. But it seemed that Bless's expression wasn't as Fabian expected. What is that expression? Why is she looking at me with that expression? Looking at the little girl's disappointed face. Fabian couldn't understand. I didn't say anything wrong, so why is she looking at me, young Master Gold, like that? That girl quickly advised Fabian, don't bother, it seems like she doesn't even know what etiquette is to you, young master. Another girl also agreed, that's right. Unlike the young master who is blessed by the spirits, she can't even use her family's powers. The young boy became more and more unable to understand as he listened. She can't even use her power? But how can she act so confidently? If she's a bastard child without power, then isn't she useless? That girl still arrogantly mocked and humiliated Bless, a bastard child who doesn't have any powers. If I were you, I would be too ashamed to attend the party hosted by His Majesty. You're really something. Fabian felt that this was very true after hearing it. If you're useless, you can't receive love. My father is always like that. That's why I receive everyone's affection. But it seems like she's a little different. The young boy couldn't understand. She's useless, but she still receives the affection of her family and the royal family hosts a birthday party for her. How does she still receive affection? Elaine told me to observe and judge, so I came, but on the contrary, after seeing it with my own eyes, I understand even less. So I'm curious about what's special about her. That girl was still loudly criticizing. Anyway, Rabiang's miracle reputation seems to have come to an end. Suddenly, Fabian stood out to stop her. Young Lady Belbun, stop now. But unexpectedly, Bless interrupted, that's enough. I won't tolerate another word of insult towards Rabiang. Helena stood by, worried, Bless. Then, the little girl began to criticize that girl. I don't know what you believe in that makes you insult Rabiang so casually. If you believe in the Gold House, where you have a long-term connection, the girl was at a loss for words after being said that. She could only smile awkwardly and stutter, you, young lady. Then Bless looked at Fabian again, then the responsibility for that. You can just ask the Duke. The young boy still couldn't understand after being told this much. Why do I have to? Didn't we say anything wrong? What does this sentence mean? Bless criticized with a dark face, young master, and the young lady said those things, which is an insult that exceeds the limit not only for me personally but also for Rabiang. The little girl was really annoyed that Fabian was so clueless. What kind of environment did this kid grow up in? Bless quickly made a request, so, you have to apologize. The young boy still tried to argue, what's wrong with telling the truth? The little girl tried to explain. Even so, impolite words are still wrong. Fabian didn't know how wrong he was and put on a look as if he was right. Until now, no one has said that to me, so isn't it you who misunderstood? Seeing this face, Bless was really speechless. The little girl helplessly rubbed her forehead. I thought it was because Fabian was young that he was influenced by that group of young ladies, but that's not it. It turns out that he himself doesn't realize that his actions are wrong. Because everyone around him says he's right, he doesn't realize his impoliteness. If so, I'll take this opportunity to tell him exactly. So he doesn't act rudely towards me or other people. Thinking of this, Bless pointed directly at Fabian and said his mistake, young master, just because no one has said anything all this time doesn't mean that young master's actions are right. The little girl explained clearly, they're ignoring your mistakes because they want to get something from you, young master of the Gold House. But I won't ignore your rudeness. Which is why I have no intention of getting close to you, young master. Fabian was really shocked after hearing this. What? You don't want to be close to me? The little girl turned away, admitting it, yes, I don't want to play with impolite people. No one really thinks that they want to be by someone like that. If you want to be respected, then you have to respect other people from the beginning. After saying that, Bless was curious about the young boy's attitude. Will these words get through to Fabian? He only wants to hear good things. Seeing Fabian burst into tears like that surprised the little girl. He's crying? Were these words too harsh for someone like Fabian who hasn't heard them before? The little girl was a little helpless. Look at his expression. It's probably okay. It's just because he's still a child, so he's a little weak. Bless really couldn't have imagined that until now. No one has ever said such words to Fabian. Let's stop here. Then, the little girl began to search. I wish there were better adults around. At this moment, Bless spoke up again. Fabian von Gold. No one wants to be close to impolite people. So young master has realized his mistake. Helena burst out laughing after hearing this lesson. Haha, Bless. The little girl said frankly, if you sincerely apologize, I will gladly accept it. So, think carefully about what you did wrong. Bless's words were very proper and serious, causing the young boy's eyes to light up with admiration. Fabian's commotion angered Duke Gold and took Fabian out. Heinrich, who was on the side, smirked smugly when he saw the two ducal families at odds. The matter ended inconclusively, and the main event, the gift exchange, was also over. So the party gradually ended naturally in a chaotic atmosphere. The other children were currently very bored. We have to be here until this hour. I'm tired. Someone else advised, the royal party is almost over. Please endure a little longer. Bless was also looking forward to that. I also hope it ends soon. What kind of party is so tiring? I also feel relieved that the royal party ended like that. At this moment, a red-haired girl in the crowd sighed. This is a gathering of the generations of the family. Isn't it too noisy? In such an unexpected place, that little girl continued to say, even so, As soon as Bless saw that little girl, she was startled to recognize her, but Helena stood by and was confused when she saw the little girl standing still. Bless. The red-haired girl spoke up, I feel really good when I see her confident appearance. Currently, Bless had to face the female lead in the original work. After Bella said, I feel so good when I see her confident appearance, making the other children clamor, are you telling the truth, young lady Bella? Bella stammered when asked, oh, of course, it's just my personal thought. Bless seemed to have realized, Bella, if it's Bella, then could it be? Helena worried from behind, Bless. The little girl knew that Bella was the female lead of the original work Bella von Robbie. I know that this party is a gathering of all the relationships related to Rabiang. If so, then that child is probably the original female lead Bella. If it's really Bella, then this meeting could be an opportunity. That child seems to want to get close to me. If that child is really the female lead in the original work, then building a relationship now will definitely be helpful. The little girl decided, let's try to start a conversation first. Bless spoke gratefully because Bella had said what she thought. I was wondering if I was overdoing it, but thank you for thinking of me so well. Bella was a little stunned when she was suddenly noticed. Oh. Then, the little girl quickly wanted to get close. Can I ask for your name, young lady? Seeing that there was no one else beside Bella made Bless confused. Where have the other young ladies run off to in the meantime? There's probably no misunderstanding. But the only important thing to me is her, so I don't care about that. At this moment, Bella introduced herself. I am, Bella. Bella von Robbie. As soon as Bless heard Bella's full name, she couldn't help but believe that this wasn't the female lead, Bella von Robbie. The full name is exactly the same. I didn't expect that I would meet the female lead at my own birthday party. The little girl made a decision. I will take advantage of this opportunity well. Thinking that, Bless approached and shook hands with Bella in a friendly manner. It's a pleasure, Bella. As you know, I am Bless von Rabiang. It seems like we're the same age, so let's just talk comfortably. Suddenly receiving the ultimate treatment made Bella stammer. Well, okay then, what should I do? The little girl affirmed, of course. Hearing this, Bella quickly opened her heart. Then, please help me in the future, Bless. Bless pointed to the food and asked for her opinion. Bella, my sister, and I are planning to go over there. Will you come with us? Bella quickly agreed. Okay. Recalling the original work, Bless had some thoughts. Actually, I don't have any deep thoughts about what Bella did in the first place. For me, protecting my family is the most important thing. But when faced with this kind of object, I don't feel very comfortable in my heart. I think it's because when I extended my hand to Bella, it wasn't really because of my needs. No matter the reason, it's true that I sincerely opened my heart to Bella in a good way. The two were eating cake together, but the little girl couldn't concentrate, and Bella wondered, what are you thinking about? Bless quickly denied, it's nothing. Did Bella come with anyone? Bella quickly replied, with my father. Everyone was surprised when they received an invitation from the royal family. They said that everyone from Rabiang, including the branch families, was invited to the party, but I didn't know that there were even distant branches like my family. Bless was really surprised after hearing it, so that's how it is. She had some thoughts. Everyone from Rabiang was invited? The little girl noticed. No wonder I only see familiar faces. That's why I met Bella, whom I didn't think I would meet here, because it's a birthday party with the family. At this moment, Bella suddenly revealed her feelings. But you know, Bless, I'm not a sociable person, so I was very worried today. So I'm very happy that you talked to me like this. So, if we meet again in the future, can I treat you like a friend? Bless was really surprised after hearing it. Then she felt guilty. Bella is indeed the female lead. She is such a kind and emotional person. I feel guilty, so it's hard to look directly at her. Even so, the little girl still accepted. Of course, if it's next time, maybe it will be when we make our debut. At this moment, Bless remembered, oh, if it's the time of our debut then. It's when the original work begins. In other words, that's when possession starts to arise. Maybe it really is this meeting with Bella. It might be the last time we meet. The two were having fun when Bella's father called. Maybe I have to go home with my father now. At this moment, a feeling of unhappiness arose in the little girl's heart. I suddenly feel so sad. With a very sad expression. But she still showed a happy attitude and invited, Bella, if we meet again next time, please come to my house. But only on the condition, if you still remember me when we meet again. Receiving that word of invite made Bella smile brightly. Bless hopes, at that time, please come as a friend. At this moment, the carriages of each family had left. Adolphe walked out of the royal palace and scolded Fabian extremely annoyedly, you useless thing, how could you let that bastard child refute you? Helios will look down on me even more later. I don't want to see your face, so take another carriage. Elaine came from somewhere to ask, young master, I heard that you met the second child of Rabiang at the party. How did you feel when you met a person that you were curious about? The young boy quickly gave the answer, it's strange. Seeing Elaine's expression of being unable to hold back her laughter made Fabian annoyed and gave her a sidelong glance. Elaine quickly restrained herself, I'm sorry. Then she asked the reason, why do you think it's strange? Did that child do anything impolite to you, young master? Fabian denied it, remembering Bless, no, I was the one who acted impolitely. I was curious about how he would react, so I said something rude. I really thought he would pay attention to me. Whether it was with sadness or crying. On the contrary, he said that my actions were wrong. It's the first time I've met someone like that, so I feel really strange. And also this, he said he doesn't care about my abilities. These words really made Elaine even more curious, so young master feels sad? The young boy denied that, no, absolutely not. On the contrary, I want to be closer. Everyone wants something from me, so they treat me well, but he doesn't. So I want to be closer. What if he hates me? Fabian suddenly teared up, you said earlier that if I apologize, you would accept my forgiveness, what if he changed his mind? Elaine could only helplessly call out at this face of the young boy. Oh my god. But she still patiently said, young master. It will be different next time. Fabian seemed to still not believe it, how does Elaine know? Elaine hugged the young boy and asked about the matter, young master has already reflected on his mistakes, right? Fabian affirmed, yes. Then Elaine began to explain, people who honestly admit their mistakes, no one will hate someone like that. The young boy stopped crying with bright eyes after hearing this, really? Elaine confirmed that, yes, so the young lady will accept young master's apology. Fabian still wanted to ask again, will it really be like that? Elaine was extremely sure, of course, Elaine isn't lying to young master. Finally, the young boy was willing to believe, because it's Elaine's words, so I'll try to believe it. Fabian sat on the carriage and decided, then, next time I see him, I will apologize for the bad words before. And if he accepts, I will suggest being friends with him. On this side, Helena seemed very tired after the party. But suddenly she was called back by Bless, sister. The little girl delicately gave her water, you must be tired, and the party is almost over. Drink this and try a little harder. Helena was very touched when she saw this, Bless, she blamed herself, those were the words that I should have said. She took the glass of water and didn't forget to thank her sister. Helena sometimes feels that Bless is more like a sister than she is. She had to calmly deal with the Dukes today alone. And even the mistakes of the children, she couldn't stand up even once. I'm the sister, I want to protect you. But unexpectedly, that glass of water was wine, causing Helena to be so drunk that she was not sober. I'm okay, father. I can walk. Helios held her in his arms and helplessly ordered Harold. Harold, prepare the carriage. Then he didn't forget to ask Lant for help, please take care of Bless until I come back. She quickly agreed, yes, please go, Duke. Bless was very regretful and apologized from behind. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was champagne. Lant comforted the little girl, let's eat the last dessert before the Duke comes back, wait here. Bless felt guilty and replied, yes. Suddenly, a loud argument rang out in the hall, hey, what did you just say? You have to apologize since you're a servant, how dare you, making Bless pay attention to it, what's that sound? The little girl intended to eavesdrop, I have to go and see. But she bumped into someone in front of her. And fell hard on the ground, ouch. At this moment, that person reached out to help the little girl up, I'm sorry, are you okay, young lady? Bless looked up and said, yes, I'm okay. But suddenly the little girl was startled, this is. Could it be? The power of Ed. Looking into that guy's eyes made the little girl confused and muttered, why can I see the power of Ed? But in the end, she remembered Helios's order, father said not to casually say what I see, and I don't know how to do it. But if I can feel the power of Ed, it means I'm being poisoned by them. And if I just let it go, it's really uncomfortable. Becoming a target of Ed, something must have been born with resentment. The little girl kindly reminded, if you feel unwell recently, you should go see a doctor, I guess it's okay to just say this much, right? Then she quickly left, I have to go now. Bless thought as she walked, it turns out that everyone was invited to my birthday party. I really don't know what the emperor is thinking. I don't understand why the priests of Rabiang are also so chaotic. Lady Lant is waiting, let me check quickly and go back. As soon as she arrived, Bless quickly asked, what's all the commotion about? As soon as those people saw the little girl, young Lady Bless, they immediately pointed and blamed, well, this servant, Bless was confused, servant. That person pointed out the servant's mistake, he bumped into me but didn't apologize, but as soon as she saw that servant, it was Elidan, making Bless startled, Elidan gave a bright smile as if he was very happy to see her again. This made Bless startled. I didn't expect that the missing Elidan would appear here. Bless turned away, not wanting to look, because I thought I wouldn't be attending today, I was careless. I didn't expect to meet like this. The little girl looked at the young boy's clothes and was confused, why is Elidan always dressed like that in the end? Even if he wasn't dressed like that, it wouldn't be to the point of not recognizing him. But why can't he be recognized? Understanding what Bless wanted to ask, Elidan pointed to the 2 buttons on his shirt, could it be because of that? The little girl quickly understood, the art of disguise. Then she made a calculation, he's trying to move and pretend to disappear? The man in front of Bless quickly bowed his head and apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't see clearly in front of me, making the 2 kids panic, what? Elidan repeated, didn't you want me to apologize? The kid was taken back, well, that is so, but why suddenly? Another young boy quickly pulled him away, hey, that's enough, he seems strange, so let's go, we'll take our leave first. After seeing those 2 kids leave, the little girl began to realize, wait, if they leave first then. Just as she was about to run away, he gave a bright and grateful smile, thank you for helping a servant like me, young Lady Rabiang. Bless could only helplessly say after hearing this. Really, so unlucky. Then he also humbly wanted to leave, it's nothing, this is my birthday party, so I'm just doing what I need to do. Someone is waiting, so I'll go first. But Elidan didn't let the little girl go so easily, but, young Lady of Rabiang. Are you using honorifics with a servant again? Bless knew that she had been caught, and she was annoyed, really, so unlucky. Bless still tried to defend herself, at Rabiang, we're taught to always use honorifics, so that's why. He helplessly sighed, why is your explanation so convoluted? The little girl was shocked when she was said straight to the point, what? Elidan leaned closer and reminded, it's too late to pretend you don't know now, isn't it? I showed you earlier, and you recognized that I was in disguise, didn't you? You also saw my true self. Bless could only manage a strained smile at that. She was a little incredulous. He knows who I am? The little girl started thinking, he said that he noticed that I recognized him thanks to that? But she quickly denied it, no, if it's the Elidan I know, then the chance of being suspected from the start is very high. Even if I don't know what the reason is, it's like seeing an image of myself, I can see my true image, the truth about the fact that I know my identity. If so, then he came to check that? Why does he have to do that? What is he thinking? In the end, Bless gave up, whatever, it doesn't matter anyway. Then he came closer to ask, by the way, how was my gift? Because the last time I gave you something too cheap, I sent another one of the same color. Are you satisfied? Bless thought after hearing that, it seems like he knows everything, so I won't talk about that anymore. Then she also went along with it, yes, I received it. Elidan was a little confused seeing the little girl talking cautiously like this, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Last time we met, you were very arrogant. Bless quickly denied, haha, when was I ever like that? The little girl was dejected inside. I thought you didn't know I was Bless von Rabiang. He frankly said about the gift, it's okay to be honest, if you're not happy, I'll prepare something else. These words made Bless wonder, why is Eli Dan being so friendly when he knows that I was Rabiang at that time? Isn't the royal family not on good terms with Rabiang? He disguised himself from the start and disappeared. You could say that this is the third prince. Or does he want something from Rabiang? Bless kept thinking, I don't know how to answer because I don't know Eladin's intentions, without hearing the constant calls, Bless. She looked back curiously when she was called, Father. Eli Dan smiled knowingly at this moment, it seems like you have a lot of questions. You can share that when we meet again soon. Bless wondered at this statement, what did you say? But unexpectedly, Eli Dan disappeared somehow. Making Bless surprised, Eli Dan, did he disappear like that time again? At this moment, Helios also ran over and called out loudly, Bless, where are you going alone? As soon as Lance saw the little girl, she cried her eyes out with relief, Bless, I was really panicked. Bless felt a little guilty seeing her like that, Lady Lant, I'm sorry. He hugged the little girl and instructed, it might be dangerous, so don't go alone next time. Bless obediently replied, yes. Then Helios also took the little girl away, it's late, so let's go say hello and go home. Even though Eli Dan had disappeared, Bless was still concerned, Eli Dan, you clearly said that we would meet again soon, it's as if we'll meet again soon. What does it mean in the end? Finally, the suspicious meeting with Eli Dan also ended my birthday. After the birthday took place, Bless was eating cake. And she was really enjoying it, this is healing. After the arduous birthday party ended, Duke Rabiang also returned to a peaceful everyday life. There were many unexpected things that happened at the party, but I also gained a lot of things, which is, at this moment, Lady Ith brought some invitation letters for Bless. Young lady, in front of you are the letters that arrived today. The little girl only gave a bright smile when she saw this. Because the truth is that my position has reached a positive place in the social world. After the party, many families started sending letters to me. That is no longer related to the fact that I am a bastard child. And it means that I have been recognized as the second young lady of the Duke Rabiang house. This also means that the scope of my activities has been expanded. Bless was reading the letters and had a question, so she asked Lady Ith, but these invitations, will I be able to attend? What if my father doesn't allow it? She quickly replied, the letters that I gave to you, young lady, have all been selected by the master. So what you see will all be allowed. The little girl was really surprised after knowing this, there's so much, really? Bless read each letter while enjoying it a little, I didn't expect so many people to contact me. To be honest, they just want to build a close relationship through me, but that's okay too. While she was reading, she heard Helios call, Bless. As soon as she saw him appear, the little girl called out loudly, Father. Then she happily asked, you're done with your work already? Helios quickly sat down and explained, I had an appointment with you, so I rushed over. Knowing that he came for her made Bless touched, really? Lady, my father has arrived, please take that out for me. Lady smiled bitterly after hearing this, but still did as she was told, yes. At this moment, a dessert was brought up. Recently, besides invitation cards, a lot of gifts have been sent. Among them is my favorite dessert. I don't want to receive expensive gifts, but this is too delicious, so is it okay if I keep receiving it? The little girl ate and enjoyed it while sighing, it's really as delicious as royal food. Both Lady and her father didn't say anything about this, the source seems reliable. Because it doesn't say who sent it, I can't say thank you, there's no sign of the family. Seeing Bless keep eating a dessert made Helios worried, is it that dessert again? Lady Ith confirmed, yes. This made his head throb. The emperor's voice rang out in the royal palace, you don't usually come even when I call you, but you're here yourself today. What's wrong? Helios von Rabiang. Helios politely bowed to the emperor. Then he began to explain the reason, the emperor sent this gift to my daughter privately, so I came to see it as a parent. He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, I won't beat around the bush, what do you want, your majesty? The emperor only looked down in silence after hearing this. Then he rubbed his forehead and explained, if it's a gift, I send it to all the children who attended the birthday party, but seeing your sensitive reaction, I must have guessed correctly. The truth is that your child is the child of the prophecy, a transcendent. Helios was worried because the emperor knew this fact. Then the emperor also said frankly, of course I predicted that I would find the enemy in the temple and the royal family. No one expected that the enemy from the evil side would come from Rabiang. Then the emperor apologized, so, I'm really sorry that I used your daughter's birthday as an excuse. But I did that to gather Rabiang and find that child of the prophecy. So the person who disguised himself as the priest that day was the emperor. He heard Bless's whispering voice, why can I see the power of Ed? So he quickly determined, that daughter of yours, can see energy. He affirmed one thing, only a transcendent can have the ability to see energy. What does this mean, Helios? After listening, Helios could only feel helpless. I tried not to get into the Emperor's eyes, but how did you find a way to contact Bless? He still wanted to ask again. Your Majesty said that my daughter is the child of the prophecy. The Emperor confirmed, that's right, so as a precaution, the royal family wants to directly raise her. It would be great if we could cooperate. Helios didn't seem to agree with this. It's right to reciprocate and eliminate the demons that have descended with your Majesty, but Bless still won't understand the responsibility that she has been given. He clenched his fist, trying to prove one thing: those eyes that can see energy still don't have the ability to purify themselves, so if you allow me, under Rabiang's protection, I will take responsibility for raising Bless to be worthy of the position of a transcendent. If you allow me, then this Duke Rabiang swears to be with the royal family forever. The Emperor had to rethink after listening. This is originally something that cannot be accepted, but remember that you gave that up. Finally, he made a decision. Helios von Rabiang, from now on I will watch your steps. Helios reluctantly accepted, yes. Finally, the Emperor let him go. Alright, then, you can go. Back to the present. When Helios read the letter from the Emperor with the content, think of it as an investment for the future, he was confused. I thought I would be let go. I don't know what he's thinking. I'm worried about getting involved with troublesome people, even for a minute. While he was thinking, he stroked Bless's head, making the little girl surprised. Ah, father, what are you doing? At this moment, Bless noticed Helios's face. Thinking about it, father has looked more tired lately, what's wrong? Then she innocently asked, Father, do you want to eat too? Helios and Ladyth were startled by this question. Then he affirmed, I'm okay. That night, the little girl observed that there was no one around, so she got out of bed. There's probably no one outside, right? Cloud then brought a letter. Bless, here, what Bless needs. Bless received it and thanked her. Ah, Cloud. Receiving the letter, the little girl thought, after the party, the plan to protect Rabiang also has progress. That is. As soon as the piece of paper under her feet was torn, a magic circle immediately appeared, transporting to another place. At that moment a sound rang out. Oh, you've arrived, you've arrived. A man came to greet her. Please come in, I've been waiting for you. Captain Bless. And the truth is that I have become a partner with the information team. The cooperation with the Information Guild began not long after the party ended. At that time, the guild saw Bless being greeted, appearing to be a noble young lady, and realized this wasn't a place for finding lost pets or missing dolls. Although the guild initially looked down on me, the girl didn't mind and made a proposal. If I cooperated with her, she would save my younger brother. Immediately, the guild leader's brother appeared, surprised. How did she know about it? Bless didn't say much. It wasn't important to him. In the original story, the guild had to save their youngest sibling, Guild 1, because he was deceived by Heinrich's lies. Bless took out a white vial, stating, this is the only medicine that can cure that disease. At that moment, I was sure that if I offered a treatment, they would side with me. Since the guild's youngest sibling had a blood disease related to elves, which I knew from the original story, I proposed a trade with them using the medicine I obtained through Beulah. Bless broke the bracelet on her wrist and made the offer. Becoming my partner is the only proposal. Compared to Ed, wasn't Rabiang of Miracles more trustworthy? The guild was genuinely taken aback. Due to the close connection, if I provided the treatment, I did it because I believed they would team up with me, but as soon as the guild appeared, they kept calling, Captain Bless. Then, they cheerfully worried that she would be tired. Isn't coming today too tiring? I have another schedule in a bit. So I have to leave as soon as you arrive. What a pity. Bless was a little incredulous, not expecting to be called captain and treated so enthusiastically. She turned around and denied it. It's not tiring at all. Besides, I told you not to call me captain anymore. I can come anytime, so don't cancel your schedule. Knowing this, Guild felt a little reluctant, making Bless helpless. Isn't he being too blindly devoted? Anyway, the security for Rabiang has been increased, so let's just endure it for a bit. Bless then brought up, last time, I asked you to look into the circumstances of another ducal family. How did it go? Guild immediately replied, first of all, it's very difficult to get information on Acidal, so I don't have much information to provide. Ed hasn't made any significant moves since the captain's birthday party. As for gold, it would be better to see it directly. That night, Guild led Bless to a certain place. As they walked, she wondered, this is a slum, isn't it? Guild confirmed, yes, especially in the slum, there are many children here. Until we built an orphanage as part of Gold's recent charity project and brought the children here. Bless was a bit surprised, that young Master Gold is doing charity? Duke Gold, I didn't see him as such a person. Isn't he plotting something? Bless then expressed her discomfort. It would be fortunate if Duke Gold is genuinely helping children, but it's also unsettling. Guild understood, after all. His behavior hasn't been very good lately. And the truth is, I have been taking the children for charity work, but rumors say that taking children away is a bit bad. Bless was confused. What's that about? Guild explained, there are slave traders lurking near the slums. People say that you can pay them to order them around, do anything, and take the children away. That's why the atmosphere here has been very harsh lately. After hearing this, Bless quickly made a decision. No, I'll still take another look around. Guild worriedly stopped her. No, you can't. It's very dangerous here. But she didn't listen and told Guild, Grace said you have a schedule later, hurry up and go. Guild was still uneasy, but Bless smiled confidently, I'm really okay. She clenched her fist firmly. Do you think I came here without a solution? Don't worry, and thought to herself, it would be inconvenient if someone was here when I investigate with the cloud. So leave. Then Bless gave him a task, find out more about Duke Gold's charity project. Guild quickly responded, yes, I'll prepare it for our next meeting, Captain. Bless was uncomfortable with that title. I told you not to call me that anymore. At this time, there were many poor and hungry people in the slum. As the cloud flew high above, sensing everything, Bless on the other side asked, is it the same as this side? She was impressed, is that so? Thank you for checking for me. The cloud was genuinely happy to be recognized, really? Thank you very much. While hugging the cloud, Bless thought, I was worried that Grace would be by my side until the end. It's fortunate that he left more easily than I thought. After all, anyone else would be the same. It seems he was indeed forced to go somewhere. So he hurriedly left. Charity work, this is work officially conducted by a duke, though not illegal. Considering his image at the party and his reputation, Duke Gold probably isn't the type to help others. I'm also concerned about taking the children away so violently. Is he planning something indirectly? While suspecting this, a group of people suddenly appeared and ordered, catch him. Bless was startled by the shout, what's that? Suddenly, a hand reached out and covered Bless's mouth. Then, she was hidden to the side, confusing her, what's going on? She looked up at the person behind her. And suspected, this child, could it be? The boy was very worried and gestured for Bless to be quiet, I'm sorry, please be quiet for a moment, until those people leave. The group continued searching, he's injured, so he can't have gone far. Search everywhere. Don't forget, that kid's ability is the most valuable compared to the others. The group quickly complied, yes. They were visibly annoyed, where could that rat have run off to? Bless peeked out to observe and was surprised, they can't see us now? Even the cloud was having trouble finding her, where's Bless? Bless is here, but why can't I see her? She's in the shadows. Bless called to the cloud, stand back here. The group continued searching, don't just stand there, search properly. There's a trail of blood here, he can't have gone far, so search carefully. The boy, hearing this, anxiously clutched his chest, no. Bless was gradually sensing that the ability was being nullified. She looked at the boy in front of her and made a decision, first, I have to save him right now. Then, Bless placed her hand on the boy's shoulder and comforted him, it's okay. Now you can rest easy. Suddenly receiving help in this situation moved the boy. Bless quickly reached out and called, Cloud. Then she requested, hide the bloodstains and us. The cloud happily complied, I understand. Bless asked, and Cloud heard clearly. The cloud quickly erased the bloodstains on the ground. Confusing the group, where did the blood go? What trick did the kid use? Go to the opposite direction quickly. Yes. How strange, was there a wall here before? Seeing them leave, she was secretly happy, thank goodness, they didn't find us. While she was pleased, the boy behind her spoke up, why? Why did you help me? Bless quickly explained, because I didn't want to be caught either, then made a request, can you lower your head a little? He quickly lowered his head and immediately understood, it's clearer now. This child is a slave boy, capable of manipulating shadows, which the Emperor wants, the third male lead in the original story. The collar on Arius's neck quickly cracked and shattered, surprising the boy. And upon seeing Arius's face, Bless could immediately confirm, it really is Arius von Giselle. Bless was a bit surprised to meet the third male lead so easily. Recently, I've been frequently meeting the main characters from the original story. I feel like the tension has disappeared compared to the first time. After all, I can't leave the boy being chased by slave traders here. Thinking this, Bless spoke up, I know you have many questions to ask. But first, let's go to my house and talk. She gave Arius a friendly smile, inviting him. Upon arriving at the Rabiang mansion, the boy was astonished, here? Bless happily welcomed him, welcome to the Rabiang mansion. Then she introduced herself. I was too rushed just now, so I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. I'm Bless von Rabiang, and you are? Hearing Rabiang, Arius realized, Rabiang, could it be one of the 4 great ducal houses? Seeing the look on the boy's face, Bless quickly understood what he was thinking. He's probably thinking that way. Then she succinctly gave his name, Arius. Seeing that Arius was uncomfortable, Bless worried, Arius, you seem to be thinking a lot. So many things have happened in a short time, so it's understandable. First, let's rest. I have to tell father that it will be tomorrow. Thinking this, Bless went to advise the boy. Okay, Arius, now you're safe, so rest assured. It's late, so let's talk about everything tomorrow. She reached out her hand but was quickly pushed away by the boy. Arius was still very suspicious of her kindness. Why are you helping me? There's no way a noble young lady would be kind to me for no reason. This obsession of the boy's might be due to the previous words of his captor. Why is it called shadow creation? It's a specialized ability for assassination. When will this product be released? Arius, recalling those words, was uneasy. Nobles can't help me without a reason. The situation was very tense just now, so I revealed my ability and followed her. Here, but if I see any suspicious signs, I have to take her down and run. Thinking this, the boy spoke up, if you want my ability that you saw just now, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about the ability, so it's very difficult. Before the boy could finish, Bless explained, it's shadow creation. It's the first time I've seen it directly, but because it has a special aura, I looked into it thoroughly. The more Arius heard, the more suspicious he became. As expected, you know my power is shadow creation, so you brought me here. This power is very special for assassination. If you're a duke, you'll have many enemies, so you'll be greedy for it. Hearing these words, Bless couldn't help but feel sorry. Over the past time, the nobles have suffered in their passion for shadow creation, so he's wary of me. That's a reaction I can predict, but I don't care. Thinking this, Bless boldly declared, I didn't bring you here to be an assassin. Even if there are many enemies, Rabiang has the power to deal with them honorably. I just couldn't ignore a child who was asking for help, so I brought you back. It's not your fault. Because I don't want to see that painful image. In fact, Arius is the illegitimate child created by the emperor to obtain shadow creation. His mother realized the emperor's intentions. So she took him out of the imperial palace. The illegitimate child with power was treated badly. Arius is like my past lives, so I can't. Arius still didn't believe it. Just for that reason, you brought me back with this terrifying ability? Suddenly, she denied it. Your ability at that time wasn't important. Arius looked very earnest. These words surprised the boy. Then Bless took Arius's hand and urged, go to sleep. Let's talk in more detail tomorrow. She put the boy in bed and tucked him in carefully. Finally, Arius fell asleep. The next day, Helios looked extremely uncomfortable upon hearing this news. Seeing that expression, Bless felt uneasy. I told Arius everything beforehand, but facing father is still too suffocating. Suddenly, he demanded, Bless von Rabiang, now you must explain everything that happened. Finally, Bless smiled awkwardly and introduced, well, this is a friend that father doesn't know. She was scared. Father's expression made me panic so much that I rambled unconsciously. Helios then spoke up, reminding her, listen carefully, Bless. Besides seeing it with your eyes, energy can also leave traces. She was confused when he suddenly mentioned this. Yes, why suddenly mention energy? He then got to the main point. In the case of a trapped energy restriction orb, such as life being emitted due to a reaction. These words startled Arius. Then Helios stepped forward and used his magic, and normally, tracking magic will follow those traces. Bless was shocked and couldn't believe it. Tracking magic? So that means Arius's location may have been. Although his previous words were a bit intimidating, he told Bless to rest assured, of course, this magic can't affect the protection magic of the house, so you don't need to worry about that yet. Hearing this, she couldn't help but sigh in relief, thank goodness. Helios then wondered, but Bless, why is your friend afflicted with tracking magic only used for slaves? The two of them didn't know how to explain. Then he looked at Arius, I can overlook you sneaking out, but in this case, it's really dangerous to have a runaway slave by your side. Hearing this, she wondered, so father knows the whole time I sneak out? If he knows, he's been pretending not to know. I have to explain it properly later. First, I have to resolve Arius's problem now. If I think logically, it's extremely dangerous to harbor a runaway slave without knowing their identity. If this runaway is the emperor's illegitimate child, it's even more dangerous. Even so, I can't let Arius go out again. If he lives in the West Mansion, he can avoid the emperor's gaze. Finally, Bless made a decision. To do that, I have to convince father by any means. Then she looked at him and analyzed, from my experience so far, if father is resolute, he can't be persuaded, so there's only one way. Finally, Bless started to whine, I want to help this person, please don't chase him out of the mansion. Her eyes were extremely pleading. Bless knew that father was always weak against her Egeo, so this was the only way left. Then Bless quickly begged, if there's danger, father will protect Bless. Right? Although helpless, he still didn't forget to remind her, the name Bless Rabiang carries a lot of weight, which means you have to be careful about everything you do. Because Rabiang has to take all the responsibility. Then Helios said again, if you don't say it, it's okay. Bless accepted, okay. Then he made a condition, only for a short time, until he recovers, then go to the mansion in the east with the servants. Bless quickly corrected, no, it's the mansion in the west. And not servants, but escorted by knights. That way, they can be together to help each other. Helios seemed unwilling, Bless, but she rushed over and acted cute, father. Finally, he had no choice but to give in and stroked her head, okay, I give up, just do it that way. Bless, upon being accepted, praised him repeatedly, wow, father is the best. Then Helios turned to ask Arius, what's your name? The boy hesitated to answer, it's Arius. Then he requested, Bless, I need to talk to Arius privately, so go out first. Bless was a bit worried, talk to Arius privately? But in the end, she still left so that Helios could talk to Arius. He spoke up, the reason I'm meeting you separately is because I wrote this for you. Upon seeing it, the boy was surprised, a labor contract? Helios then explained, anyway, you're going to live here soon, so there must be necessary procedures. The contract stated, this contract will retain money until you reach adulthood, cooperate in controlling your ability, and conceal yourself from external forces during your time at the mansion. After reading the contract, Arius was surprised, this contract. Then the boy quickly agreed to the contract, this contract is in line with my wishes. This means that he knew about me since last night, so why did he remain silent? Didn't he know I was a runaway slave? Helios explained, I couldn't do anything arbitrarily because Bless brought you here, and I was just waiting because I knew she would ask for my permission. If I hire you as an escort knight, everyone will be very surprised, but if my daughter wants to do it, it won't be difficult. Arius then raised his question, the terms state to conceal myself from external forces, so, did you know my identity? Helios admitted, yes. Therefore, if you stay here, I can conceal you from the emperor, your father. In my position, that information can be known, no need to be so surprised. Adding further, I don't need to use you to connect with the emperor, so don't worry about that. I don't want to hand you over to the royal family to be hated by Bless. Finally, Arius opened up, I am the person who controls shadow creation, the emperor's illegitimate child. Even knowing all this, you still allow me to stay here? Just for the reason that the young lady wishes it? Helios admitted without hesitation, that's right. Arius, after hearing this, couldn't help but make an assessment, indeed a strange family. Although the daughter knows my ability, she still wants to help me without any compensation. The father says that because the daughter wants it, he'll help me conceal myself from the emperor. Finally, the boy stammered to a decision, I want to stay here. I don't want to return to the royal family. Helios quickly approved, okay, then I will protect you in Rabiang from now on. I hope you will obediently follow the terms of the contract. And I will try to manage your special ability while you are at the mansion. This is not just a matter of protection but also a necessary part of concealing you. Arius was more surprised than ever, they are even planning to protect me in this way? I really thought they wouldn't care so much. Helios began to lecture, the technique of shadow creation is based on emotions. If you don't properly manage your emotions, that power can hurt those around you. Therefore, if you can manage all of your abilities during your escort time, then I will ask again. It just so happens that there is a good teacher in the mansion who can teach you, so study hard. Helios quickly summoned, Hexa. Hexa quickly replied, yes, master. At this moment, Arius was a bit startled, shadow creation. He raised a question, can you help this boy manage his ability? Hexa quickly accepted the task, leave it to me. Arius was truly surprised that there was someone who was like himself, also like me. A person with shadow creation. A few days later, Lady Ith asked Helios curiously, that child has been here for several days. Although training with Hexa is very difficult, he still persists and does quite well. He was a bit pleased after hearing this, that's really great. Then Helios instructed, after the Demon King awakens, tell Hexa that the more cards Bless has, the better she will use them. Lady Ith quickly replied, yes, master. Then Lady Ith continued to report, the royal family has been quieter in that place. I thought you would take him away because he is a shadow creation mage, but Helios didn't do so. The emperor only created the child to confront the demon king, so as long as he can control his ability, it won't matter where he is. Going with a child who was prophesied to be the child of prophecy when he was young, thinking about it, things might go well. Ladyth agreed, if it were the emperor, he would think that way. Is it because that child is the child of prophecy? Extraordinary children all revolve around the young lady, the third prince, then the information guild, now the shadow creation mage. Ladyth looked a bit helpless. Among them is also the young master of the Gold family, who has been sending letters like this. This letter is an invitation from the Duke Gold's Charity Project Support Association. Young Master Fabian has directly invited the young lady. Helios took the letter, read it, and then made an assessment, not satisfied with the rudeness at the birthday party. If I look at his apologetic appearance like this, he might be different from his father. Ladyth, hearing that Helios rated Fabian this highly, was a bit unbelievable. Because you are not satisfied with Duke Gold, you unexpectedly gave such a generous assessment. Adiath laughed knowingly, it's just that you don't like anyone approaching your daughter. Helios was annoyed, Ladyth. Then he reminded, enough with the small talk, now transfer the invitation to Bless. If it's that child, let Bless decide whether or not to go. On this side, Hexa was focused on teaching Arius. Do you know that the technique of shadow creation is based on the ability to process emotions? The power that you have used until now is a shadow created from anger, hatred, and fear. But if you only use power based on emotions like that, then one day your mind will not be able to handle it. And will collapse. Arius on this side was still listening attentively to the lecture. Then she explained that a shadow that has lost its owner will attack those around it, and the young boy quickly looked over. Hexa continued, it's okay if you're targeting an assassin, but if you're protecting someone, you need to protect your spirit first. Arius obediently reached out his hand and said, yes. Afterward, Hexa observed and instructed more intensely, although it's now known as the ability of an assassin, the shadow creating technique was originally created as an ability to protect someone. So, you have to use that power more with positive emotions. So, think about it later. Arius reached out his hand. Then he began to think about what Hexa had said, the shadow I create is to protect someone, that will be the first step in dealing with the shadow. The young boy fell into thought. The power to protect someone. From the beginning, compared to what I know now, I've suspected approaching it in a completely different way. But by following the instructions, I felt more comfortable dealing with the shadow than before. That positive emotion, maybe she's talking about what I feel in this house. Everyone treats this country well. But among them, while I was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, Arius. At that moment, the young boy affirmed, I also realized that my feelings for that child have changed a little. Bless ran up with a bright smile. I'm not sure yet, but I've been able to use my power reasonably. If I continue to the end, I'll know, right? The table was full of desserts, which startled Arius. Is this prepared for me? Seeing the young boy using honorifics made her helpless, then she affirmed, yes, I heard you've been training very hard, so I called you to eat my favorite dessert. She didn't understand why he seemed so fired up. Then Bless changed the subject, I heard that my father has been training you. What do you think? Are you more comfortable using shadow creation? Hexa had reminded her earlier that the young lady knew. He was receiving training, so she had to be more careful later. Remembering this, the young boy admitted, yes, thanks to the head of the family, I've become much more comfortable handling shadow creation. This made her worry. It seems like he needs a short break. Is he very tired? Then Arius became interested in exchanging ideas. There are still many things I don't know, but I will practice more diligently because I've been given the opportunity. The young girl was overjoyed to hear this. If I can be of help, that's great. Looking at the young boy's bright face made her think, Arius seems to have trained hard with father. Looking closely, he seems slimmer than when he first came here. Father is really too much, he's so weak. I suddenly feel guilty. Finally, Bless stood up and piled food for the young boy. This, that, eat a lot, Arius. Arius was a little helpless and confused. Thank you. She was really concerned about Arius's health. He was too worrying compared to other male leads. Elidan and Fabian were arrogant, strong, and unpredictable. Compared to those who knew how to control things in their hands, Arius was calm and gentle. Could it be that there will be scenes of competing for the female lead later? Looking at the girl's eyes made Arius's spine tingle. Arius, who was originally an assassin personally sought out by the Emperor, appeared arrogant in front of Bella, obtained the Giselle family name and earldom. Now that I've brought him to Rabiang, I don't know what will happen. He must have a title to be compared to others. Thinking about hindering future love made me feel strange and a little guilty. I didn't think about that when I brought him back. Arius, I will definitely help you succeed with Bella in the future. While thinking aimlessly, a voice called from behind, Young Lady Bless. As soon as she saw Ladyth, she happily ran out. She was a little embarrassed to apologize. "I'm sorry for intruding on your enjoyable tea time." But the young girl didn't mind. "It's okay." At this time, she handed over a letter. "The head of the family wants to pass this to the young lady." Bless took the letter, wondering, "This is an invitation to the Gold charity event. Anyway, I received a report from Grace yesterday. The guild said that the Duke Gold family's charity work this time is being overseen by young Master Fabian." He said so. Then the young girl recalled, thinking back to the image at the party, "I didn't think Fabian would carry out a charity project like Duke Gold. Did Fabian's values change that day?" Ladyth didn't want her to think too much, so she said, "The head of the family said he will respect the young lady's decision." Bless was a little surprised to hear this. "Really? That's unexpected. I thought father wouldn't allow it because the relationship with Duke Gold isn't good. Taking this opportunity, I must directly confirm what Fabian is thinking." Then Bless quickly made a decision. "Very well, please pass on the message that I will attend the Charity Sponsorship Council." The next day, at a charity event that was extremely luxurious and extravagant, which made Bless very dizzy. Although this is an organization of Duke Gold, does the Charity Sponsorship Council need to be so extravagant? If you just look around like this, there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. Why did they bring the children to the slums so brutally? Of course, if it's just a rumor, it would be fortunate that the children are being properly supported, but if it's just a rumor, they should be brought home immediately. It's tiring. Seeing that the young girl seemed bored, Helios asked, "Why do you look so bored, Bless?" The young girl only replied casually, "A little bit, father." Then she hugged him and acted cute. "Father, let's fill our seats a little and go back right away." Helios was puzzled to hear this. "You're already tired? This is a sponsorship council. And you said you would participate." Then Helios began to explain, "Normally, the sponsorship councils are organized by the staff of the organizing committee to publicly show where the prepared funds are being used. As you said, filling the appropriate seats also includes partying." The young girl became more and more bored as she listened. "It's probably longer than I thought." Then she felt a little regretful. "If only my sister were here, that would be great." Helena was absent at this time. "What to do, Bless, my sister has a prior engagement that day." Seeing that Bless was too bored, Helios told the young girl, "If not, since you're already here, making friends wouldn't be bad either." The young girl was happy to hear this. "That's also good, then I'll go say hello to everyone and come back. From the beginning, I demanded to come myself, so I can't ask for more." Then first, the organizer, Duke Gold. "I haven't seen him from the beginning, so I skipped him. Being a duke makes me feel petty somehow. Or should I greet Fabian first? That's polite." Then Bless started searching. "Where is he?" Finally, the young girl found him. "Ah, I found him." But at this time, Fabian was sobbing, which made the young girl confused. Why is his expression so gloomy? What's wrong? Finally, Bless took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, young Master Fabian." He was startled to see the young girl suddenly appear and greet him, "Young Lady Bless." Just as he was about to greet her, the Duke's voice rang out, "I want to thank everyone who has gathered here today." This made Fabian freeze, and the young girl turned back, wondering, "Huh? It's already starting?" Then the Duke continued, "Many people have sponsored our charity project. I feel that this kindness is very fulfilling." Bless couldn't help but praise after hearing this. He can say things that sound good. The Duke continued with his speech, with a sense of gratitude, "I want to directly show everyone how the valuable support funds are being used." At this time, the young girl also paid attention to the young boy's expression. Fabian's expression was getting worse and worse. "What's wrong?" The young master requested at this time, "Now, everyone, please come forward. Thanks to everyone's support, the children are becoming happier." At this time, the orphans were brought out on display, making them ashamed. Even Bless was surprised by this. Fabian looks extremely bad. The young girl couldn't understand. What kind of trick is he playing? Then the Duke requested the other children, "Now, you children should also say hello." Bless was shocked to see from afar. What kind of trick is he playing? This is like displaying products on a shelf. Is treating children so badly charity? It's completely unbelievable. Clearly, I only heard that this charity project was the responsibility of Fabian. Thinking of this, the young girl turned to call out, "Young master. Duke Gold is boasting like this after forcibly collecting children from the slums?" These words startled the young boy. Suddenly, the young girl was also surprised. "What? What's with that expression?" Fabian burst into tears, sobbing. Then he ran away, causing Elaine to worry. "Young master, where are you going?" Fabian warned, "Don't follow me." The young girl still didn't understand what was happening. What's suddenly wrong? Thinking back, Fabian's expression hasn't been good since just now. Is there another problem that I don't know? While pondering, Elaine approached and called, "Young lady. I have something to say." "Actually, our young master." Elaine recounted Fabian's growth process to Bless. The Duke always instilled in the young boy's mind that, "Fabian, you are the embodiment of the soul, different from those lowly children out there. Father is very proud of you for receiving the blessing of the soul. This time, thanks to you, Father has achieved great success." Then the Duke took the young boy to the slums. "Oh, our lovely Fabian, you're already thinking about doing charity at such a young age. So I never thought that Father would be different from me." After arriving at the place, the Duke requested, "Now, just hand everything over to Father. Father will do everything. The person I always relied on and put my faith in collapsed and shattered at that time." The words that the Duke said, such as, "Thanks to your support, the children will be happier," but all of that was not true. What I thought of was not these kinds of things. The young boy left while disbelieving. He said to only believe in him, so I trusted him and entrusted him. I don't want to turn those children into a joke. It's just, I want to become close to someone. I thought that Bless would look at me one more time, so I started the charity project. But when Father told the children to come out just now, Bless's expression wasn't very good. I was going to become a good child, I was going to be friends with him. But now Bless hates Duke Gold, right? So I don't know if he hates being friends with me. The young boy was feeling dejected when Bless appeared at this moment. "So it's here, young Master Fabian. It's dangerous to be alone in places like this." The young boy heard this familiar voice and his eyes welled up with tears. Then he was surprised by the appearance of the young girl. "Young lady Bless, young lady." Bless smiled and reminded him, "If you just run out like that, I can't help but care." The young boy stammered, "No, it's not. Is it because of the young lady?" "She knew everything, yes, I know. I heard everything Elaine told me over the past time." At that time, Elaine said all of the young boy's feelings. The young master was embarrassed to see the young lady, so he didn't come to the seat. He wanted to make up for the bad image that you saw the first time, and now it's the opposite, even more hateful. Bless couldn't understand the more she listened. "What is that about?" Elaine began to explain. "The plan today was supposed to show that the young master is a good person, so that he can be friends with young Lady Bless." The young girl was startled to hear this. Make friends? Elaine also knew that it was unbelievable, a little absurd because that was the reason for a large-scale charity project, right? The young girl could only laugh ha-ha, sweating profusely, "Yes." Then Elaine wanted to explain further, "As just an escort, so it might sound a little arrogant, but I hoped that the arrogant young master would find positive joy. Although there was a personal purpose. But seeing the sincere smiles of everyone towards himself, he understood positive joy. I was also very happy and supported this change in the young master, although it was helping but about the scale of the charity project is getting bigger and bigger, so there is no other way." The responsibility was handed over to the Duke. "I didn't expect to cause such a mess." The Duke is a person who is definitely only focused on what is beneficial to the family, so Fabian's own business has made the world better and more profitable, but the Duke intervened and distorted it? How could he turn his son's goodwill business into this? This really made Bless helpless. Then Elaine begged, saying this might be disrespectful to the young lady, but don't think badly of our young master anymore. After understanding, the young girl realized it seems that young Master Fabian has a good person by his side. The young boy saw that the young girl was still talking to him and wondered, "Then, you're not angry with me?" Bless forced a smile after hearing this. "Yes, I'm sorry for getting angry without knowing anything. The more regrettable person is young Master Fabian." At this time, the young boy explained, "The truth is that today's sponsorship council is where I will apologize to you. I sent letters of apology continuously but didn't receive a reply. Perhaps apologizing through letters is not enough sincerity." The young girl was a little dumbfounded after hearing this. "Letters, what are you talking about?" Then the young boy began to approach. "Elaine said that Bless likes friendly people. I thought that this charity would allow you to meet me." The young boy suddenly clenched his fist. Then expressed his sincerity. "Bless, I apologize for the harsh words back then. I will absolutely not say anything disrespectful again in the future. So, please be friends with me, okay?" These sincere words made the young girl see him in a different light. That arrogant Fabian actually stood up like this to hope to be friends with me. I really didn't know how arrogant he used to be. Then Bless smiled and accepted. "Okay, let's be friends, Fabian." Seeing the agreement and the happy smile on the young girl's face, Fabian immediately asked excitedly to confirm, "Really?" The young girl affirmed, "Yes, thank you for telling me in advance. And about the letters, it seems that they were delivered midway." "I'm sorry, you did such a big thing." Fabian quickly denied, "No, you don't need to mind. I started a business to show Bless, but I'm very happy to see someone happy because of me. But it made the people who used to smile at me feel ashamed. That's really my fault. Bless was getting more and more furious. Duke, kneel down and apologize to your son immediately. Finally, the young girl stood up to comfort him. Don't worry too much about the children. I switched to another seat while my father stood out to attract attention. At that time, Helios stood out to warn, I will not let you off because I don't like that idea. The Duke's face turned pale. You dare? Fabian happily asked back, really? That's really great. Finally, Bless quickly invited, so, now let's go back to the party. The young boy quickly agreed. Suddenly, May called out from somewhere, Bless. Then warned, dangerous, Bless. The young girl was startled, wondering, May? Bless was suddenly gagged. Then those guys warned, you better not be loud, little ones. Because of that person, you guys follow us. The young girl was gradually losing consciousness. Hexa was teaching Arius. Then the young boy realized one thing, the training has been going on for more than 6 hours, and she's not tired? No matter how much she uses her ability, how can she handle an ability that consumes so much stamina for so long? Seeing that the young boy wasn't focused, Hexa asked, Arius, you're not focused on training today, are you? What's wrong? The young boy then asked his question, Hexa, you're so strong. After the young lady went out, you didn't go with her. Not just you, but all the maids as well. Why? Hexa didn't want to say much and attacked Arius. If you still have the mood to think about other things, then you must still have energy, right? If you have time to rest like that, then focus on training, from the beginning. The Duke is with the young lady, so what's the problem? On this side, the Duke was startled when Fabian disappeared. Fabian can't be found? Elaine felt guilty. I'm sorry, Your Grace, Helios is also looking for Bless. Bless's strength also suddenly disappeared along with the young master. What's going on? The Duke angrily shouted, Elaine, how could you let such a dangerous thing happen? You useless thing, because of this I don't want to do anything for another guy like you. Helios then stepped in to stop him. You went out with Bless just now, right? Did you see anything different? Elaine quickly replied that, when the two of them were talking outside, I was waiting nearby. It was as if a faint layer blocked it, so I suddenly couldn't see them anymore. He seemed to have realized they must have used an artifact to block the presence of energy. Then he fell into thought, if it's magic strong enough to break the protective magic I created, it means that the person used a level 3 magic. If it's said to be a simple kidnapping drama to control the two dukes, it's not very normal. At this moment, Helios had a thought, if that's the case then. It could also be someone's prank when they know Bless is the child of prophecy. But in the end, he didn't care anymore. No matter what the reason is not important. Helios's expression became extremely serious. Wait a little bit, Bless. Elsewhere, it seemed that the young girl had woken up from her coma. My head. At this time, the young girl was startled. Looking around and discovering, this place. Around are mostly magic circles. Bless immediately recognized everything. My hands and feet are tied, so I've been kidnapped? Fabian hasn't woken up yet, but that's also good. That's a difficult thing for a child. The children of the two dukes have disappeared. Maybe they've sent people to search for them already. If that's the case, then this is a race against time. The young girl kept calling, May. But not feeling pain, she was surprised. Where's May? Where did she go? Bless was thinking when she suddenly realized this sound. The voices of those guys came out. In the end, why are you doing work that is not required? I said the opposite. During that time, the young girl had controlled the hidden weapon. That sound kept echoing, blaming, at least struggle. Then how do you want to die with that person? Bless asked after listening for a while. That person. The guy outside kept talking loudly. Have you ever thought that if you move around arbitrarily, you'll catch that person's eye? Have you forgotten that that person cares a lot about the boy who overcame his own poison? The little girl was getting more and more confused. Poison. Could it be that the person they're talking about is Heinrich? Then a guy warned, keep it down, the little ones will wake up. The little girl guessed, it seems like they're heading this way. Then she lay down and pretended to be unconscious. As soon as that guy saw her, he felt uncomfortable. TSK, why bring the Duke Gold's child here? Then he instructed, contact that person first. What if that person doesn't help us? What else? We'll have to kill them and run away. Bless heard everything at this point. Then she made a decision, waiting until Dad comes is too dangerous, it's better to leave here first. Then she quickly called Fabian. Fabian, wake up quickly. When she saw the little boy just woke up, she asked, do you remember what happened just now, Fabian? Everyone is probably scattered looking for us, but the situation isn't good. The little boy understood this too. Then Bless, afraid that the little boy would worry, kept comforting him, even so, just trust me, you don't need to worry too much, understand, Fabian? Fabian kept nodding in agreement, yeah, I'll trust you. The little girl was a little surprised to see this expression. He's more calm than I thought he'd be panicked. Finally, Bless breathed a sigh of relief and controlled the hidden weapon. Good, first, I have to cut the ropes with this. Then they took turns cutting the ropes for each other. Finally, the ropes were cut, alright. At this time, the little boy pointed out one thing: if you want to get out of here, you have to break the magic first. The little girl suddenly stopped. Sister? Fabian pointed to one side. It seems like that's what's stopping us from escaping. The little girl looked around and quickly understood. That's right. Then she didn't forget to praise him. So we have to destroy that thing. Fabian is so smart. Suddenly being praised made the little boy embarrassed. It's nothing much. But Bless was still wondering. But, why do you call me sister? Fabian replied confused. Isn't it because you're older than me? Finally, the little girl understood. That's right, but since we've decided to be friends, let's talk comfortably. Fabian affirmed. I'm comfortable. These words made the little girl hesitate. Then, how? At this time, the little boy reminded. Anyway, this thing is very difficult to destroy. Bless knew that too. Yes, that's very difficult magic for an ordinary wizard. Moreover, this is quite high-level magic, so what should we do? We can't get out? The little girl immediately reassured him. No, it'll be okay, just trust me. Then Bless began to analyze, for the magic written in the ancient style. I've learned from Dad. In the quiet forest, the sound of searching echoed. They can't have gone far, find them now. Bless and Fabian hid behind a bush. The little boy worriedly asked. Are you okay? The little girl affirmed. Just a little dizzy. Then she smiled, wanting Fabian to be at ease. Everyone will definitely come to find us, so don't worry. At this time, Bless looked back at the situation. I said that because I was afraid Fabian would worry. I didn't expect things to be so messed up. I was very confident that I had learned that class. From Dad. Back to an hour ago. A sound echoed. Bless, ancient magic must be handled delicately. If there's a small gap in the magic screen, then that magic can be destroyed. The little girl was a little happy to hear that, can be destroyed. Then she continued, if you want to create a gap by gradually adding energy, you must concentrate your mind. This takes more energy than I thought. Alright. Bless wiped away the sweat, really more tiring than I thought. Fabian was really worried about her. Are you okay? Bless turned back and affirmed, I'm still okay, now we can go out. The little boy stopped as soon as he looked. Then he worriedly reminded, you have a nosebleed. Seeing the nosebleed on her face surprised the little girl. Really? Bless quickly wiped away the nosebleed and reassured him, it's just because I used too much energy, don't worry. Fabian felt guilty at this time. Suddenly I feel like, mentioning magic, you're working hard. Seeing this angelic face made the little girl feel guilty. No, I'm really okay. Bless even reached out and put her hand on the little boy's shoulder and affirmed one thing, if we want to leave here, there's no other way but to break it, it's not your fault. Then she urged, anyway, let's get out quickly. As soon as the door opened, something caught Bless's attention, that thing. The little girl recalled, as she saw at that time, the magic that blocked the energy. It seems like it was created here too. My dad was late because of that too. But that thing, if we can escape. Seeing the two children leaving hand in hand, a guy looked down from above and wondered, where are these kids going? There's definitely a barrier, how did they get out? The guy jumped down quickly, blocking their way. What? That's good, that person didn't answer, so maybe they'll abandon us. So you guys should just die here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to grab Bless. Taking advantage of that, the little girl controlled the hidden weapon beside her. And attacked that guy. Then Bless pulled Fabian and ran away. Run now. That guy shouted loudly, informing his companions, they're running away, catch them quickly. Back to the present, the two were hiding in a bush, reassuring Fabian, what's with that expression, I'm really okay. Although she said that, her face was very pale now. Now, I don't have the strength to move. It seems the problem is due to breaking the magic, using too much energy. The reason we've been able to avoid being discovered until now is probably thanks to the power of Gold's luck. The little boy was still very worried. Are you really okay? Bless was asked the same question again and again, but that also has its limits. At this time, May's voice echoed from somewhere. Bless, May is here. The little girl was a little surprised to hear that. May, where have you been? May quickly replied, I've been brought here. Bless was confused. What are you talking about? How come? At this time, that guy had discovered them, found them, you're done for. The two were startled when they were discovered. Then the other guys also surrounded them. Give up quickly, the two hugged each other worriedly, we're surrounded. Bless didn't want to die, so she closed her eyes tightly, no way. The little girl recalled the 2 lifetimes she had experienced and regretted, this year's birthday is useless. But then Bless suddenly opened her eyes. Surprised, what is this? A cry for help rang out, help, help. An energy from somewhere struck those guys. Seeing the source of that energy, Bless knew, this energy. They screamed in fear. Duke Rabiang and Bless also recognized that the person who saved her was her father. Helios ran over with a worried expression. Calling loudly, Bless. He approached, wanting to ask, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Then Helios hugged the little girl and was relieved. "It's good that everything is still okay." Bless also hugged him and trusted him. "I believe you would come, so I wasn't scared at all." Although she thought so. But Bless still revealed her weak side. "Dad, I'm scared, I'm so scared." Helios comforted her after hearing that. "Alright, I'm sorry for being late." Fabian on this side saw the two fathers and daughters hugging each other affectionately and didn't come to join them. Suddenly a voice called from behind, "Fabian." Adolphe ran over anxiously. "Oh, Fabian, my son, you're safe and sound." Elaine was equally worried, "Young master." As soon as he saw his father, the little boy also revealed a weak face. "Dad, why are you so late?" Adolphe hugged the little boy and apologized. "I'm sorry, Fabian." Bless quickly realized, Fabian seemed to have endured fear all this time. Suddenly Helios standing next to her spoke, "Bless." He gave a bitter smile and said, "Now let's go home." Hearing that, Bless quickly replied, "Yes." So the council's funding for Duke Gold's charity project. And our kidnapping ended hastily. The kidnappers at the scene are expected to be brought to trial by the emperor. The day before the trial, they committed suicide. Due to lack of evidence and witnesses, the trial was cancelled. Looking at my dad's expression, it's not good to the royal family because of this. It seems like things with the emperor didn't go smoothly. Seeing that Bless seemed dissatisfied, Helios quickly fed the little girl a cake and asked, "You seem dissatisfied." The little girl quickly replied, "I'm imitating your expression." He was stunned to hear that. "Am I like that?" Bless recalled the words she had heard before. "Have you forgotten that that person cares a lot about the boy who overcame his own poison?" Poison. The little girl fell into thought, seeing the kidnappers say that that person cares about the poison. It seems like Heinrich is involved, so I feel uncomfortable ignoring this. Bless hesitated, "Or should I try to entrust it to Grace?" At this time, Helios spoke. The royal family is also not satisfied. Duke Gold's reaction is not easy at all. The little girl was a little curious after hearing that. In what way? Helios quickly explained, not only did the well-prepared funding council turn out badly, but the kidnapping of the young master was too quiet. They said they would continue to maintain the charity. Hearing this made Bless pay attention, thinking about it. There's something strange. If it's that person's personality, it's not strange to run around looking for the person behind the kidnapping. Besides, continuing this charity full of shame and no benefit, what is Duke Gold calculating? What are you thinking? At the Ed Manor, someone reported, "I have received a promise from Duke Gold that he will not consider this matter a problem anymore." Heinrich understood the whole situation and ordered, "I understand, you can leave." They moved too independently, so something unexpected happened, but the kidnapping has made everyone no longer pay attention to the children being supported. On the contrary, it's a very good thing. Because we still need more sacrifice for that person. I hope that that person will cooperate with me until he is completely sober. Duke Gold. Back to Fabian, who was on the carriage happily. "Elaine, are we still far?" Elaine tried to calm the little boy down. "Almost there, young master, wait a moment, also, it's dangerous, sit down." Fabian sat down and sighed in gratitude. "It's so fortunate that Duke Rabiang allowed us to visit." "Actually, I thought it wouldn't be allowed." Elaine could only smile helplessly after hearing that. Haha, before that, the expression was not good. Immediately after the kidnapping, Fabian took the initiative to greet Helios. "Duke Rabiang, thank you for saving me." Then the little boy wanted to say more, that, also, but he was interrupted. "I only do what I have to do. Do you have anything to say?" Fabian made a proposal. "Duke, can I come to Rabiang Manor to play?" Helios was startled to hear this. What? At this time, the little boy honestly repented. "I have reflected on the rude things last time. I have apologized and decided to be friends with her, so. Can I come to play?" Fabian's pleading eyes were like a real puppy that made people's hearts melt. Seeing this, he had no choice but to helplessly agree. "Hayes, alright, then live in harmony with each other in the future." Finally, Fabian got what he wanted, then although it took time to convince his father, but because I wanted to go out often, I had to ask for permission. Before that, Elaine had affirmed one thing to the little boy. "That thing, you said that I can be friends with the young lady, right, and that way is." Fabian was really dissatisfied. "Does that include us having to get into trouble together?" The little boy looked at Elaine with an unhappy face, making Elaine embarrassed to explain. "No, that was not in my prediction, I'm sorry." But because he had become friends with Bless, Fabian didn't blame Elaine anymore. "What? The result is that thanks to Elaine, I became friends with her, so I'll let it go." At this time, Elaine spoke. "Young master, do you know that the Gold family always goes with the blessing of the soul?" Fabian seemed to know this. So my father said that I was born with the essence of the soul. Suddenly mentioning this made the little boy wonder, but why suddenly? Elaine explained, because the young master was born with the essence of the soul. I suddenly worried. As I have said many times, if you are born with the essence of the soul, you will have the ability to create that mark, and that mark will be the core of you, so you must always be careful. Fabian was tired of being told again and again, nagging again. Just in time to arrive at Rabiang Manor made the little boy excited. Look, Elaine, it's Duke Rabiang. Elaine was ignored like that and was really helpless. Young master. Did you hear what I said? What, young master? Finally, a scene appeared where 4 people sat together very awkwardly, making Bless helpless. The atmosphere is more awkward than I thought. The little girl spoke first to make the atmosphere more harmonious, because there are people who are meeting for the first time, so I will introduce. At times like this, you have to change the atmosphere. Then Bless began to introduce each person. This is my sister, Helena von Rabiang. Helena was introduced and greeted. It's a pleasure to meet you. Helena is currently a little annoyed because she was interrupted from having tea with her sister. The little girl introduced the second person, and this is Arius, who just became my escort not long ago, although he is just an apprentice, but Arius also greeted awkwardly. Please take care of me. The little boy is currently nervous in the unfamiliar situation. Bless introduced the last person. Finally, this is Duke Fabian of the Gold family, because this is the first time coming to Rabiang. Please treat him well. Fabian, the youngest in the group, greeted very politely. I'm Fabian von Gold. The little boy is currently disappointed because he is not just playing with Bless. After the introduction, the situation became even more awkward, making Bless helpless. Helena also noticed this, so she started talking to Fabian first. The last time, young master Fabian must have been very surprised. You weren't hurt anywhere, right? The little boy cautiously replied after hearing that. Yes, because I was helped a lot by Sister Bless and Duke Rabiang. I'm still okay. Then Fabian rubbed his hands a little remorsefully. That, young lady Helena, I want to apologize for the last time for being rude to Rabiang. I have already apologized to Sister Bless, but I also want to apologize to you. Receiving an apology from the little boy made Helena happy. That matter is fine now. Thank you for apologizing from the young master. Helena continued to talk. I heard that after that incident, the charity work was taken over by young master Fabian. Although you are young, you are great. Fabian also enthusiastically replied. Thank you, Elaine. My escort has also helped a lot. The atmosphere is less awkward now, so Bless is satisfied. Great, the atmosphere has eased a lot, and if it's Elaine, she's trustworthy. Then Bless noticed Arius. On the contrary, Arius didn't participate in the conversation. I called him here because I wanted to change my mood, but Arius didn't care much about the conversation. He just focused on drinking tea. The day after the kidnapping, Arius came to me with a worried face. At that time, Bless asked curiously, after hearing my news, you were very surprised, so you came, right Arius? The little girl didn't forget to smile reassuringly. As you can see, I'm normal now. This is really making you worry, Arius denied after hearing that. No. The little boy explained, it's been a long time. I've been worried about someone else like that, so I was also a little surprised. If the young lady wasn't injured at all, then that's great. At that time, he came to confirm that I was still safe and then went back to the training ground. Bless is currently staring at Arius with a look of sympathy, asking herself, I'm really worried about whether I can endure the male leads or not. Being looked at like that made the little boy confused. The little girl put down the teacup and asked, Arius, I heard that you have been intensifying training recently. Are you okay? Arius immediately replied, yes. Thanks to the young lady, I was able to solve the homework assigned to me, so I have been practicing more easily than before. Bless was confused after hearing that. Homework. While talking, Helena called back, Bless. She also wanted to join the conversation. What are you two talking about that's so interesting? Fabian also wanted to hear this. Sister, I want to hear it too. Bless explained with an awkward smile, it's nothing special, I'm just talking about the kidnapping. Arius was also worried about me about that. Being said like that made Arius embarrassed. Young lady, that. The little girl knew that training with her father was a secret, so I had to quickly change the subject. Then Bless also said more, praising Fabian too. Arius had to act along to make the story smooth. Thinking about it, the young master was caught in a mess but was very mature. Being praised made the little boy proud. That's right, Fabian is very mature, so you also have an eye for it. Bless was surprised to see this scene. I didn't expect these two people to be able to talk like that. It's really a strange combination. Suddenly Helena came closer. Bless. Then she whispered, I don't know if it's because you've been lonely for a long time because you don't have friends of the same age. Bless's face froze after being said that. Helena explained the reason why she thought like that. Even if it's just one person, Bless does everything herself, but seeing everyone gathered like this, I wonder if you wanted to play with friends of the same age. Moreover, a sister can't replace friends. Bless quickly denied that. It's not like that. The little girl firmly affirmed one thing: I only need you by my side. Later, even if I have more friends, you will still be the most important person to me. These words really moved Helena. Then Bless kept expressing, nothing can replace you. Hearing that made Helena happy. Ho ho, is that so? The other two boys heard this and were like aliens who didn't understand anything. Helena was very grateful and hugged Bless. Thank you for saying that. I'm very happy that Bless has such good friends. Everyone seems to be kind. The two sisters hugged each other and smiled. Then the little girl was flustered because of the new problem. I wish I could be close to those friends too. I don't have any friends either, but you. Hearing this, Helena decided to indulge her. I'll try to work hard. And the two sisters have few friends also because Rabiang doesn't interact much outside. Bless seemed to be very satisfied with the scene in front of her. For the first time I decided to stay at Rabiang to protect the family. I never thought that I would see this scene. There are many things different from the original, so I'm worried about the future, but it's not a bad thing either. Now I want to enjoy this happiness. In my everyday life, it seems very peaceful. While it was peaceful, Bless had to face storms. Helios requested, greet them, Bless, Helena. He introduced, this is my disciple. Elidan also greeted happily, it's a pleasure to meet you, young ladies. I'm Dian. Seeing his appearance made Bless unable to understand. No way, why is the missing third prince at Rabiang? Elidan smiled and asked for help, please take care of me in the future. Bless was very annoyed because the most troublesome guy had appeared. After leaving Helios's room, the little girl seemed very dissatisfied. Dian what? I don't know if it's a thought to hide his identity, so isn't it Dian? Bless couldn't understand. I know Elidan is not missing, but the reason for pretending to be missing is to enter Rabiang? I didn't expect the combination with Elidan to be to this extent. Bless was very worried. Dad can't not recognize Elidan. That means Dad deliberately brought that guy here. What is the reason? A father who doesn't care about royal politics. What reason is there to get involved with the royal family? The little girl wondered, is it because we are not? My dad doesn't know I know Diane's identity, so I can't ask. Even if Dad knows the truth, he won't tell me, but if I don't hear the reason from Dad, there is no other way. At this time, Elidan came out and saw that the little girl was still here and was curious. What are you doing here? Are you waiting for me, young lady Bless? Bless quickly made a decision. There is no other way but to hear the answer directly from the person involved. Elidan, what are you plotting? That night, Helios came and sighed, there are people who chase the prince all the way to the manor. I said not to bring assassins when you come. Elidan was also helpless with that. It would be good to skip that part, Duke. Then he smiled as if nothing had happened. Even if it's me, distracting them is too much. The pursuers, although few, have already entered. He could only accept it after hearing that. Then Helios realized, it seems like the great prince hasn't given up yet. Elidan also recognized that, my brother will follow my trail until the pillar of light appears and the successor is confirmed. He showed an unhappy attitude, with the position of having to take care of him for a while. This is really unwelcome news. Seeing this expression, he helplessly requested, can you control your expression? Helios quickly agreed after hearing that. Okay. Then he asked about Bless's situation. So have you checked Bless's condition yet? As soon as he mentioned the little girl, Elidan couldn't help but smile brightly. Recalling when Bless asked about the situation, Your Highness, why did you enter Rabiang? At that time, he didn't go straight to the main issue but distracted her, disguising with art, but you still recognized me, it's amazing. Bless was annoyed, what disguise besides the earring? Please answer my question first. Finally, he had to comply. Okay, however, I have something to say first. I introduced myself just now. Anyway, when I'm here, I plan to live as an ordinary disciple of the master. My name is Dian, lower your voice, don't let others hear. Then he carefully reminded, even if you find out my identity, it's not good for the master, so I hope to cooperate. Hearing that it would have a bad impact on Helios, Bless immediately obeyed. I know. Then the little girl began to wonder, Dian, looking back at what you said last time, when you were a palace servant in the palace, you said that, you must be very curious. That, not long after, when we meet again, we can share it. Finally, Bless realized, it seems like you told my dad about coming to Rabiang a long time ago. Could it be that you have grasped my dad's weakness? Elidan quickly denied that. What weakness? Can't you call it a transaction? This made Bless unbelievable. What? Although he had told her apart, he didn't want to reveal everything. He had no intention of saying what the deal was. Bless could only helplessly accept. He started asking about her health. Instead, because of the big incident before, her master was very worried about whether she was okay. Hearing the question, she hesitated. Well, it's, as you saw. Although smiling outwardly, Elidan harbored wickedness. According to the information, the young master and young lady who were kidnapped had removed the magic and escaped. It had been publicly revealed that the Gold family's young master knew nothing about magic. Maybe it was because this child removed the magic. That's what I thought then, but this child is truly becoming more and more miraculous as she learns more. In the future, she will have something of value worth continuing to watch. For personal reasons, I came to Rabiang. Elidan reached out, wanting to be friendly with Bless. From now on, let's live harmoniously together. Seeing his initiative made her hesitate. But she quickly agreed with a reluctant expression. Okay. Elidan, after recalling, commented, that child seems more cautious than necessary. Is it the Duke's influence? Helios quickly explained, Your Highness, no nobles are comfortable with the exalted royal family. He tried to feign ignorance. Seems natural to me. Finally, Elidan concluded, whatever it is, I'm sure the dragon blood in me is still effective on that child. You can see my true image through the influence, and vice versa. Only one thing is worrying. Before, Bless's family power could be soothed by my blood. But that now seems to be the limit. Hearing this, he took note of those words. Elidan didn't hesitate to analyze, that means that child's power will surpass the dragon blood. If so, the power of that child's family will soon skyrocket. And that child's body will be overwhelmed when it takes on the power. Although that child's mother is Duke Ed, even with Heinrich, that power cannot be underestimated. It is the power that we can consider as Ed's heir. You have a good daughter. After talking for a while, he smiled and revealed his true intentions. So, what about this? That child is using another power that she has. That extraordinary ability is called purification, so it can suit the powers of the two families. Helios didn't seem too surprised by the information Elidan had obtained. Did you already know that information? He quickly reminded him, it's a mistake to underestimate my information. It's just the right time that your majesty said he would raise that child to fight the Demon King. Until now, the conflict regarding the dragon's tiring abilities can still be prevented. Take this opportunity to learn how to purify. After finishing, Elidan quickly proposed, I will cooperate in exchange for concealing my identity in Rabiang. Although unwilling, Helios still expressed gratitude. Thank you for your words. After talking about Bless's matters, they focused on their own issues. So, we've finished talking about Bless's matters. From now on, let's also check how many magic swords the prince can handle. At this time, Elidan drew the sealed sword. With an attitude lacking confidence, he still said boldly, I hope the master will be satisfied. Helios didn't hesitate and rushed forward, directly confronting Elidan, causing him to be pushed back strongly. But Elidan still tried to defend, being a good magician and also having secret swordsmanship is cheating too much. Hearing these words, he didn't think he was going too far. It seems your majesty hasn't unleashed his true skills yet. Suddenly, the magic sword in his hand was knocked away under Helios's guidance. That is a side effect that the magic sword doesn't realize, causing it to move slower. Therefore, your highness, stay here with the mission of making the spirit sword recognize its master. Even if you have to try your best, please take care of your health. Because if you do that much, and you don't become the crown prince, it would be very unfair. Saying that, he quickly left. Let's stop here today. Elidan sat on the ground, helplessly sighing. The teacher-student relationship is just a formality, but I don't understand why the Duke speaks as if he's a real master. Elidan rubbed his shoulder, wondering why. Is this change in Duke Rabiang thanks to Bless? He then looked at the magic sword. Because I have a purpose, that's why I came to Rabiang, but it seems life here isn't so bad after all. Thinking of this, Elidan showed a happy smile full of satisfaction. The next day, Bless was very surprised. This is. Then, she wondered about Elidan's appearance. What are you doing? Seeing her so distant made him sad. Don't be so cold. Bless still couldn't calm down and shouted, pointing at the window, no way. The door was fine from the start. Why did you come in through the window? Elidan quickly explained, I had no choice because the main door was blocked by the young lady's loyal escorts. Before that, Arius had resolutely refused to let him in. Without a prior appointment, entry was not allowed. Hearing this, Bless understood. Then, Elidan began to talk about the main issue, and the reason I came to the young lady today is to get closer to the young lady so that my life in Rabiang can go smoothly. Hearing this, the little girl looked puzzled. Huh? At this time, Elidan was very surprised and asked for confirmation. Really? I'm bringing a fairy tale passed down in my family. And you don't need it? Bless confirmed, that's right, because I have an appointment later. Looking at the fairy tale book in his hand made Bless suspicious, even preparing a fairy tale to get closer to me. What is he planning to do? Of course, I'm interested in the royal fairy tale. But the book was titled The Demon King and the Five Guardians. As soon as she saw the title, the little girl became interested. Demon King. Eli Dan was happy to see that. That's right, are you more interested now? This title really made Bless panic. It was also a story related to the Demon King. This was a topic I had never read here before. Before reading, Eli Dan affirmed one thing: although it's just a fairy tale, it's worth watching. Finally, because of her curiosity, the little girl stayed to watch. It's not appointment time yet. Curiosity has won. I'm too curious about the content. Although because of her curiosity, Bless gave a reason as if she was very upright. Diane has also prepared to help me, so I will listen. Before reading the story, he quickly affirmed, I'm sure the story won't disappoint you. And the story quickly began. Once upon a time, people were living very happily. Then one day, the Demon King was jealous of those happy people, so he began to awaken the darkness in people's hearts. After that, people's minds began to fill with negative emotions. From some time, the whole world was immersed in a sea of tears. At that time, a warrior appeared and felt sorry for them, so he and his comrades faced the Demon King. But despite the attacks of the warriors, they still could not defeat the Demon King who had turned the whole world into darkness. So the warriors tried to combine all their remaining strength and left a prophecy. Although we have to stop it sinking into darkness, one day there will be a child who can handle the Demon King. To prepare for that day, we will leave our strength to the next generation. So let's build a country together and wait for that child to come. Thus, the warriors called that child the Child of Prophecy. After finishing reading the story, Eli Dan said, in fact, this is not just a simple fairy tale. This is the story about the early days of the empire that has been passed down to the royal family and the temple. He asked Bless for her opinion. What do you think? Is the story I told good or not? The little girl didn't seem to pay attention to Elidan's question but just focused on pondering. Demon King and the Child of Prophecy, does this content appear in the original work? Thinking back, there was a very suspicious point in the past. My father's expression was not good. If the Demon King really exists in this worldview, is what happened at that time related to the Demon King? At this time, Eli Dan suddenly spoke, if this story is true, then the characteristic powers of the royal family and the Duke mean handling the Demon King. Bless felt that was right. Maybe. At this time, he began to say strange words. The inheritance of power does not guarantee personal qualities, so this habit must be removed one day. Therefore, I hope this fairy tale is true, so that I can handle both the Demon King and the Child of Prophecy as soon as possible. Because I want to rule such a country. These words made Bless stunned. The little girl began to look at Eli Dan and think, the royal palace is the fiercest place in the succession battle. Because Eli Dan survived there, he said. While the two were talking, a voice came from outside, young lady. Arius worriedly followed, young Master Fabian, but Fabian went in calmly, continuously calling, sister. Then the boy started talking nonsense. Sister, have you been well recently? Bless was a little confused when asked that. We just met a few days ago. At this time, Arius noticed Eli Dan and was surprised. And how did you get in here? He quickly pointed to the window next to him and explained, because you didn't let me in, I went through the window. Arius wanted to curse after hearing that, anyway. But he had to helplessly say, just go through the main door. Eli Dan was overjoyed to receive permission. Now you allow me? Thanks. Fabian, who was talking to Bless, also noticed Eli Dan, but sister, who is that person? The little girl didn't know how to explain after hearing that person. Finally, he stood up to introduce himself, I'm Diane, a disciple of the Duke. The boy was immediately confused, does Duke Rabiang have disciples? Seeing the three male leads of the original work gather made Bless helpless. In the end, the male leads have all met at my house. Fabian wondered, what does that mean? So are you a magician? Suddenly, Bless reminded, in the future, we will often meet in Rabiang, so please live harmoniously with each other, Fabian. The boy was startled when reminded and agreed. If you say so, then there's no other way, huh? Finally, Eli Dan also intended to leave. Then, my work is done. But Helena suddenly appeared, seeing that everyone had gathered. Oh my, everyone's gathered here? As soon as she saw her, Bless acted spoiledly and wanted to hug her. Sister. Helena quickly urged everyone. They said they'd prepared tea party in the garden. Let's go quickly. And finally, the four people who often gathered after the first tea party. Helena turned to see Eli Dan and quickly suggested, there's still a little time before Diane's training, right? Then let's go together before you go to practice. Hearing this, he was grateful. Yes, okay, thank you for the young lady's kindness. Seeing everyone was like that, the little girl was helpless, first father, then sister. Seeing Bless's expression wasn't good made her worried. What's wrong, Bless? The little girl mechanically replied, it's nothing, sister, let's go eat together. It's great if everyone goes together. Eli Dan also realized this in the back. It seems she doesn't like me filling up the seat. Bless, walking behind everyone, thought of the original work. The downfall of Rabiang is when my sister fell for Eli Dan, and that was the opportunity to torment Bella. So, although it will be a little uneasy when the two are close, but this situation has been created, so I have to observe carefully when in Rabiang. Thinking that, Bless also sighed helplessly. Evening came. When the little girl was sleeping, the voice of May kept calling, Bless. Bless. Seeing May so noisy made the little girl slowly open her eyes. May? May quickly announced the situation she had just sensed. Bless, there's a scary guy. Hearing this, Bless was startled and alert. What? Where? The little girl left the blanket with the thought, surely not. Who is invading? Because not everyone can break my father's protective barrier. Who on earth could it be? Bless quickly requested, May, lead the way for me. As soon as she arrived at the training ground, the little girl was confused. That's the training ground. Everything is so chaotic. And this energy, somewhere. Bless quickly realized, over there. The person emitting that terrifying energy was Eli Dan. As soon as he saw the little girl, he suddenly disappeared. Then appeared right above Bless's head. Slicing down made May panic. Danger, Bless. But luckily, May had created a protective shield for the little girl. Eli Dan was bounced back by that shield. Seeing that she was okay, the little girl was very grateful. Thank you, May. As soon as she opened her eyes, Bless recognized, that is. Looking at the magic sword in Eladin's hand. Immediately he seemed to be controlled. Made Bless wonder, is that Eli Dan? Bless was very worried, although I don't fully understand Eli Dan. But him hiding in Rabiang, he's not stupid enough to attack a young lady like me. Is something coming back? May at this time alluded to the magic sword in his hand. Bless, that's the scary guy. Hearing that, Bless immediately paid attention to the energy emitted from the sword. Thinking about it, I see that the energy of that sword is covering Eli Dan, as if it is controlling Eli Dan. Wait, if the sword can control its owner, could it be that sword? The demon sword? The demon sword brings very strong power to its owner, but it has an independent spirit and is a sword that will drive its owner crazy if it doesn't recognize himself. It is also the sword that turned Eli Dan, who was weak in the original work, into a prince. According to the original work, Eli Dan used the sword freely, but why did it suddenly break like this? Could it be that before being recognized as the master? Before the little girl could finish thinking, Eli Dan rushed to attack. Ugh. Here it comes again. Bless quickly snapped her fingers. This situation is more dangerous than I thought. Immediately, a shield appeared to protect both of them from that slash. The little girl stood inside analyzing, this magic, could it be? As soon as she saw Helios, Bless was surprised. Father. As soon as he arrived, he requested, Bless, you go over there. The little girl quickly obeyed, yes, yes. After that, Bless was still very worried about Eli Dan, but Father, Dian now. Helios quickly explained, that's right, as you see, His Highness's ego has affected the sword. But if you control them with your energy, everything will immediately return to normal. The little girl was a little confused after hearing that, thanks to May? He affirmed that, that's right, the superpower will have a special power to purify the predetermined power. And the shape of the energy is how that power is expressed. Hearing this, Bless realized the importance of May plays such a role? Saying that, Helios made a request, therefore, try it once. The little girl analyzed the attitude on his face. Although the demon sword is stirring up trouble, Father's attitude is very calm. As if Father knew this would happen, thinking that, Bless immediately asked directly, did you know Dian would become like this? Helios admitted it, that's right, His Highness detonated the demon sword artificially to practice. The more Bless listened, the more unbelievable she became. Yes, why would he do that? Looking at Eli Dan, he said, it's like he's living in Rabiang completely, so don't worry too much. Now focus on expanding your abilities. Bless seemed to have been persuaded by Helios's words. I don't know how the two of you communicate with each other through energy. This is a great opportunity to awaken May's power. Thinking that, the little girl quickly asked May for her opinion. Can you do it, May? May strongly affirmed, although I'm a little scared, but if Bless wants, May will do it. After both were ready, the little girl spoke, Father, I'm ready. Hearing that, Helios couldn't help but praise, very good, the shape of this energy will also be based on the shape of your energy. It will start from finding the energy inside you like inside May. It's the first time, so it will require a lot of mental strength. I will support you, so just approach calmly. Bless closed her eyes and began to feel, yes. The energy inside me, the same energy as May, I still can't see it, focus a little more. At this time, May flew over and happily called, Bless, here, it's here. Finally, the two found each other, found it, May. Seeing May flying to one side made the little girl hesitate, is that signaling to follow? May kept guiding, it's here, just put your hand on it and wake it up. Bless still asked again to be sure when she put her hand on it, like this? May affirmed, Seeing that, the little girl felt it was a bit simple, okay, easier than I thought. At this time, a door appeared in front of Bless, what is that? Like a door. As soon as the door opened, a stream of magic power rushed in, causing Bless to use her hands to shield herself. Finally, the magic power on the magic sword subsided. And Elidan was no longer controlled by the sword. The color of his eyes gradually returned to their original color. Then he had a headache and collapsed. Helios worriedly asked Bless, Bless, are you okay? The little girl also responded loudly, yes. Although she said that, Bless was very tired. Using it once is more tiring than I imagined, even though father supported me. Anyway, it seems it has been purified properly. When Elidan regained his senses, he couldn't help but smile and praise, compared to the first time it opened. It's excellent. Saying that, he immediately staggered, causing Bless to worriedly run back, Elidan. Helios supported Elidan, checked the situation, and made a judgment, it's just a brief fainting. Bless was still very worried, could it be because he hasn't adjusted yet? Helios immediately denied that, it's not your fault, although people say that the power has been released reluctantly. Completely losing one's ego is because the demon sword does not recognize its owner. His Highness will handle the entire sword through his training, you don't need to care. Until now, I haven't thought carefully about Elidan's position. That's because for me, Elidan will be the one to destroy Rabiang. But in this form, the more I know about Elidan, the more uncomfortable I feel in my heart. At this time, he turned back to look at Bless and said, anyway, it's the first time you've tried it and you've already been excellent, Bless. Helios revealed a proud expression, although you have a very wonderful innate power, the sensibility to handle it is entirely your responsibility. And I think you don't have to follow in the footsteps of previous generations to get into trouble with the royal family, you have to build relationships together to create the next era. Receiving recognition from him made Bless feel warm, I think so too, you're right, father. Now I know Elidan is not a bad guy. In the future, his ability to confront Rabiang will decrease, right? Bless smiled brightly. Then affirmed one thing, I will practice hard with Dian. The next day, Helios was looking at documents in his room while thinking about Bless's ability, the power of the superpower has been opened, so all that's left is to master it. Training with the prince will help a lot. While thinking, Helena suddenly came in, father, it's me. Seeing her sudden appearance made him confused, Helena. Then he left his desk and went to ask, it's so late, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Being told by Helios as if she was a child made Helena a little unhappy and pouted. Father, really, how old do you think I am? Seeing this expression, he couldn't help but laugh, haha, to me, you're still a child. Suddenly she hesitated, wanting to say something, father. Then Helena asked sincerely, is Bless the heir to the power of Rabiang? She recounted the story of last night that she had witnessed, actually, I saw Bless in the training area just now, along with Dian fainting, there was an unknown light. Are they practicing using some kind of power? Hearing this made Helios not know how to answer, Helena, that matter. Before he could finish speaking, she spoke her mind, suppose, Bless's power is not from Rabiang. I also know I can't inherit the power of Rabiang. Because before that, at the party, a kid said that if you are the heir of Rabiang, you can of course use healing magic, so from that time she understood, if the power of the family is not shown by this age, it can be considered hopeless. But even so, Helena made a decision, father, I also want to become the head of Rabiang. Because I want to become a fence that can protect both you and Bless. Anyway, I came to find you today to say that even if I don't inherit the power, it's okay, so you don't need to worry. Besides, you also said I have enough qualities of a magician, unlike, before Helena could finish speaking, Helios suddenly interrupted, Helena. He crossed his arms and explained frankly, the next generation of Rabiang will not be determined by power or not. These words made her widen her eyes in surprise. Because coldness will make bold decisions for the family, fame can lead the elderly, and eyes can also read records to help the family stand firm. Helios admitted one thing, there are many other important things besides the power of the family to lead a family like this. Although Bless clearly inherited the power of Rabiang, you truly have the qualities of a family head. I want to give you every opportunity, whatever you want. I will always stand by you, so don't give up. These words quickly touched Helena. How can father always say what I want to hear like this? When I admitted that I didn't inherit the power, my mother and the housekeeper, who now don't remember anything, tormented me. If I didn't inherit the power of the family, I would become a useless child in Rabying. If I grew up according to the teachings of my mother and housekeeper, I would definitely resent you and Bless. Just imagining it is terrible. It's so lucky, because I got to know you and Bless. Thinking of this, Helena's eyes began to turn red with deep gratitude. She immediately made a decision. I want to continue to protect this precious and sweet Rabying. Thinking that, Helena spoke. Thank you, father. She smiled sweetly, affirming firmly, I will try even harder for Rabying in the future. On Risol's side, he and Heinrich were talking to each other. He held a teacup in his hand, certain of one thing, Elidan is still alive. Because that's evidence that the Pillar of Light hasn't appeared yet. I'm also worried about the fact that where that guy lost his trail seems to be Rabying territory. Assuming the worst-case scenario, if Elidan decides to join hands with Duke Rabying to increase his power, I think we can't overcome the Duke's protection and deal with him. Therefore, before that guy returns to the royal palace, there's no other way but to give him the power of succession. What do you think, Duke Ed? Hearing this, he immediately smiled. Then he answered, it's useless to interfere with poisoning His Majesty. I remember telling you to take the time to wait for it. And it's not time yet. There's another way to get Helios out. Risol wondered, how's that preparation going? Heinrich calmly replied, very smoothly. Later, if we can give him more power, then my expectation is. A stage will also be set up to consolidate His Highness's position. He exclaimed after hearing that, sounds great. Finally, both with villainous faces looked forward to the upcoming plan. I will wait a little longer and wait until that time as you said. On Bless's side, the little girl was being taught by Lant, but the lesson had reached its end. We'll stop here today. Then she began to explain, because Bless asked, and so I was a little worried. But Arius did a great job. Receiving praise made him grateful, thank you. And finally, Arius joined the class with Bless. Suddenly, Arius became self-conscious. On the contrary, I don't know if I should enjoy this or not. Hearing this, Bless was startled and quickly reassured him, don't worry about that, Arius. If it's the young lady, this is just the level of repayment. The little girl was extremely worried. Training Arius is also hard, but because he escorted me, I can do this much more, and also, it's my selfishness. I hope that Arius choosing Rabying won't cause any disadvantages. Hearing Bless's concern made Arius smile brightly with gratitude. Yes, I know. Lant, witnessing the two being so close, smiled and teased, it's good to see the two of you being close. I'm also very much looking forward to Arius's growth. Hearing these words made him shy. Thank you. I will work very hard. Finally, it was time for Lant to leave, then I'll go first. Bless politely said goodbye. Thank you, goodbye, madam. As soon as she opened the door, she encountered Elidan. What's this, Diane? Currently, with his disguise art, he doesn't look like the third prince in the eyes of others. So he politely asked, has the lesson ended? Seeing that the lesson had ended, Elidan stepped in and requested, I have something to say. Seeing Arius with a worried expression, Bless immediately reassured him. My father has allowed me to meet Diane, so you don't need to worry. Finally, he compromised and left, then I'll wait outside. Then the little girl went to ask Elidan, I heard you've decided to start training again from today. Are you okay now? He affirmed that he was very healthy. It's not to the point where the young lady has to worry. I was unconscious longer than I thought, but there's nothing abnormal about my body. Although she knew that, when Bless looked at the magic sword on Elidan's waist, she was still very worried. Outside, it's probably like that. The dominance of the demon sword makes the spirit feel risky. In fact, my father thinks that Elidan has not fully recovered. Since that time, we can't train together even once. I don't know if that's true or just pretending to be normal in front of me. Without mentioning the sword, Elidan switched to the topic about Arius. That thing, that kid outside, I heard he's studying with the young lady, right? The little girl confirmed. That's right, it hasn't been long. As soon as he heard this, Elidan quickly revealed his contempt. Studying with a commoner, I think you sometimes forget that you're a young lady. This made Bless noticeably uncomfortable. Don't interfere unnecessarily. Finally, the little girl still explained, he's training hard for me, that's just a repayment of gratitude. It's not a bad thing to build a good relationship. Elidan only smiled for a long time after hearing that. Then, dejectedly, he criticized, if you said so, I only intended to say hello, but it's already made you uncomfortable. Bless was startled when she heard that. What? Suddenly, Elidan asked again, young lady, do you have time tonight? Asking while getting closer made Bless a little awkward. On that night, the little girl was brought by him to a beautiful place, UWOA. Bless looked at the scenery and was curious, where is this? It's really beautiful. Seeing the little girl's enjoyment made Eli Dan satisfied. I'm glad if you like it. Then he revealed, this is my secret location. It's quite far from Rabiang, huh? Seeing Eli Dan talking without distinguishing levels, Bless asked directly, as soon as we leave Rabiang, you talk informally? Hearing this, he wondered, is using honorifics more comfortable? Finally, Bless had to accept, okay, just as you please. After talking about the honorifics issue, Eli Dan sat down and said, it feels really strange to hear voices here. This is the first time I've come here with someone else. Bless was confused, first time? The little girl shouted confusedly, then, why did you bring me here? He refuted based on Bless's previous words, you said it, building a good relationship isn't a bad thing. Maybe you heard from the Duke, we will be training together from now on. To consolidate my position, I must take that magic sword. I'm confident that I will receive the recognition of the demon sword. I know that this time is not easy at all. Eli Dan said that at that time, I couldn't hear anything but the voice of the demon sword. At first, I only said that I would help you, but it turned out to be the opposite. He expressed gratitude in his words, Bless, I really need your help. I hope you can cooperate and help me so that I can get the recognition of the demon sword. The wind at this time followed the hair and lingered in Bless's mind, Eli Dan has asked me for help. After asking for help, Eli Dan was still very considerate and took out a bribe, therefore, this can be seen as a bribe, but please think of it as my own repayment. This place is predetermined to be a teleportation point through this object. If you want to reuse it, you have to wait until the energy is fully charged, this is a drawback. Then Eli Dan also said, this is the last gift my mother gave me, whom I don't remember anymore. Please understand. Bless took the gift, feeling a little heavy-hearted, how can I receive this, you idiot? This place is really beautiful, but without signs of anyone, it will be very quiet and lonely. Just like the end of the world. Eli Dan doesn't have a backer, so he had to work hard since he was young, described as growing up very early. When he was too tired of enduring in the royal palace. Did he come here? Thinking that, the little girl quickly refused, I can't receive this. Seeing Bless refusing like that made Eli Dan confused, why? Don't feel pressured, I don't use it much now. Bless smiled and made a suggestion, no, when you want to come, take me with you, that's all I need. These words brought a vigilance in his heart that was hard to describe. But also showed an attitude of agreeing, okay, then let's go. Looking at his current expression made Bless surprised, I can't imagine this image of Eli Dan. Finally, she made a decision, maybe I should lower my vigilance towards Eli Dan. Then the two started chatting with each other, Bless said, anyway, I can teleport myself. Eli Dan heard this and said back, you also know that you can't use magic for that, or skipping school? Bless was caught off guard and startled, how much do you know? Always being tense, now being comfortable feels unfamiliar. The little girl asked herself, have I been too bound to the original work? Even though many things have strayed far from the original work, no. Later, the relationship with Eli Dan will change a lot more, if I think about it, from the beginning the character Bless has deviated a lot. With that change, I have met people who are important to me and those are the relationships that last until now. Currently I no longer have to be bound by the original work. Thinking of this, Bless couldn't help but show a bright smile. Then made a decision, I will write my own life as Rabiang von Bless. The next day, Bless started cooking herself but was advised, Bless, I understand your heart, but please leave these things to the maids. But the little girl insisted on doing it herself, no, sister, the welcome party for Eli Dan this time was proposed by me. So I also want to help. Helena was helpless after hearing that, Bless. And this obstruction is for a good reason, because Bless is not skilled at all. After that, Eli Dan recovered safely and started official training. The training method to enhance strength makes the shape of the demon sword seem eroded, thinking about it, it feels a bit stupid. But I believe in enhancing my abilities. Eli Dan just needs to try really quickly. And after I decided to live my own life, I no longer need to be vigilant towards Eli Dan. And be closer to these children. I have prepared a special tea party. At the banquet table, Eli Dan expressed gratitude through words, when you said you would prepare a welcome party for me, I was very happy that the young lady saw me in a good light. But looking at the prepared food made him helpless, but on the contrary, this is like hating me. Bless didn't care and urged, first, try eating it and then talk. Arius also wanted Eli Dan to understand the little girl's heart, it's all the young lady thinking of you and making it for you, don't hold back anymore, eat it. Hearing these words, he smiled and exclaimed, indeed a loyal escort knight. If that's the meaning, then I will also share it with you. After finishing speaking, Eli Dan handed the food cooked by Bless himself to Arius. Finally, when both had to eat what Bless cooked, they were dejected and speechless. The expression of the two made the little girl furious. It's not to the point where you can't eat anything. Fabian was spared but insisted on jumping in. Diane, I'm also curious about sister's cooking ability. These words really made Eli Dan feel helpless. Young master. Aren't you curious if it will cause harm? Really? Finally, everyone ate the food that Bless cooked together. While eating, the little girl asked Arius a few questions. How's the training going recently, Arius? He smiled and answered when asked, currently, I have learned almost everything I need to learn. What's left is endurance and the ability to recognize the flow. I'm having difficulty with this issue because it's difficult to access. Bless thought after hearing that. That's right, those are the things that are easily damaged in actual combat. Then Arius added, so the family head said that he will pay attention to outdoor training. The little girl was excited after hearing that. Really, that's great. Father has really paid attention to this. Eli Dan also spoke about another story. Thinking about it, I heard that young lady Helena has opened class 5. Although she's the daughter of the family head, she's still too amazing. Suddenly being praised made Helena happy. Hearing those words from father's disciple feels really strange. Thank you for the praise, Diane. Bless was also very proud of that. If it's class 5, then it's equivalent to a current magician. My sister is really good, huh? Seeing the little girl showing an arrogant face as if she did it herself made Eli Dan confused. Why is young lady Bless so complacent? Everyone was talking lively with each other, but Fabian didn't say a word, so Bless paid attention. The little girl cared and asked the boy, Fabian, what's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? Fabian hesitated when asked, it's not like that. Finally, Eli Dan started teasing again. Young Master Fabian is better than his peers, but he's picky about food. Turns out the young master is still just a child. Suddenly being called a child made Fabian uncomfortable and retorted, what are you saying, Diane? Bless immediately stood up to stop the argument. You too, stop it. Fabian, how's the orphanage doing? The boy affirmed when asked, of course, it's still doing well. Then, with bright eyes, he confidently answered, have you forgotten who I am? I'm Fabian, who brings luck to the Gold family. The boy was also very arrogant. There are a lot of supporters and many children have been adopted thanks to me. Bless could only smile awkwardly in praise after hearing that. As expected, you're amazing, Fabian. Fabian continued to tell more. Every time I go, they send me letters. If I gather all that I've received, it would probably be a box full now. Bless was surprised. Really? Finally, the two sisters looked at each other and smiled happily with this party. Bless at this time didn't care about the original work anymore. What's wrong with being different from the original work? Everyone is so happy. I hope that peace will continue like this in the future, including the current Eli Dan. Arius in the future. Bless and Fabian as well. And Helena also quickly grows up more. Before I knew it, 3 years had passed. When Bless was tired and fell asleep on the table, she saw a bloody scene. In the middle, a magic circle appeared, making the little girl confused. Here, where is this? Suddenly, a question rang out from within. Is it the sacrifice? Heinrich affirmed from within, that's right. Then he said to the Demon King, Supreme One, it won't be long before I meet you. At that time, please lend your power to this humble servant. Bless, witnessing this scene, couldn't understand. What is he doing? The Demon King, seeing himself about to escape, couldn't help but praise, great. He continued to be excited. Power, I can feel the great power has come. Although the sound could be heard, the little girl didn't seem to hear any words. I can't hear clearly what Heinrich is saying. At that time, Heinrich's eyes became vicious. Helios will soon trample on your Rabiang. I will show you a satisfied face, wait. While she was immersed in her dream, a sound quickly woke Bless. Young lady Bless, it's time to wake up. The little girl just woke up and rubbed her eyes, wanting to remember. I seem to have seen something strange while I was asleep. Eli Dan came in front of Bless and reported, young Master Fabian has arrived. If we're late this time, he'll probably cry his eyes out. Shouldn't we hurry up? The little girl walked and was confused. Came early again? It's long before the appointment time. Eli Dan quickly explained, he's still young, so he always has plenty of time. These words really made Bless speechless. Fabian is still young, is that too much pressure? And we've been going together for 3 years. Eli Dan has been recognized by the demon sword in the past. And I have become proficient in operating superpower. May from the back flew over and asked with concern, Bless, did you have a nightmare? The little girl immediately answered vaguely. It seems like it. Fabian has signed a contract with a lower-level spirit. Arius officially became my escort knight. And my sister has become a magician with an official name in magic. Seeing that everyone has gradually completed their wishes made Bless happy. When I think that these changes are all thanks to living with Bless, I feel really refreshed. Seeing the little girl's expression, Elidan immediately teased, "You're making a strange expression again." Currently, Elidan has completely treated me like his younger sister, the little girl uncomfortably ordered, "Shut up." Even so, he smiles more than before. "Can I think well?" he quickly explained, "I'm just kidding." Bless wanted to remember the dream just now. What was the dream just now? There's something very uncomfortable, but I can't remember it. I wish I could have recognized it as a prophetic dream at that time, then I would have tried to remember it somehow. As time passed, I kept hesitating because I couldn't remember the dream at that time. If I knew the future in advance to prepare, would it be okay? Like, it's clearly a farewell that I didn't prepare. For, honestly, it left me with a little bitterness. After all 5 people played together, the sky gradually turned color. "Young Master Gold, the carriage has been prepared." Elaine came to call, "Master Fabian, Elaine." As soon as he saw Elaine, Fabian wondered, "What is it? Why is everything prepared?" Elaine smiled helplessly, "I thought I had to delay as long as possible." Before sending Fabian away, Bless quickly apologized, "Sorry Fabian, only we came to see you off, my sister and Arius have things to do." But the boy didn't seem to care and rushed to hug the little girl. "No, it's okay." Then Fabian honestly revealed his heart, "Don't you know yet, I only need you." And finally Elidan stood beside him as just a third person blocking the way. Looking at the departing car, Bless watched and was happy. Thinking about it, Fabian seems to have grown quite a bit. In the past 3 years, many things have changed, especially unlike the internal Duke Rabiang, the outside is very chaotic, not like before. This caused the monster war in the east to break out. When the war became more serious, my father joined the war a few months ago as a duke. I don't remember how many times I cried when I received the order from the royal palace. "Father, will you be safe and sound?" Bless hoped, surely nothing will happen, right? But suddenly the door opened. Elidan suddenly called, "Young lady." As soon as she saw him appear, she asked confusedly, "Elidan, what are you doing here?" Elidan quickly replied, "I looked into the master's room because I saw light leaking out." "Why is the young lady not returning to her room and doing this here?" Bless said after hearing that, "It's just that, I'm worried if my father is okay." He didn't know what to say at this time, but slowly approached. Then smiled and affirmed, "The master will return safely. He's the Empire's top-ranked magician, it will be nothing compared to the monster war." Receiving Elidan's concern, she was surprised and grateful. "Thank you for saying that. What is this? Can you comfort me like this?" After comforting her, Elidan added a few words that others didn't want to hear, but having too much power sometimes becomes toxic. What happens if the Duke is not capable enough? He kept analyzing, if so, even if he is summoned, he doesn't have to shoulder a heavy responsibility. With the current situation, it may take 1 year or 10 years. Bless quickly stopped him. "Wait, aren't you comforting me?" Elidan turned to smile, I'm just saying what's available." Bless was completely helpless before these words. What, even so, people are in turmoil. She was uncomfortable in her heart. If it's according to the original work, isn't it the time to leave Rabiang already? You also have to go to the battlefield to help my father. At this time, Elidan expressed his feelings. "I have clearly felt through this war." Made Bless pay attention, huh? He looked at her and smiled deeply. Then concluded, from the experiences in the past 3 years, if I want to protect my people, I need to have strength. If I had the power to decide this war, then I wouldn't let the master go to the battlefield. The more Bless listened, the more surprised she became. Then thought, thinking about it, Dian entered Rabiang to tame the magic sword, but I don't think he said this just for training. Besides training, there's also the matter of relying on father. While talking, Elidan looked at Bless again. Ton that with the only purpose of himself, but you also know, my purpose is to inherit the throne." These words made Bless heavy-hearted. Looking at him saying it so plainly means wanting to say it under the name of Elidan. Saying that, Elidan smiled, wanting to make a suggestion. "So I have a suggestion, do you want to hear it?" She seemed to be a little interested. Okay, if you want to say it, I will listen." Before speaking, Elidan didn't forget to remind, "It's not an impulsive word, don't misunderstand and just listen. Choosing Rabiang to tame the magic sword was an excellent choice, thanks to which I later met the people I wanted to be by my side. So it's also as good as now in the future. It would be great if I could be with Rabiang, so my meaning is, do you want to get engaged to me?" These words were like punching Bless's ears, making her bewildered. "Now, what are you saying? What did he say again?" A few days later, at the Rabiang training ground. Seeing Arius training, Helena quickly commented, "The ending is neater now. The shadow creation technique easily leaves traces, so handling it is very important, so don't be complacent because you've done well now." Suddenly receiving such serious comments from her startled Arius, "I understand." Helena announced one more thing at this time, and also, From now on I will not teach anything more. Arius left the training ground but still remembered the words Helena had said, from now on I will not teach anything more, what I mean is you also have to train yourself later. These words made him uncomfortable, those words. Also means that you can leave Rabiang at any time. At this time Bless's voice called out, Arius. She happily ran to ask, now the training session today has ended, right? Bless kept urging, everyone is waiting. Arius heard but didn't say anything. Making her worried, what's wrong? Arius immediately denied, no, it's nothing. Then let's go. At this time Arius used magic to create a path. In a moment, both arrived at another place. Making Bless surprised, so the shadow creation technique can also be used this way. From afar, Helena's voice called out, Bless, Arius. She waved, it's here. Bless happily ran over, sister. But suddenly stopped, when seeing Eladin's appearance, Diane. She sat down helplessly, thinking about it, of course Diane is there. After the engagement proposal last time, I feel shy looking at his face now, so I've been avoiding it for a while. Seeing that everyone was present but Fabian hadn't appeared yet, she was curious, now young Master Gold is coming, what's the matter that he's late? Helena also saw this, oh my, that's right. He always comes early. This made Bless worried, thinking about it, this is the first time Fabian has been late like this. Could something have happened? At the same time, the Gold Duke's house. Fabian was now peeking inside, after all, the atmosphere was unusual. Seeing Adolphe talking uncomfortably with Elaine made the little boy curious. What were they talking about? Moreover, why such an attitude during the day? After finishing speaking, Adolphe gave an order, understood? Don't come to Rabiang today. Fabian was horrified, Why would you do that? Adolphe didn't say much but simply forbade it, if I say no, then it's no. Today is dangerous. No, no way. Anyway, just obediently go back to your room. The little boy became more and more confused. Dangerous? What is? Father and Elaine aren't telling me exactly, but it's certain. Something bad will happen in Rabiang today, so it's me. I will protect her. Thinking this, the little boy ran to find Bless. At the Rabiang mansion. Helena was disappointed that Fabian hadn't come, in the end, young Master Fabian still didn't come, Bless was also very bored, so I feel a bit uneasy. It's the first time Fabian hasn't contacted me or come at all. We have to contact him. While talking, Helena suddenly sensed something, what is this feeling? I can feel the faint aura of outsiders in this house, which shouldn't be possible due to the barrier. Only people from Rabiang and those who are allowed can enter. Then she stood up and decided, I have to go. Seeing Helena suddenly stand up, Bless asked in confusion, sister, what's wrong? She forced a smile and replied, anyway, we're worried about young Master Fabian, so let's contact the Gold family. I'll go quickly and come back. Bless, stay here. Although Bless didn't understand, she still obeyed, okay. Helena did this because, I don't want to make Bless and the children uneasy for nothing. It's probably nothing special. Running to the main mansion of Rabiang. Helena kept following that feeling and tracing the trail, it's clear that this is the first time I've felt this sign here. As soon as she arrived, her face quickly turned pale. When a butler with a strange aura appeared in front of her, she was confused, butler? At this time, that man also noticed Helena. Back on this side, May had sensed something and called out, Bless. Bless, something big has happened. Seeing May so flustered made her confused, May, what is it? What's wrong? What happened? May urgently replied, something's wrong. As soon as they heard this, all three quickly realized something. Elidan became confused and thought, an intruder? In this Rabiang mansion? Bless couldn't understand what was happening around her, what's going on? Elidan quickly made a plan, it's difficult to accurately grasp the source of the sound. Then he instructed Arius, I'll go check around, so please watch over the young lady. Arius quickly obeyed, I know. May seemed very scared and whispered, Bless, I'm so scared. I feel like there's only evil aura. Bless also felt an unspeakable uneasiness after hearing this. Seeing May so uneasy, she was sure that something had happened. At this time, a sound came from somewhere, this sound. The two ran towards the sound, this way, I heard the sound behind the annex. As soon as she arrived, Bless was shocked. When she saw Helena collapsed on the ground, sister. At this time, that butler wanted to explain, this, young lady. He kept showing an attitude of contempt, I can't believe you received help just because of these things. What a shameful thing. Have you forgotten the devotion I gave you? Or is it that the things I taught became useless that way? Helena became annoyed after hearing this, what are you saying? Then she bluntly retorted, what did I receive from you? If there was anything, it was just a wound from childhood. The fact that I was able to get here wasn't thanks to you. My father and Bless showed me the path I had to take as Rabiang. The butler sneered contemptuously after hearing this. Then he repeatedly expressed, I've dedicated myself to you for so long, and yet you only remember that cruel father and that vile younger sister? Bless couldn't understand this conversation at all. What exactly is going on? Why is this person appearing in Rabiang? I heard the butler was just released from prison. Why would someone who just escaped from Rabiang come back? How could he pass through father's barrier? Bless suddenly remembered the original story. Wait, if according to the original story, Helena was close to Heinrich under the influence of the Duchess, which means that there was someone who connected Helena to Heinrich when she was young. If the butler played that role in the original story, then Heinrich is probably behind this incident. Just then, 2 dogs rushed in, accompanied by a loud call, Young lady! Young lady, watch out! But fortunately, Arius protected her. Oh my god, now no matter what the reason, we have to go back. Safety is the most important thing in this situation. First, we have to avoid them as Arius said, and bring the knights here. May on this side was also crying and calling out, Bless, over here. It's Arius. Seeing the situation before her made her panic. The butler loudly sneered, anyway, it seems like it's still too early to deal with me. Arius's neck was tightened like that. Then he fell unconscious. Bless quickly ran over in concern, Arius. She couldn't understand this situation. Even Arius couldn't overcome it. What to do? If I run away with both of them, it's impossible, so I have to think of a way to suppress them. Just as she thought this, Helios's voice rang in her ears, Overmind has a special power to eliminate the power that has withered, and the characteristic of the energy is the expression of that power. At that time, Father clearly said that, and the monsters that I'm facing now. Can't we eliminate them with the power of Overmind? As soon as she thought of that, Bless quickly told May, May, help me, I need your power. I will release all the power and overwhelm the butler. May was a little surprised after hearing this. Huh? All of it? Is that okay? She didn't care about that anymore, there's no other way now. Please help me. May accepted after hearing this, okay, it will be okay. I can do it. Bless closed her eyes tightly with determination. I will save everyone. Suddenly, her entire body floated in the air. It emitted a light that confused the butler. I'm surprised that you still have the strength to show off some tricks. Although this is an energy source that I've never felt until now, even so, it's not a special ability, so calm down. The power of the 2 dogs gradually weakened, which made him panic, the monsters are weakening. Ah, could it be this power? Finally, the butler fainted. When that ended, Bless was delighted, I feel the evil aura disappear, but it must be because I used too much strength. I'm so sleepy. May saw that she had lost her strength and collapsed, and was extremely worried, Bless. May kept calling non-stop, Bless. On Eladin's side. He seemed to have destroyed all of them, these are monsters that were forcibly summoned. I can't see the summoner, so I'll go back to the children. But at this time a maid appeared. Elidan was surprised to recognize her, this is Bless's maid. I thought she was different from the others. It turns out she can be so calm in this situation. He called out in confusion, you. But Lady If didn't say much but only requested, please follow me. I will lead you to the young lady's place. To the main mansion of Rabiang. At this time, Fabian had also arrived. As soon as he entered, he worriedly called out, Sister Bless. Seeing it was Fabian, Helena was a little surprised, young Master Fabian. The little boy ran over and asked with concern, is everyone okay? What exactly happened? Helena still wanted to ask, why did young Master? But before she could finish speaking, both of them immediately froze. Because the 2 remaining dogs still rushed to attack, the remnants. Fabian was very confused at this time, I don't know what happened. But he still reached out to help, now I know what I have to do. Immediately, 1 dog was tightly bound by a magic circle. Then it immediately vanished. Fabian was startled, my soul power can't do that. This won't do, I can't save her like this. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Elidan took action and swung his sword. He stabbed down hard, causing the 2 dogs to disappear. Making Fabian surprised. Then 6 eyes looked at each other. Then he looked at Elidan returning to his true form and asked in confusion, who are you? He didn't say much but only replied vaguely, I was wondering why you weren't coming today. It turns out you were late, young Master Gold. Arius, who was unconscious, seemed to have woken up. Helena knew Eladin's identity after hearing this, is that you, Diane? Fabian exclaimed in horror, huh? Looking at the current Elidan made the little boy disbelieve, this guy is Diane? Although I can clearly feel that it's the same aura, but... The Diane I know is an enemy with red hair. And always wears weird earrings. Could it be that those earrings are disguise items? Elidan stepped forward and questioned Arius, what exactly is this? A guard has to protect his master, but instead, he received protection. Young Master Gold is also very lucky not to be injured. Fabian quickly explained, that's because I just arrived. At this time, Elidan revealed his doubts, let's see, is it a coincidence that I didn't encounter any monsters on the way here? From the beginning, why were you late to Rabiang? The little boy didn't know how to explain this, that. Finally, Fabian understood everything, so that's it. Father knew it would turn out like this, so that means Gold is also involved in this. The little boy clenched his fists uncomfortably, I didn't realize this truth, so the important people were injured. At this time, Elidan sat down next to Bless and checked, if that's the case, then these people also know what they have to do. Anyway, working too hard like this, still not handling the power of overmind skillfully? Ladyeth also came forward from a distance. Checked on Bless's condition. After a while, Elidan quickly asked, how is Bless's condition? Ladyeth confirmed, she's fine. She may just be too tired from suddenly using too much power. Other than that, there's nothing else unusual. He sighed in relief after hearing this, that's a relief. Although there's still nothing suspicious. Before that, Elidan was very suspicious of Ladyeth's request, why did she go so far? She could have stopped this situation from the beginning. At that time, she couldn't explain it clearly in just a few words. My actions won't be convincing. I know you're suspicious, but if the Duke was here, it's clear that he would have respected my decision. Elidan also noticed the maids who were worried about Arius, the Duke directly left that maid by Bless's side. What she said is true. And taking this opportunity, I knew for sure. For Bless's safety, Duke Helios is needed. The next day, Ladyeth ordered Perry, temporarily close the workshop. We have to prevent what happened yesterday from leaking out. Perry quickly obeyed. Then she asked about the condition of the others, how are the injured people? Perry quickly reported the situation, the wounds of young Lady Helena and Arius aren't too deep. I also confirmed that young Master Gold has returned safely. Ladyeth was very satisfied after hearing this, okay, there are no problems. Then she couldn't help but sigh, that's a relief. Time flies so fast, when I opened my eyes. A month had passed since the attack on Rabiang. Bless seemed to have grown up a lot. She looked at the butterflies flying on her hand. Suddenly disappeared. At this time, Helena suddenly called out, ah, that's right, Bless, what I mean is the pattern that occasionally appears on the back of your hand and disappears. That's called a soul imprint left by young Master Gold. Bless was confused, imprint? She didn't hide it but explained, okay, through that imprint, no matter how far apart you are, I heard you can receive the soul power of the young master. Until she went to study far away, Bless still hadn't woken up, so he was very worried. Bless understood after hearing this, so that's it. And when I opened my eyes, after everyone had left Rabiang, Elidan had returned to the palace under the witness of the nobles. The third prince is still alive. Finally, the princes are also participating in the war. In addition, Arius also firmly declared before leaving, I will come back and be strong enough to protect the young lady. And finally, Fabian also spoke frankly with Adolf, if this continues, then I'm just father's lucky charm. In the end, everyone is finding their own path according to the original story. I don't feel worried about it following the original story. Unlike the original story, I have memories that I have accumulated with them. I'm just a little sad that they left without saying goodbye while I was sleeping. While pondering, a maid came in to announce, excuse me, young Lady Bless. This made her confused. The maid reported again, right now outside. The master has returned. As soon as she heard this news, both sisters quickly ran out to greet him, ah. The three fathers and daughters embraced each other affectionately after months of separation, father. But Helena also remembered the main issue and asked, father, what happened? The war is still not. Helios smiled and said, that's right, it's more stable than before but it's not over. Then he told his two daughters the current situation, this time, the two princes personally participated in the war. They were appointed as excellent generals. The military force has stabilized and His Majesty has allowed the family heads to return to their families. It's also thanks to the words of the third prince. Hearing that it was Elidan made Bless surprised, Elidan. Don't tell me he helped father return to Rabiang, so he let the family heads return. Elidan on this side looked outside and felt relieved, this will help Rabiang save a big worry. His eyes looked at the sky and showed a moved longing smile. Then he prayed, you must be well, Bless, until I return. And time passed again. Until 7 years later. The war with the eastern monsters finally ended. The people were very excited to cheer for Elidan, the war ended so quickly, all thanks to the third prince. Not only in the name of the royal family but also sacrificing for the empire like this. But according to what I heard, compared to the third prince, the first prince. At this time, Bless von Rabiang was 18 years old. She was walking outside and everyone was talking about Elidan. Wherever you go, you hear stories about Elidan's active activities. But thinking about it, she thought it was true, because today is the day of the victory parade of the army and it's not an exaggeration to say that this victory is thanks to Elidan. 7 years ago, Elidan participated in the war, started to eliminate monsters at a rapid pace, and the war ended 2 years faster than in the original story. I don't know why Elidan wanted to end the war quickly. Thanks to him, I feel more at ease when I hear the news. Compared to him, I haven't heard any news from the others, so I'm very worried. Bless muttered and blamed everyone, aren't you all too much? Leaving without saying a word, and not writing letters either. At this time, she noticed the gossip of a citizen. The mercenary's son was worried that as time passed, the monsters would be different from before, but fortunately, the war has ended. Different? That's right, I heard that someone controlled the monsters to appear. Bless became more and more interested. Different from the monsters until now? Suddenly something quickly caught Bless's attention. What is this? At this moment, the sound of trumpets and parade announcements rang in the street, the victory parade. Bless squeezed into the crowd and looked towards the parade. I deliberately appeared when I heard that he would participate in the victory parade. Seeing Elidan return healthy made her feel at ease. It's good to see him healthy, Elidan. Time has passed for a very long time. And the person standing in front of Elidan is Risol. As soon as Bless saw Risol, she couldn't understand. How did Risol survive and return? If according to the original story, Risol should have died in the Eastern Monster War. The war ending 2 years early also made me suspicious, but compared to Risol surviving and returning, I decided not to be bound by the original story anymore. But this is a different matter. The prince who should have died survived. So there may be a throne war that adversely affects Rabiang, like being in a completely different world from the original story. Thinking of this, Bless quickly denied, no, anyway, from the first time, maybe the content of the novel has changed its meaning. From the beginning, Bless has powers that I didn't know about. Throughout the past 7 years, through the training of father. The first doors I saw when using power, this is the room containing the power of Ed and Rabiang that I have. I realized the power of eliminating the only thing that can be used to put pressure on the body. I was very surprised to know that Bless is just a side character who has this power. It's a pity that I can only handle the power of elimination. But now I'm grateful that the number of people who can protect Rabiang has increased. No matter what variables there are, I will use the cards I have to have a happy ending. The background has changed since the beginning. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly there was a sound of someone calling back, Princess. As soon as she heard this sound, Bless turned around. Oh, this voice is. Finally, she recognized it as Elaine. As soon as Elaine saw Bless, she was delighted. As expected, it's the princess. She also came forward and greeted enthusiastically, it's been so long. Elaine hasn't changed at all. Elaine teased after hearing this, is that so? I thought I had to be more perceptive. Seeing Elaine's presence made Bless also have to remember Fabian. Elaine is here like this, Fabian also. But quickly calmed herself, no, calm down, otherwise, it's like someone who keeps waiting for someone who is left without saying goodbye, just pretending to be cool and sitting still. Elaine still wanted to say more. When I meet the princess, I have a lot to explain, but seeing Elaine keep hesitating and not speaking made Bless confused. Huh? Explain what? Suddenly Elaine cleared her throat. First, I have to talk to my sister. Bless was confused. Sister? Then Elaine suddenly mentioned, Princess, do you know Elf Biala? This made her panic. Why suddenly Biala? Then she asked, Elaine also knows Biala? Elaine smiled and wanted to tell the truth. Ah, yes, actually. That person is my sister. Bless was shocked after hearing this. What did he just say? Elaine was grateful at this time. I heard the princess gave me a clue to meet my sister. Before that, she gave Biala the information, the blue village in the Red Mountains. Next to the vine, go there and there will be clues about the person Biala is looking for. After hearing these words, Bless finally understood the whole situation. That's right, so the younger sibling that Biala is looking for. Elaine winked and confirmed, yes, that person is me, Elaine. So this is a half-elf. She was really shocked, huh? But just looking at Elaine and remembering Biala, Bless also saw that both were very similar. Wait, thinking about it, these two people really look alike. Elaine smiled and said, I left a trace that I would go to Gold Street in that place. My sister found me by that trace. It was just right that I and the young master were walking around in the elven forest. There was a rumor among the elves that my whereabouts were easily found. Bless immediately praised, very good, Elaine. And currently Elaine just wanted to thank the princess. The more she talked, the more she realized, but, what is the elven forest? Isn't Fabian studying far away? Elaine hurriedly explained, although it is said that he is studying far away to graduate from Gold Street, but in fact, the young master's purpose is to strengthen his soul power. It is possible to find the forest of purebred elves. We came there with the help of my sister. And the young master trained there alone. Bless was really surprised and wondered, so Fabian has been in the elven forest for 7 years? Elaine forced a smile and replied, yes, that's right. Also, from now on is the main part, princess, that. Before Elaine could finish speaking, Fabian's voice came from behind, sister, let me explain the rest. Bless turned around and wanted to confirm the owner of that voice. There is only one person who calls me stinky sister, could it be? Fabian had grown into a handsome young man but still greeted politely, long time no see, sister. She suddenly came forward, it's clear that it's very similar to Fabian, but I still can't confirm through the eyes, so she asked again, is it, Fabian? After hearing this, Bless was shocked, time has passed like that? Fabian smiled brightly and teased, so now I'm older than you. Bless quickly showed a look of disbelief. But in the end, she didn't accept it, no matter what, acting like that is too reckless, what if there is a problem during the growth process? Fabian felt that it was not so concerning. It's not just simply passing through time, the body and mind grew together, so it's okay. Of course, no one, including the spirits in the forest, understood my choice. She was confused when he mentioned the spirits. Finally, Bless was able to understand a little more about Fabian, even if it wasn't like that. The book about humans is too short, so he made an incomprehensible choice. But from that, he also confirmed one thing, but I don't regret it, because now I can protect someone. Then he showed a pitiful appearance again. Is it possible that you don't like me because I'm not small and cute anymore? Bless hurriedly denied, what, that's not it at all. Fabian was overjoyed after hearing this and grinned, that's a relief. Then he kept asking, but sister, how do you look at me? Am I cool? Bless didn't know what to say at this time but only smiled gently, I really can't stop it. The body is big but Fabian is still Fabian. At this moment, he suddenly stood up and asked, but sister, it seems like I'm the first person you met, right? She admitted, it seems like it. Fabian was happy after hearing this, so that's it. Then, he suddenly took Bless's hand. Then he made a request, I want to receive that award. I want to be the first person to dance with you at the victory party. After the two sisters finished talking, Fabian wondered, are you really okay if you don't need me to take you back to the Duke's house? Bless confirmed, I'm okay. I don't need a guard when I go out, so I want to go back quietly. He didn't insist after hearing this and agreed, then there's no other way. But then he didn't forget to remind her of the promise he made with her. Instead, don't forget the promise you made with me before, you have to dance the first dance with me, remember? Bless also agreed very happily, okay, I will definitely not forget. Suddenly Fabian leaned in and touched Bless's forehead as if to satisfy his longing, then I'll wait. After getting in the car, he didn't forget to turn back and say goodbye, be careful on your way. After Fabian left for a while, Bless realized because of his actions just now, startled, While walking, she scolded inwardly, Fabian, you've become a cunning brat over the years. As soon as she got home, she was confused, who was in front of the door? But as soon as she saw that person, Bless immediately recognized, that appearance, could it be, is it, Ari? While looking, suddenly a gust of wind blew, making Bless uncomfortable and closing her eyes tightly. But when she looked again, Arius had disappeared. Bless couldn't understand, although he was wearing a mask, it was clearly Arius, why did he leave? Finally, I met Fabian and Arius again, but there are many changes that confuse me. A week later, on the day of the victory party, Helena kept asking, Bless, are you okay? Do you need me to help you? But she hurriedly refused, I don't need it, sister. Let's go now. As soon as she finished preparing, Bless quickly ran out and apologized, I'm sorry for being a little late. But Helios didn't blame her and comforted her instead, it's okay, there's still plenty of time. And I decided to ask father to be the escort for this party. My sister is always worried about me, but Helena greeted the prince next to her and asked for help, please help me today. He was happy to hear this and replied, yes, princess, I am very honored. And this is also a way to comfort my worried father. Helios was very uncomfortable at this time. His Majesty said that he will choose a princess at this party, it makes me concerned anyway. The third prince also suggested something the other day. Bless could only laugh it off helplessly, no wonder my father has been so worried. On the evening of the victory party, Elidan visited Rabiang. As soon as he arrived, Elidan greeted with a smile, long time no see, Bless. Bless had just seen him after a long time, but in a different position, and didn't know how to greet him, I don't know what to say. What should I have said first? Should I use honorifics now? While thinking, Eladin's finger suddenly touched her cheek, making her flinch. Then she shyly questioned, why are you doing that all of a sudden? Elidan quickly explained, seeing you so stiff, I did that to relieve the tension. Bless immediately denied. No, I'm not tense at all. Suddenly he expressed his feelings, it must be because I missed these little things when I was on the battlefield. These words made Bless feel sorry, Elidan. But still didn't forget the main thing, don't make a fuss about it. Elidan was a little embarrassed after hearing this, haha, caught in the act. She said again. I just think there's no way you would remember things like that. Elidan still pretended to be serious, I still remember those conversations. The two kept going back and forth. Elidan affirmed, I was always in a state of tension in that place. These words made Bless feel sorry, Elidan must have gone through many difficulties in the past 7 years. So I'm trying to confirm that it's okay to joke like this normally. Finally, she warmly welcomed, you've worked hard, welcome back. These words really surprised him. But it was also a warmth that made him falter. And replied, I'm back. Finally, Elidan and Helios sat at the table and talked to each other, Your Highness, if you had told us in advance about the visit, we wouldn't have welcomed you so poorly. What's the matter that you're in such a hurry? Elidan gave an answer, I want to hear the answer as soon as possible. 7 years ago, I proposed to the second princess. These words really shocked Helios and Helena. Bless looked at Elidan with an uncomfortable look, what should I do if you talk about that now? Father will be confused. Seeing that he didn't know anything surprised him even more. Well, it seems you don't know about my proposal? She also thought, I never thought that the proposal was sincere from the beginning. Helios wanted to give a refusal, Your Highness, I thought 7 years ago was too early to talk about the proposal. Elidan didn't care much after hearing this, actually, I wanted to hear the answer from 7 years ago, but I came here for another reason. He wondered, what's the other reason? At this time, he mentioned something, I heard that His Majesty will find a princess at this victory party, so I tried to get engaged to Miss Bless, who has the same aspirations as me. Helios became more and more confused after hearing this, same aspirations? Finally, Elidan said it straight, like Bless, I also want Rabiang to be safe, because I need Rabiang to control Rasol and Ed. So for the common good, I hope you can make a wise decision. Through the conversation with Elidan, at the party today, Elidan plans to propose to me. After thinking about this, Bless felt a little unable to adapt, first of all, it's because I agreed with Eladin's words that this happened. I really don't know if this is the right choice. While thinking, suddenly the announcement rang out, His Majesty's representative is entering. Bless looked up in confusion, representative? Not seeing the appearance of the Emperor made her even more curious, His Majesty can't attend this important victory party, what happened? At this time, a person entered and announced to all the nobles, Hello, I'm taking on the role of the Emperor's representative. I am Count Arius von Giselle. On behalf of His Majesty, announce the start of the party. As soon as she saw Bless, she recognized Arius. The other nobles were also talking, that person is Count Giselle in the rumor. How could he get into the Emperor's eyes in such a short time? Bless really couldn't understand, it seems like he's living very well, so I'm relieved, but, why doesn't he come to see me, what exactly is the reason? While pondering, Fabian suddenly appeared and also recognized, isn't that, Count Arius? As soon as she saw him, she unconsciously called out, Fabian. He bowed down with a smile and greeted, Hello sister, I'm here to receive the promise, looking at the atmosphere. It seems like I came at the right time. As soon as he finished speaking, the two began to hold hands. Then danced the first dance. While dancing, Fabian talked about Bless's concerns, you're wondering why he deliberately didn't appear, but I don't know why either. She also replied, I don't know about that either. I'm worried if it's some kind of embarrassing situation. Fabian made a decision after hearing this, if you're worried, I'll investigate separately. Bless hurriedly refused, I've only accepted your heart for a long time and I'm back to gold. So I guess there's a lot to do. But he didn't seem to care much, for you, to that extent, while talking to each other, suddenly there were compliments, oh my. That's the young master of the gold family, right? Why is he still as beautiful as a jewel? But I heard that young Master Gold is still not of age, looking at the appearance, it doesn't seem like that age. Duke Gold became like that, and may also want to look more mature to lead the family. Fabian showed an uncomfortable expression after hearing those gossips. He quickly issued a warning to Bless, yes, sister, Duke Gold should be more careful. Bless was confused, what are you saying? You are gold. Fabian smiled and said after hearing this, of course, except for me, Elaine is also okay. At this time, Fabian began to explain, as you know, my family is also related to the incident 7 years ago with Rabiang. It seems like father has joined hands with bad forces. Recently, I don't know if it's because of that or not, but I'm addicted to drugs, so I can't go out. In this situation, I'm worried that that force will harm my sister through gold. Bless became more and more worried after hearing this. Wait, Duke Gold is in a state, poisoned? She couldn't help but ask, Fabian, are you okay? Although Fabian was sad, he still kept a happy expression on his face, affirming, I'm okay. After dancing, the two turned their attention to another place. Finally, the main characters of today have started. Immediately the announcement rang out, first Prince Rasul Shianoa Riaz, third Prince Elidan Shianoa Raiz. Miss Rabiang enters. As soon as Bless saw the two, she became nervous in her heart. Finally, this moment has come, suddenly feeling too nervous. The voices of the nobles quickly rang out. Who is the young lady accompanying the first prince? Could it be the soon-to-be wife? Hearing these words, she quickly noticed, Rasul's fiancé. I know that there is no family yet, but talking about marriage like this. Bless seemed to recognize that person. Wait, that little girl. She quickly remembered and affirmed, it's Bella. At this time, Rasul brought Bella to introduce to Bless. Let me introduce you, this is my soon-to-be fiancé, Bella von Ravi. The other nobles quickly recognized Bella's identity. The daughter of Count Ravi is the first prince's fiancé? Then the rumors about the successor princess. Bless couldn't understand this situation. The two of them are engaged. How? Suddenly Bless was shocked and realized something. Wait, what is next to Bella? Looks like a human. Although it's a bit dangerous, it gives a familiar feeling. Where have I seen it before? While thinking, Elidan came from somewhere inside. I didn't know that someone was promised to you. If I had known in advance, I would have sent you a gift. When I saw the two of you entering together, I suddenly felt regret. I should have entered with my lover too. Rasul was confused after hearing this. What? He tried to ask again, Elidan, what do you mean by lover? Seeing Elidan's eyes, Bless understood. Is he planning to go in that direction? Finally, she quickly stepped forward. Then the two held hands. Elidan began to introduce his fiancée to everyone. Let me introduce my cute lover to everyone, the second daughter of the Duke of Rabiang. Bless von Rabiang. This shocking news surprised Rasul and Bella. The other nobles also couldn't have expected. This time it's the Duke of Rabiang's daughter? But is there any relationship that makes the two become lovers? It's not clear. The two of them also rarely appear in social activities. But the surprising thing is that it's not the eldest daughter. Helena. Helena stood below and observed Bless and asked Helios, my role is to support Bless, right? He didn't know what to say. Helena. Actually, she understands everything. In reality, she is not mature and has a husband-to-be. Moreover, I'm worried that the person she is facing is His Highness the Prince. But if this is what Bless wants to do, then I'm willing to support her. Helios stood beside and admitted that, yes, that's right, I, as a father, also see it that way. Therefore, I have been monitoring this matter for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark and uncomfortable aura radiated from his body, making Helena standing beside helpless. Father. Although it was uncomfortable, Helios still had to grit his teeth and endure. If Bless shows that she doesn't like it, then she will be immediately taken out. Helena laughed after hearing this. As expected, father doesn't like this engagement either. When the two walked side by side, there was praise from below. Oh my god, silver hair and green hair, they look so good together. Being praised made Fabian excited. Did you hear that? They said we look good together. Bless only stammered in response at this time. Oh, yes. Elidan suddenly expressed his gratitude to her. Bless, thank you. Suddenly receiving such thanks made Bless's face freeze. He clearly stated the reason why he wanted to thank Bless. Although I acted suddenly, you accepted it. You're very surprised, right? I didn't intend to do that at first. She also understood for him, because there's no other way. Later I found out that Rasul was very angry that day. Had cleverly used Bella to make a rumor about the successor princess, so he was able to enter with his lover, but tried to create public opinion that he was with his lover. And there was still one question that hadn't been answered. Why is Bella engaged to Rasul? A few days later, at the palace, Bless's carriage entered and was greeted by the maid. Miss Bless, we are waiting for you. After the victory party, both I and Bella officially became the wives of the princes. That was how I became Elidan's wife, and gained the qualification to enter the palace. At that time, Elidan took care of Bless wholeheartedly. Even when I'm not here, you can still enter the library, so if there's a book you want to read, you can come anytime. This made her happy. This sounds good. Then he went straight to the main topic. I called you here today because there's something I want to show you. Bless looked confused. Something you want to show me? Eli Dan handed out a book and asked, "Yes, have you ever seen this book before?" After reading it, she was able to understand the content that the book mentioned. It seems like it's a record about the establishment of the empire. Eli Dan said in more detail, to be more precise, it records the sealing of the Demon King. The Rise Empire was established when the Demon King was sealed. It is said that the Demon King is not an entity, so a person had to be used as a substitute in order to seal it. And it is also said that someone is waiting to completely destroy the Demon King, with the power to cleanse the Demon King and the monsters. That is the child of prophecy. Bless couldn't understand when she was confirmed to be the child of prophecy. Now, is he saying that I am the child of prophecy? Moreover, the story that can cleanse the Demon King. It's like he believes in the existence of the Demon King. She still didn't want to believe it. Wait, do you mean I am the child of prophecy and have to fight the Demon King? Eli Dan confirmed for sure, yes, you have understood correctly. Even if she still didn't know if the existence of the Demon King was real, yes. And finally Eli Dan told her, first of all, I have let Emperor His Majesty and the Master know. Bless was even more shocked after hearing this. What, Father already knows? Seeing that Bless looked very uneasy, Eli Dan comforted, don't worry, I'm not asking you to defeat the Demon King right away. Although she didn't want to, she still smiled with gratitude. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then, I thank you. Then Eli Dan went straight to the point. Now, let's get to the problem. Eli Dan pointed to a spot on the book and requested, here, please look at this part. This is a record about Duke Asadel. It's a little strange. Suddenly his close contact made Bless shy. What, isn't it too close? The more she read, the more surprised she became. Does this really explain about Duke Asadel? Eli Dan affirmed, yes, if it's true, you can also understand why you haven't seen Duke Asadel for many generations. Duke Asadel is passed down through the generations through the matriarchal line. Females take over the silver hair and red eyes, creating generations of Duke Asadel with the same appearance. It's like someone is maintaining it. Then Eli Dan asked, who can you think of? Returning to the Rabiang mansion. As soon as she returned, Bless summoned Ladyeth. She came over confused. Miss Bless, you summoned me? She turned around and wanted to say something, Ladyeth. Then said, today I went to the storage room of the palace. Ladyeth only replied indifferently after hearing this, is that so? Finally Bless said bluntly, but, according to the book there, maybe I am the child of prophecy. She didn't know what to say after hearing this. Then Bless asked a frank question, Lady, is this the first time you've heard about this? Could this unchanging appearance be related to Asadel? Ladyeth knew that Bless had understood everything after hearing this, so she asked, was that written in the book of the palace? I remember the name a little. It's not confirmed that Ladyeth is a person of the Duke, so it's confusing, is that all? Finally Ladyeth expressed, yes, I have known about it for some time. I have also been waiting for the child of prophecy to be born. So I am very happy when Miss Bless was born. When the child of prophecy is born, then I can meet the person I have been waiting for a long time. Bless was very confused after hearing this. The person waiting is Ladyeth? After speaking for a while, Ladyeth still had many things that she couldn't reveal. Now there are many things I still can't say. But she hoped, please trust and wait for me, Miss Bless. Bless really couldn't understand, why can't you say it now? While pondering, suddenly Hexa called her back, Miss Bless. Bless was confused, what's the matter, Hexa? Hexa quickly suggested, can you come down to the living room for a moment now? There is a guest who has arrived. Bless was walking in the hallway at this time. Constantly curious, who is the guest? There is no one worth visiting today. As soon as she arrived, she saw that the guest was sitting quietly on the chair. Then turned around and looked at Ameda Sound. Then greeted Bless, Miss Bless. As soon as she saw that it was Arius, she was stunned, Arius. After a period of time passed. Then Bless understood everything, so now, you are receiving the title of Count and are in the Royal Secret Knight Order. So that's it. Bless really couldn't believe it. I didn't expect to meet Arius so suddenly. This is why Hexa's expression was so bright just now. Suddenly Arius spoke and asked for help. Actually, the reason I came here today is to ask for Mrs. help. Suddenly being asked for help like this surprised her. Arius wants to ask me for help? Arius's eyes darkened and said the contents of the request. To be exact, I want to connect with the information guild that Miss is close to. If it's those people, they may know the clues I need. Bless was even more shocked after hearing this. He even knows that I have an information guild behind me? Then she wondered, what information do you need? Being asked, Arius suddenly clenched his fists as if blaming himself. Then he recalled the events of 7 years ago. 7 years ago, do you remember the attack on Rabiang? The power we faced that day was a very special power. That was my experience, so I remember it very clearly. But I witnessed a similar source of energy in this Eastern War. Bless was very surprised after hearing this. The feeling is like that time? Arias admitted, yes, I heard that the attack on Rabiang that day was related to Duke Ed, so I feel it is necessary to investigate the steps of the Ed family again. Please give me more strength. Hearing these words made Bless pay attention, thinking about it. I also heard a similar story in the village before. That person also said it was like the monsters were being controlled. Could it be that Duke Ed is planning something? Arias didn't ask for much, just need Miss to provide information. She was stunned and still didn't understand. Yes, but how? He said this because he was worried, maybe you will get into trouble, so I will continue to investigate behind. So don't worry about anything. Receiving Arias's coldness made her heart ache. Suddenly Bless's eyes filled with tears, making Arias panic. Oh, Miss Bless. But suddenly she felt a little wronged. Then Arias. If there was no purpose of getting information, you wouldn't have come to see me. Seeing that expression of hers surprised Arias. He hurriedly denied, that's not how it is. Arias tried to explain, I always hope you are safe. I am really sorry for leaving you without saying a word. That day I couldn't forgive myself for not being able to completely protect Miss. Without the master's order, I also couldn't get close to Miss. However, until now I still don't know that the position of escort knight is still vacant. Bless heard this and made a sound. Then realized, so the words now, because you feel guilty, you are avoiding me? She quickly wanted to make Arias understand one thing, that's not it, Arias. Sorry for making you feel embarrassed. Bless after resolving the misunderstanding with him kept rambling on. Yesterday you received the words of the Earl, so you can't become my escort knight, but can we live in harmony as before? Receiving these words from the girl he likes made Arias shy. Yes, of course. Finally Bless stood up. Okay, then let's go. Seeing her sudden action made Arias confused. Yes, go where? Bless didn't say much but only smiled brightly and opened her arms to him. Then said, now we have to go to Ed Street to check the truth. According to the information that Grace heard recently, the servants of Duke Ed have been constantly changing. The change of servants may also happen. But the problem is that it is completely impossible to know the whereabouts of those people later. If those sea-eyed people are victims of an event. Wanting to quickly save people, she hurriedly went to Ed Street. On the way by carriage, she told Arias the information she knew. In addition, information about the record of the Demon King was also included. Lur should enter with his lover. At first it seemed very unbelievable but that was the appearance of accepting immediately. Arias after hearing the information about the Demon King's resurrection couldn't help but panic. Demon King. I don't know if it will be revived or not. Bless got off the carriage and also sympathized with Arias's attitude at that time. That's right, I also found it hard to believe at first. And went to Egger's place. A group of monster soldiers blocking the road appeared in front of Bless, surprising Bless. Oh my god, I didn't expect it to appear so blatantly, these soldiers. It's not an object, but clearly something is being controlled by the power of the devil. What is this voice? Clearly somewhere before. Arias quickly stepped forward to protect Bless. That's dangerous, miss, please step back. With this sign, she doesn't need to argue about identity and evidence anymore. Now I will immediately call the Royal Knight Order. Returning to the Rabiang mansion. Helena was stunned when a sound called her back. Miss Helena. Helena knew she was impolite, so she quickly apologized. Oh my, I'm sorry, I was stunned for a moment. That young lady didn't mind much. It's okay, thank you for coming today. Then see you next time, please go carefully. Helena also greeted politely. Yes, please rest, miss. Arriving at the carriage, Helena started to ponder again. Lately, every time I go to tea parties or social gatherings, I often meet the daughter of Count Ravi. Being abandoned as the fiancé of the first prince, so it's not strange to be present at social gatherings. Only something is uncomfortable. The images I saw when I was young are completely gone. Maybe I'm thinking too much but, can people change like that? Lately, if I keep meeting Miss Ravi, it's like. On this side, Arias immediately summoned the knights in the royal palace. The investigation was carried out quickly. And in reality, the Ed family there was more cruel than expected. A knight requested, Captain, please come here. Then announced the situation. What I mean is the people who died here. Very similar to the images of the people who have disappeared. The bodies have been blackened and strangely cold. It's a trace of experiments using poison on the human body. Finally the knights found Heinrich, Duke Heinrich von Ed. Because the evidence was so clear, it didn't take long to arrest Heinrich. He didn't resist when he was arrested. Risol on this side was playing chess when he was suddenly surprised by this information. What, Heinrich has been arrested? He quickly showed disappointment. TCH, in the end, he still doesn't know how to handle the work. Returning to the mansion of Rabiang. Eladin's carriage has arrived. As soon as he got off, Helios directly welcomed him. You have arrived. Prince Elidan. Let's go, I will guide you to the children's room, he asked with concern. How is it, Duke, is there anything else after the Ed incident? Helios replied, yes, there is nothing special in rabiing. Also, Your Highness. It turns out you have told Bless everything about the child of prophecy. Elidan affirmed, yes, I know what the Duke wants to say. But on the contrary, I can't understand why Bless doesn't know that. He didn't know what to say after hearing this. Then he said uncomfortably, when that child grows up, I will let her know everything. Elidan knew that he had crossed the line after hearing this, so that's it. Even so, he didn't forget to remind, but now is not the time to do that. The Demon King may have been revived. As soon as she saw Helios enter, Bless turned around and called, Father. Then he came forward and asked with concern, Bless, is your body still okay? She affirmed, yes, that's right, there are no problems anymore. Following Elidan was also delighted after hearing this, is that so? That's a relief. Ah, let me tell you, when it's just us, we can talk comfortably as before. Bless no longer seemed to pay attention to those honorifics, even if you don't say it, I was already planning to do that. Elidan teased, oh, is that so? Arius on the side seemed a little jealous seeing the two talking so intimately. At this time, Helios cleared his throat and wanted to announce something to everyone, now everyone has gathered here. Then, with a displeased expression, he requested, Bless, now, could you tell me in more detail about what happened yesterday, please? Helena, seeing this, felt helpless. Father, Bless could only obey, yes. After a while, the whole story was told. That's what happened. Arius has called the knights to investigate. What do you think it could be? Helios quickly offered his opinion, well, it's definitely not just simple dark magic. Hearing this, Helena immediately suspected, so, could it really be the Demon King's power? Helios agreed, unfortunately, the chances are high. Bless worried, if that's the case, then maybe the voice I heard back then. She hesitated, actually, when I went to Duke Ed's mansion, I heard someone's voice. If that energy really is the Demon King's power, then I think that voice was also the Demon King's. Could it be that only I can hear it because I am the child of prophecy and his enemy? Helios seemed unable to know either. I don't know. It's very difficult to give a definite answer. Rabiang has not only enemies of the Demon King but also those who made a pact with the Demon King. Helena was even more surprised as she listened, a pact maker? He began to explain, that's right, not sealing the Demon King's power, but summoning the Demon King into this world and using his power. Bless is of Rabiang blood, so we can't ignore the possibility that she may have the qualities of a pact maker. Helena suddenly had a question, if that's the case, then isn't it strange? Duke Ed isn't from the Rabiang lineage, how could he summon the Demon King? Finally, Elidan was able to voice his suspicion, Bella von Ravi. She suddenly became the first prince's fiancée. If she colluded with Ed, it would be completely logical. Isn't Count Ravi a plan of Duke Rabiang? Isn't it impossible to meet the basic conditions? Risol used strange power in the Eastern War, which is also suspicious. Of course, with these words, we can't be sure of their alliance. Arius on this side denied it, no, it's clear that Risol obtained that power. It's a sensitive matter, so I'm only gathering evidence and not reporting it to the royal family, but I clearly saw it at Ed's house. A knight escorting Prince Risol was lying in the middle of a pile of corpses. Elidan connected everything together, it's all as predicted. Using such great power, that ferocious power is the Demon King's. It seems the Demon King has awakened and is acting. Suddenly, Helena comforted, it'll be alright, Bless. There's no need to be afraid. Bless felt warmth from the comfort, sister. Helena took her hand and affirmed firmly, because I will always be by your side. I will absolutely not let my sister get hurt. Arius also spoke in agreement, I will too. Even if the opponent is the Demon King, I will definitely protect you this time. Helios thought so too, so he assured, that's right, Bless. Everyone here thinks the same way. We will absolutely not leave you alone. No matter what happens, we will fight together. Receiving protection from everyone made her grateful, yes, Father. Thank you, everyone. At this point, Bless had a determined will, alright, no matter how heavy my destiny is, there's nothing to be afraid of, because I have friends and family fighting together. May also enthusiastically raised her hand, me too, Bless. Ah, May. While they were happily talking, a voice rang out from outside the door, excuse me, head of the household. May I come in? That voice made Bless puzzled. At this time, Helios came forward to ask, Ladyth, what's wrong? Ladyth quickly reported, yes, well, the thing is. Bless also came closer to listen, why is Lady, who's always calm, being so sudden? Ladyth's face suddenly turned pale, I just received news from Duke Gold. Bless was surprised, Duke Gold? Could something have happened to Fabian? A shocking news quickly arrived, Adolf von Gold. Duke Gold has passed away. Someone's thoughts echoed, he was a child who was overly greedy and had long overstepped his boundaries. I knew that, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Alright, it's my fault. Although Duke Gold had been poisoned and couldn't go out, his death was still a question mark for everyone. Bless also came to the funeral at this time, Fabian. As soon as he saw her, Fabian gave a bitter smile. You came? Then he couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing his very heartbroken appearance made Bless have to open her arms. Fabian, you're very sad, aren't you? She touched him and comforted, it's okay, it'll be alright. Bless also empathized with his sadness, the sadness of suddenly losing parents. How can I comfort him? He hadn't even reconciled with the Duke until the end, but now the last chance to talk had disappeared, making his mood even more complicated. Bless hugged Fabian and comforted. We will be by your side. At the place where the funeral was held, a flower for mourning was placed on Adolf's grave. Fabian helplessly reproached, he really wasn't a good father. Bless couldn't refute anything after hearing that. He admitted, he was a person who was too greedy. Most of the time, he saw me, a child, as a tool. So, from a young age, I was never like any other parent-child relationship. At this time, the third prince and Count Giselle also arrived. Looking at those two people, Fabian had to admit that, I don't hate them that much, but the truth is, I don't have any feelings for them. But he was still my father. After listening, Bless couldn't help but think to herself, I will never forgive those who made my father like that. This death is not just a random coincidence, but is using this time to kill the Duke, and the culprit is clearly Heinrich. Then she also told him the real culprit, Fabian, this is Duke Ed's game. Hearing this, he was really surprised. What? Bless didn't hide it and told Fabian the truth, 7 years ago, when it was still only suspected as an accident. So I checked the documents, the two Duke's houses cooperated with Duke Ed. Duke Gold joined hands with Duke Ed 7 years ago, so he killed him to mislead others. Due to the funeral, the investigation into Duke Ed's allegations has been postponed indefinitely. Fabian couldn't believe it, just for that reason then. Currently, Duke Ed is planning more things by using his evil power. Finally, Bless said, I will fight to stop it. She thought, honestly, I need Fabian's help, but that would be a burden for a child carrying sadness. I only told you because I thought you needed to know. After listening, he immediately made a decision, sister, I want to fight together too. Although it's also to take revenge, but I want to protect and help you. I don't want to lose my people to them. These words shocked Bless. She gave a grateful smile, yeah, thank you, Fabian. She really didn't expect that, even in this moment, he still wanted to help others. Fabian was truly a strong child. I have to try my best to do my part too. At this time, both of them returned to the main hall where the funeral was. As soon as she saw the two of them arrive, Helena quickly called out, Bless, young Master Gold. Seeing everyone appear to send off his father made Fabian very grateful. Thank you everyone for coming. Duke Rabiang, Miss Helena. Helios also mourned and offered his condolences. Alright, I'm very sorry about your father. If you need help, please tell me. Bless looked at the main hall of the funeral and observed, I guess it's probably because this is the funeral of the fourth Duke, all the nobles of the Empire have gathered. While everything was peaceful, a sudden attack occurred, causing everyone present to panic and scream. The dead knights seemed to have been controlled and rushed in, making everyone extremely confused. Why are they soldiers? As soon as Bless saw them, she recognized, these soldiers. I feel the same source of power as those I met at Duke Ed's house. Arius quickly stepped forward to protect Bless. Miss, it's dangerous. Please step back. Seeing Arius stand up for her surprised Bless, Arius. Helios on this side created magic to attack the zombie knights. Finally, Helios realized what she was talking about. Perhaps this is the power of Duke Ed that Bless mentioned. That has been imprisoned until now. Elidan wondered, so is Risoul the one using this power? Fabian at this time was still very confused because he didn't understand the whole story. What exactly is going on? Why are these soldiers? Helios was shocked and understood everything, so that's how it happened. Then he turned to request Bless, first you go to the royal palace with His Highness. She was a little confused by this sudden request. Yes, father, that. Helios explained the situation, this is a trap to tie us together. Right now, it's highly likely that His Majesty is in danger. Elidan was a little shocked after hearing this. Then the two of them quickly went to the royal palace. On the corridor at this time, there was a bloody footprint. Risoul brought a bloody sword to the emperor's room. Gradually approaching. The emperor heard this sound and immediately realized, you've come, it's a strange thing indeed. He also smiled and replied, yes, your majesty, I've come, not your beloved third son. But this is the vicious firstborn, I have endured all the humiliation for this moment. The power I have obtained by bowing to the mediocre Duke Ed, now the throne is mine. Lady at the Rabiang mansion looked out and gave a confirmation, that time has come. A long time has passed. We have also waited a long time. Lady Ath's eyes looked up as if she had been waiting for this for a long time. Then she said to the three maids, it's time to face the ending. At the royal palace, when Bless and Elidan arrived, they didn't hear any sound, this strange silence. She looked around confused, why is there no one here? After observing, Elidan was able to make a slight judgment. Then he said, it may be too late, but first I will go to His Majesty. I hope it's not too late, this news really worried Bless. As soon as he arrived in front of the Emperor's room, he gave a feeling, I don't feel any magic at all. Then he said, go in. She also followed. When the door of the room opened, Bless was shocked, Your Majesty. Looking at the Emperor with a purplish face lying on the bed. She kept calling, Your Majesty, please wake up, can you hear what I'm saying? Looking at the dark color on the Emperor's skin made Bless unable to understand, what are these signs that look like poisoning? Elidan witnessed this and could only remain silent, then he couldn't understand. What exactly is going on? Bless looked back worriedly, Elidan. Elidan asked directly, what happened to the butler? The first person to be poisoned was the butler, was it Rasol? The Emperor, although poisoned, was still conscious and smiled mockingly, are you really asking because you don't know? Bless was worried and wanted to burst into tears, if it continues like this, I really don't know if I'll ascend to the throne. She clenched her hands and couldn't understand, why does Elidan only say cold words in this situation? Not good, with that purification power, His Majesty. The Emperor knew what she was thinking and comforted, alright, don't put your strength into useless things anymore. Bless shed tears of sorrow, Your Majesty. At this time, the Emperor said, I have to speak quickly before it's too late. Finally, he made an admission, you are the next Emperor of this empire. The Emperor continues the next generation, and the child of Rabiang can help the empire. As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor fell into eternal sleep. Made Bless heartbroken. Shouted loudly, Your Majesty. Elidan didn't seem to be a person without a heart, he was in pain but couldn't show it, he could only listen to Bless's heart-wrenching cry of grief, Emperor Your Majesty. After a while, Fabian's spirit flew over. As soon as Elidan saw it, he recognized, is that young Master Gold spirit? She confirmed, yeah. Bless seemed to still want something warm to be by the Emperor's side, the spirits will be by His Majesty's side. If I do this, even if the royal palace collapses, His Majesty will still be safe. He only coldly replied, I see. Then he was very grateful, thank you, Bless. Thanks to you, I feel more at ease. Now I have to do what I have to do. As soon as he finished speaking, a large surge of energy quickly radiated from around Elidan. Shooting straight into the sky made Bless confused, that thing, could it be the pillar of light? Everyone who saw that light quickly judged, a huge light appears when the power of the royal family is inherited. Helios was worried, if it appears now then. At this point, he quickly understood, it seems, His Majesty has passed away. Helena couldn't believe what she heard. She looked towards the royal palace with pity, Emperor Your Majesty. Then she worried about Bless, what exactly is happening in the royal palace? Will Bless be safe? Risol on this side was walking in the dungeon with displeasure, missed a great opportunity to deal with Elidan. Must prepare another way before he can counterattack. To do that, I must first go to that person. Finally, he arrived at the place where Heinrich was imprisoned. As soon as he saw him, he was happy as if he knew in advance, you've come, Prince Your Highness. I've been waiting for a long time. Risol held a sword in his hand and contemptuously said, you idiot, do you still think we're in the same boat? If you don't have that power, you're useless now. That power has also killed you and now I just need to absorb it. As soon as he thought of this, he vomited blood. I don't understand what is happening, what is this about? Heinrich calmly walked out of the jail and reminded, Your Highness, don't complain too much. After all, everything has already been decided, Prince Your Highness will die right here. These words shocked Risol, what? He was unwilling, no, it can't be like this. I must become the emperor of this empire. Heinrich looked at him like this and contemptuously said, what a child. How could you imagine that power would be yours? Don't you know you will be eaten by the darkness? After speaking, he looked over triumphantly, you've come? You missed an interesting scene, my daughter. Returning to the royal palace, after the pillar of light disappeared, Elidan quickly grasped the situation, how did it become so indebted? Bless was surprised, when the emperor has ascended to the throne then. There's no Risol left? She ran over worriedly and asked, Elidan, are you okay? He quickly confirmed, it's okay, there's no problem. Elidan clenched his fists determinedly, because the work to be done remains unchanged. Thinking this, he said, let's go, Bless. She also obeyed, yeah. Must find Risol first. Seeing that there wasn't a single person in the royal palace made Bless uneasy and worried. The royal palace is too quiet, so I feel a bit uneasy anyway. I think we shouldn't prolong the time. Thinking of this, she wondered, Eli Dan, have you guessed where he is yet? He quickly put himself in Rasol's thinking. In this situation, if it was Rasol then. Oh no, whoever it is, if they seize control of the royal palace then. I think the last place to go can only be here. As soon as she looked inside, Bless couldn't help but be surprised. This is the audience chamber of the Emperor, Your Majesty. Looking at Rasol silently sitting in the chair made Eli Dan confused. Rasol. He must have seen us coming in, but why is there no reaction? Bless called out from behind, Eli Dan. He came forward to touch Rasol. And quickly realized, as expected. He's already dead. Bless was terrified after hearing that. She can't understand. It seems that Rasol didn't end it himself. If so, then who exactly? As soon as Bless turned around, she was startled. What? The soldiers from when? At this time, Heinrich entered and confirmed, I am the one who brought Prince Your Highness here. Then requested, please reconsider, the last wish has finally come true. As soon as he saw him, Eli Dan couldn't restrain himself and took out his sword. Bless, step back. He pointed the sword at Rasol and questioned, you killed Rasol, didn't you? He laughed loudly and explained when he was told that, haha, don't be too angry, it's just my self-defense, Prince Your Highness was going to kill me first. These words made her judge. As expected, the two of them joined hands to take advantage of each other. Anyway, we will be at a disadvantage, must prolong the time by all means until there is help. Thinking this, Bless spoke up and asked, what benefits did you get by joining hands with Rasol? Heinrich didn't want to answer much when asked, let me see. I don't want to answer your questions much, this kid, I don't like you at all. Oh no, on the contrary, I hate you even more. These words made her uncomfortable in her heart. Why does the sudden feeling of being overwhelmed is this about? Heinrich looked down at her and showed his disgust in his eyes, really see extremely disgusted. Because you will eventually have the same unfortunate fate as your mother. Bless was immersed in the constant discomfort. The power is so great that it's completely different than before. As expected, Heinrich made a commitment to the Demon King. He kept mocking, the miracle of Rabiang. A name too much for a girl outside the beast. As soon as he finished speaking, Eli Dan couldn't bear it anymore and rushed to attack Heinrich. Also don't forget to threaten, that mouth, it's better to be careful, Duke sir. Heinrich only laughed contemptuously when he heard that, Bless on this side also took the opportunity to use her own power. Eladin's attack has reduced the pressure, must help Eli Dan right now. Realizing that she was going to help him, he quickly stopped. Bless, if you're tired, you don't have to try too hard. But Bless didn't listen. As a member of the Duke's Rabiang family, I also have a responsibility to protect the Empire from danger, now I know. The zombie knights retreated before her power. Eli Dan also took the opportunity to attack the other zombie knights. After solving the problem, he wondered, why did the Duke join hands with my brother? These words made Heinrich exclaim in surprise, what? Eli Dan began to release words of ridicule and contempt. It's really the same, that dirty feeling of inferiority. These words seemed to have touched his self-esteem. What are you saying? He didn't keep quiet and continued, and in reality, there's nothing special at all. At this time, Heinrich looked around and realized that the zombie knights had all been destroyed, the soldiers from when had. It being pushed to this point, then it seems there is no other way, can only call that person out. Then he spoke out to summon, let everyone see it. As soon as he saw the shadow appear behind Heinrich, Bless was startled. The overwhelming feeling is different from before. She suspected, could it be that he has summoned the Demon King? Then Bless began to link things together. Then the person with Bella is the Demon King? But how could the Demon King show the image of the first generation Rabiang? I don't know why it has a face similar to the first generation Rabian, but dealing with the situation at this time is a priority. If it's power that has the Demon King, then until now it will be no different from what has been purified. If it is purification power, then it will definitely pass through. But after a while, the purification had no effect, making her even more panicked. How can it be? Heinrich, after seeing that the Demon King couldn't be done anything by Bless, began to be arrogant. From now on, those shallow tricks, but don't worry too much. I won't do anything that affects your lives right away. Alright, now can't be killed. Because right now you are, instead of being fake bulls. But become the bulls that contain the power of the Demon King. Those words shocked Bless. I, become the vessel for the Demon King's power? Eli Dan quickly reassured, you don't have to listen to the Baron's words, Bless. Suddenly being reassured made her surprised. Eli Dan. He warned, it's very dangerous, so step back behind me. He loudly said, the Demon King isn't far from here anymore. Heinrich laughed with relish. Now the bowl is ready, you open all the power. Bless saw the scene and she herself was useless, so she didn't know what to do. What should I do now? If I don't kill me, then it's not really to let me live completely. Like those soldiers, will be robbed of their souls and then occupy the body. That's right. How can I face the Demon King here? The purification power can resist monsters. She became more and more confused about the answer, but why can't it resist the Demon King? Heinrich's energy is still being blocked. Finally, Bless decided, must find a way before the Demon King's power is fully awakened. Calmly think, maybe I still haven't used the purification power correctly. While thinking of a way to deal with it, suddenly the Demon King spoke, you. Turns out to be the child of Rabiang. As soon as she heard this familiar voice, she quickly recognized, that's the voice I've been hearing all this time. Bless's eyes seemed to be controlled. She seemed to be hypnotized and followed the urge of the Demon King, this way, go this way. Elidan quickly stopped, Bless. But was blocked by the Demon King's magic, this. Heinrich laughed when he saw this scene, ha ha. Now it's over, if you touch the complete bowl. Then in the end, but from where did a magical power come from? Made Elidan unexpectedly recognize, this magic is. Helios at this time made a definite statement, it won't happen as you wish. As soon as he saw him, Elidan blurted out, Duke Rabiang. Heinrich immediately put on an uncomfortable appearance. Then Helios requested, Helena, take Bless as far away as possible. Helena also quickly complied, yes, father. As soon as she came to shake her, Bless woke up, oh, it's sister, Helena worriedly asked, Bless, are you awake? Then she reassured Bless, now you can rest assured. Arius and young Master Gold have all come. We are rescuing and protecting the people in the royal palace, the remaining soldiers have also been dealt with so the inside of the royal palace is safe. During that time everyone wanted to come to Bless so I was scolded for trying to stop them, so am I still trustworthy? Bless couldn't help but be surprised after hearing that, Arius, Fabian. Finally, Helena looked towards Heinrich and warned, Duke Ed also don't worry. Because my father said he will stop it himself. Seeing Helios start using magic made his face darken, Helios. Then feeling ridiculous, he waved his hand to create magic. It seems the prediction of the situation is not very correct, isn't it? Heinrich confirmed, now it's different than before, now you can't beat me. He seemed to be under pressure from the Demon King's power that he possessed. Heinrich gave a sinister smile, it will be done, the difference in power is very clear, I will win. But it seemed that Helios wouldn't give in easily, I am Helios, let's see. Then he said words of contempt, I don't know what's so different, even if you have obtained that power, it's not like changing positions with me. These words really shocked Heinrich. Helios also frankly judged, you weren't destined to become a duke from the beginning. Did you think I'd never find out? I sensed the power of the family heading towards my sister. I know you'd kill Shisha because of that inferiority complex and ambition. Snatching the position of my sister like that wasn't enough. Now you've even killed His Majesty and threatened the Empire. After knowing the reason, I can't forgive you. All of this, if it weren't for your evil ambition. Helios clenched his fists in resentment as he said this, then that couldn't have happened. Of course, in the end, I still can't believe it, Shisha, so I definitely will. Being humiliated like this drove Heinrich crazy. The difference in power is clear, yet you still dare to be arrogant. He didn't bother hiding it anymore and called out, Bella. Bella, are you there? Everyone was surprised when they heard Heinrich call Bella, huh? Bella? As soon as she was called, Bella quickly appeared and replied, yes, Duke, you called for me. I'd been by your side, all the time until you called. As soon as he saw her, he was overjoyed, alright, so you've come. Come here quickly. Suddenly, Bella wondered, if I do that, how can I help the Duke? Heinrich affirmed, of course you can, of course. Bless wanted to step forward to stop her, no. The Demon King's power is growing. If the power expands even more right here. While worried, suddenly a long streak of blood shot out, huh? Helios on this side was no less surprised. When Heinrich vomited blood from his mouth, making him extremely confused, what is this? He immediately collapsed. Then kept calling, Bella. Why, you, Bella looked down and reminded, Duke. Abandoned me first. Then she quickly narrated what she knew, I heard everything you said earlier, you said I wasn't a real bull. You've always said I'm a special child. Because I believed those words, I did what was asked, but in the end, I was the one who was abandoned. Bella clenched her fists uncomfortably. She couldn't understand, you said you needed me, you said you would take care of me like a child. But, the one you need is Bless. Bless von Rabiang, what exactly is that child? Bella shed tears and laughed sadly, I am now, everything has been arranged, right? She frankly said, I don't need the Duke anymore either. Now I will do as I please, just die like that. At this time, Bella looked at Bless. As soon as she saw her eyes, she couldn't understand, why are you looking at me with those eyes, am I scary to you? Bella laughed loudly, not caring anymore, what is that? Then now I will officially introduce myself. I am Bella von Ravi, the official pact maker of the Demon King. As soon as she finished speaking, she released a stream of dark magic and attacked. But Helios immediately resisted under Helena's worry. Father. He turned back and instructed, Helena, don't rush out. I will deal with the Demon King's power, you protect Bless. When Bella saw that everyone was doing their best to protect Bless, she couldn't understand, why? How is that child so loved? It would have been better not to know the truth. The day I became a pact maker with the Demon King, I saw the future of another timeline. In that place I was a child loved by everyone. But how did that fate change? After resisting the Demon King's magic for a while, Eladin's magic gradually ran out. Now it's the limit, awareness is gradually fading. Bless worried from behind, Elidan, he quickly reassured, it's okay Bless, don't worry. I'm just doing it my way. Elidan began to urge himself, alright, don't be weak, I've made up my mind, I will take a different path than the Emperor. So I must protect my people. Elidan firmly said, I will definitely protect you as my person. Whether it's the power of darkness or the Demon King, I won't let them touch you. These words seemed to have touched Bless's heart, Elidan. Bella mocked after seeing her weakness, sounds pathetic, Miss Bless. Then began to provoke again, just keep hiding behind others. The child of prophecy and the power of transcendence, just act as if you have gained great abilities, right? But at the really important moment, things don't go as expected. Just like this, then it has to end. Looking at the power that Bella had unleashed so far had made Bless panic. The power is not comparable to the power that she has released so far. She asked herself, can it be stopped, just with our power? But suddenly a spirit appeared from somewhere, causing Bless to pay attention, this. At this time Arya stepped out from the darkness and repeated, I've said it before. Even if the opponent is the Demon King, I will still watch over you. Fabian also quickly appeared, I'm here, sister. As soon as he saw the two of them, Elidan showed his displeasure, I've worked hard, but the beautiful scenes have come. Arius quickly explained, anyway, with just your power. You can't stop it. Fabian also quickly admitted, that's right, that's right. Elidan was puzzled after being told that, is there something wrong with me? Arius quickly showed a hostile attitude, even now you're still thinking about monopolizing the mist, then it's a bit lacking. Fabian also hugged Bless in his arms and said, that's why. Then he turned to ask after Bless, are you okay, sister? Luckily it's not too late. I've said it before, I will fight with you until the end. These words touched Bless's heart, Fabian. Then she quickly expressed her gratitude, Fabian, thank you both so much. Seeing them like that, Helios and Helena on this side also looked at each other and smiled happily. Seeing more and more people surrounding Bless like that made Bella not understand, how can it be? Why is it always just her? She gritted her teeth and couldn't understand, can't do anything, even don't know how to use her own power correctly. But right at this moment, Ladyeth appeared and smiled to inform that the power of the Transcendent is used in its own way. These words made Bella startled and look over. Ladyeth quickly stepped forward happily, it's really lucky that you're okay, Miss Bless. Thank you, Helios, please protect the miss as promised. As soon as he saw her, Helios called out, Ladyeth. Ladyeth smiled, finally. It seems that everything is ready. At this time, Ladyeth came forward. Then gave a greeting and introduced, Duke Asadel, Ladyeth. Please send greetings to the new son of the Empire. Hearing this, Elidan quickly verified his previous guess, as expected, you are Duke Asadel. She smiled and admitted, yes, as you guessed, I am Duke Asadel, once the first emperor of the Rise Empire. Sealed the Demon King and established this empire, my knights and many people have been waiting for this moment. Bless was surprised after hearing that, even more surprised, Ladyeth is the first emperor? That's why the library in the royal palace still has writings about Ladyeth, After talking about her identity, Ladyeth also said how to solve it, the power of the Transcendent can seal the Demon King, but still needs a special condition. That is surviving in the power that the one who made a pact with the Demon King unfolds. Ladyeth looked at Bella with an unfriendly gaze, making her embarrassed, that is the power that everyone is trying to open. Ladyeth urged, so just keep doing what you intend to do. If Miss Bless can't endure, then that will be your victory. Bella was uncomfortable in her heart, now she's looking down on me. She shouted angrily, alright, let's try to endure once, in the end, the last person must be me. Ladyeth currently felt guilty, Bless, I'm sorry for letting you go through this test. But suddenly Bless comforted back from behind, don't worry, lady. She asked a question, this is the reason why I have the power, right, this is the thing that can convey Ladyeth's long-held wish. My own war that no one can replace. Bless smiled confidently at everyone, trust me, I will be back. If this is something that can protect my people then I will definitely be able to do it. At this time, a urging sound kept ringing in Bless's ears, Bless, Bless. Miss Bless. Everything, that is the mission of those who live together in the present. Just the afterimage of the past. We don't directly participate in this war, everyone makes their own pact and vows to end this war. Those memory fragments passed through and Bless quickly woke up. Then suddenly woke up in the desolate room with confusion. Where is this? Just now was still in the royal palace. At this time, she looked out confused. Then heard a familiar voice ringing. Really, I said I don't understand, this voice. That voice ordered, what are you doing? Quickly stand up and catch it. This shout really startled Bless. Why did she shout at me like that? At this time, an invitation was delivered to Bless. This is the third prince's birthday invitation. His Highness has sent an invitation so you can't not go. Helena instructed, be quiet for a bit then go back, understood? Listen to me. As soon as she saw that Helena, Bless knew, although that person has the same appearance as my sister, that's not the sister I know. What is going on? Suddenly a voice rang out and asked, how do you feel, Bless, are you suffering? This is the world that I have specially prepared for you, no one will like you here. Bless was surprised. Bella. She gave a challenge, if you don't collapse there, then I will acknowledge your victory. So try to endure it once. On the way to the royal palace. Bless knew, if this is the virtual world created by Bella, then clearly everyone's main characters love you. If so, then Helena's actions are understandable. In the original work Helena hates her sister. However, if there is a difference from what I know, then the Helena of the original work cannot use magic. I feel a huge magical power of Helena like my sister. She began to doubt, could it be? Did the others also have their memories erased and been pulled here? Today I must check their condition. While walking, Helena turned back and reminded, do you remember what I said? Shut your mouth and sit still then go back. And if you talk to me today then I won't let you off. Bless couldn't understand, why are you talking to me like that? She remembered her warm sister and was heartbroken. I know this is a world that was created, but I'm still too sad. Suddenly someone called, sister, causing Bless to pay attention. She just looked up. And was immediately startled. Because Fabian kept asking Bella, Sister Bella, today you won't forget the first dance with me, right? She smiled brightly and affirmed, of course. At this time Arius reminded, young Master Gold, please don't bother the Mississippi. Fabian didn't admit, when did I do that? While in the meantime, Bella turned back to look at Bless. Then gave a complacent smile, now you know, my mood when I was robbed of everything. Can you endure how long to receive love? Bless clenched her skirt and didn't believe, no, there's some misunderstanding. I also didn't easily go to be able to get to now, so these nonsense things are nothing. At this time an announcement rang, the third prince is entering. Hearing this, Bless was startled, Elidan. Seeing Elidan gradually appear made her wonder, here Elidan also likes Bella, right? All the feelings for me now. Bless stood there painfully. Then didn't dare to interrupt them, I'm not confident enough to see why. Anyway, they won't care about me, just need to be able to overcome this situation. It's not necessary to see things you don't want to see, that's right, so it is. Was about to leave when suddenly she was called back by Elidan, wait, you over there. Being called like this made Bless happy and turned back, Elidan. As soon as Elidan saw her, he seemed to be captivated, this is a face I've seen for the first time. Can you tell me your name? Can you tell me your name? Standing in front of this situation, Bless couldn't understand, why does Elidan care about me? Everyone here forgot my existence. Bella just silently observed the situation. She also looked at Helena with an uncomfortable mood, even my sister hates me. Helena at this time was dazed, why is the prince treating me like this? Seeing that Bless didn't answer, Elidan called out again, Miss. Then she introduced herself, I am Bless von Rabiang. As soon as he heard that name, he quickly repeated, Bless von Rabiang. Then he realized he was a bit rude, I'm sorry, you're a bit panicked, right? Although today is the first time we've met, but I just have a very familiar feeling. These words really warmed Bless's heart, could it be, he recognized me subconsciously. During this time, Bella also came closer and asked, what interesting things are you talking about, Can you let me listen together? Yes, Prince Your Highness. Seeing her interrupt made Bless uncomfortable, Bella. Then she clenched her fists and said to herself, alright, don't expect uselessly. The fact that Elidan is talking to me is not because he remembers me, but just because of curiosity. This is the world that Bella created in that way. But then Elidan began to warn, talking like that, is that the etiquette of Ravia? I remember we are not so close that we can let go of this rudeness. Before this situation, Bless couldn't understand, what happened, why does Elidan have such an attitude towards Bella? She wanted to explain, wait Prince Your Highness, but Elidan only paid attention to her, Miss Rabiang. Anyway, there may be obstacles. Let's move to another location, shall we? Finally, the two of them moved together to another location to talk. As soon as she saw the scenery here, Bless immediately recognized, this place I came to with Elidan last time. Eli Dan spoke up and said, "This is my secret place. When I want to be alone, I come here. I don't like places that have many people." Hearing this, Bless had a feeling of déjà vu. Eli Dan. She wondered about this situation. The attitude towards me hasn't changed. Bella's power hasn't been transmitted. Then asked, "You're the main character of the party. Is it okay to be absent like this?" Eli Dan comforted, "Don't worry, just need to see the face until the end." Bless was impressed after listening, so that's it. At this time, she quickly remembered the time the two of them were together. The time with Eli Dan with only the two of us like this, is a bit awkward but not inconvenient, on the contrary. If I see Eli Dan is the only one who hasn't changed in a place where everyone must change, I feel so strangely comfortable even though nothing is resolved. Suddenly, he pointed to a flower and compared, "Look, this flower is exactly the same color as the Mrs. hair." Bless also admitted, "Oh, it's really true." Eli Dan affirmed, "This color is not a common color, it's also very magical." After seeing it, she felt it was very right, it's really exactly the same. Then he continued to ask, "But is this the first time the Miss has attended a royal party?" Bless replied, "Yes." Eli Dan began to say his own question, "Then what exactly did we meet each other but I felt so familiar." She only knew how to smile it off, "Haha, I don't know." While admiring the beautiful flowers, but it was time, "Oh, it's time to go back, what a pity, the scenery here will be even more beautiful when the night falls." Bless wanted to say, "It's okay, I've seen it before," but could only say in her heart. Then suddenly Bless stroked her hair and shyly replied, "Then if there's a chance then please call me again, Even if this situation is accidental or not, even if it's just Eli Dan then it's lucky because there's still some goodwill with me. If everyone hates me, everything will be very difficult." But then Bless became relieved, "No, to be honest, I feel lucky because it's Eli Dan." When I heard that Eli Dan would enter the party hall, strangely, my body froze. I mean, I thought I could endure like the previous things. Finally, she immediately realized, I have some special feelings for Eli Dan. At this time, a gust of wind passed through, causing non-officials to be disrupted. What is this, space? Then Bless quickly appeared again in the party room. With surprise, went back to the party room already. Bella at this time appeared and smiled, that's right, that's right. Finally, all three people stood on her side. Arias kept looking at Bella and said, "Only you are the one who saved me, Bella." Even Fabian shyly said, "I always only have you, Sister Bella." Eli Dan as if being controlled, "I will always be by your side to protect you, Bella." It seemed that the words he said didn't have any emotion. This made Bless determined, I must eliminate that brainwashing. Then asked herself, if so, then what must I do? The outside also doesn't work, will the transcendent power work in the world that Bella created or not? Before anything had happened, Bella was already arrogant, "Anyway, I've already won, Bless." But Bless didn't accept that. "Let's see, what exactly is it?" As soon as she finished speaking, the red air on her body quickly dissipated, making her panic. "What is this, what the hell?" Eli Dan standing next to her also woke up. "Now I understand, the strange feelings that I have never known." Bella was tied up and didn't believe, impossible, how exactly? Eladin's magic sword was at Bella's neck, making her scared to the extreme. Then announced, "Your puppet show ends here, Bella von Ravi." She didn't accept that. "No, there's no way that's possible." "Why, how exactly, using both the power of the Demon King and with much difficulty receiving back what was robbed? Why is the world that I created not as I wanted?" Bella's resentment had reached its peak. Bless, standing outside, realized, Bella's power is being amplified. If it continues like this, Eli Dan will become dangerous. Suddenly, Eli Dan called out loudly, "Bless. I'll hold her back, so let's deal with her together." Bless, after hearing this, couldn't understand. "Eli Dan, what are you saying foolishly?" She became extremely worried, how to protect Eli Dan and stop Bella at the same time, there's absolutely no way. At this moment, May also appeared, "The Demon King's power is hindering me. It's hard to meet you." May quickly requested, "Bless, purification power, if so then Eli Dan won't be hurt." As soon as she saw May, she was surprised. May then pondered blankly, purification power. What I must do in this world. It turns out it's not just enduring the challenges that Bella creates. What I really must do is purify the power of the Demon King. The power of the Demon King takes the dark souls of people as the foundation. And this place is the world created from that power. Because this place is full of the power of the Demon King, all those things must be purified. May quickly prepared, "Bless, I'm done preparing." Bless also quickly created magic on her hand, not forgetting to praise, "Very good, May I'm relying on you all." The power on her hand gradually gathered, then radiated everywhere. Bless determinedly decided, "We will destroy this false world, and return. Go to the place where we were supposed to go." the magic on Bella's body gradually dissipated, making her unable to accept, no. The world that I built. Bless waited in anticipation. It's gone, now is it over? May quickly came closer happily. Bless, it's a success, that power is gradually disappearing. She was also happy to see that power disappear and didn't forget to thank May. May, thank you, thanks to you. Suddenly May praised, Bless has done it. Although that power had disappeared, Bless looked around and didn't see anyone, also worried, but what about Elidan and the others? May didn't care much and said, first, return to the original world. Bless, let's go together. But at this time, Bless noticed Bella who was collapsing on the ground. She looked down. Only saw her constantly hanging her face. Seeing Bless not leaving but coming closer to Bella made May worried. Bless. But she still came forward. Then spoke up and said, let's go back Bella, if you continue to stay here then you will disappear along with the collapsing world, so. After hearing this, she gave a sarcastic smile. Then laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Bella seemed to be helpless. Please, stop it, don't be so kind anymore, Bless Bon Rabiang. I've hated that attitude of yours for a long time, as if looking down on others. Who are you to forgive me? Bless immediately denied, no, I didn't say I forgive you. I hate you, but, it's just that I don't think it's good to die. The more she heard, the more she felt ridiculous. Ha, ha ha, that's why I hate you so much, you idiot. That image really didn't change anything. Alright, by facing you so closely like this, I have understood. Through the power of the Demon King, I was in another world, not me but they are exactly like you, Bless. Although I'm talking in my voice but, it feels like a different person. Actually, I vaguely knew but I pretended not to know. I'm not lucky, unlike you, I wasn't even loved by my parents. No matter what, I also need an object to hate. Why do you have my appearance in that place, Bless? Who exactly are you? Bless, after hearing it, immediately replied, I am a role player, and originally I would roleplay into the main character of the story which is Bella. But I don't know why the Bella of the world that you saw looks like me. Maybe this world calls those with similar souls. She was stunned with this new information. A role player. Bless explained further, what I mean is the soul of another person is entering this body. It's hard to believe these words. But Bella still refused to listen. On the contrary, if it's not like that then it has even less meaning. She quickly stopped. Bella, wait. But unexpectedly she wanted to die. Alright, from the beginning this place wasn't mine. I don't like having to accept that like a fool. But I'm still jealous of you because you have everything. If only I didn't see such a welcome, then would I have cultivated my life without coveting what belongs to others. Bless rushed to pull Bella away. There's no time now so let's go out. But she pushed her away. Then smiled in relief. Now it's alright, thanks to that, I feel relieved. But I won't go back, I want to end with this world. Goodbye, Bless Bon Rabiang. Returning to the present Ladyth was stunned. The others were the same. Ladyth. Ladyth couldn't restrain herself and shed tears of joy. Alright, it seems the miss has done it. Miss Bless, you've worked hard during this time. Ladyth expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Miss Bless. A few days later, the royal family of the Rise Empire. After receiving the documents, Elidan said, alright, you've worked hard, just leave it there. Lamer had something to say. Yes, but there's something your majesty, it seems you're working too hard so please rest. He didn't care, it's not to that extent, and if so then there's no time to rest. There are too many things to solve. The events that happened during the past time must be known by the whole empire. The nobles can't hide the chaos. The first prince, who died in a chaos, is a story related to Duke Ed who was trying to break the seal of the Demon King, so that was a natural reaction. Duke Asadel has disappeared and Ed has also been cut off from succession. Those 4 great dukes can't be called the 4 great dukes anymore. No, that's not related anymore. Right after Bless successfully purified the Demon King, the power of the family gate also disappeared. At that time Ladyth told Elidan, don't worry about our disappearance. We are just people who died a long time ago so it was just a preordained thing, and now it's time for us to leave. The inherent power of the royal family and the Duke will also disappear. When they disappear then that power also disappears along. He still had many questions. I can't erase the thought that from the beginning they were playing with a bet that they had planned in advance, losing all strength even though the fact that the 4 great dukes had worked for the empire doesn't change. The 2 Duke Rabiang and Gold families still hold this position. Duke Gold has succeeded after the death of the late Duke. He is officially conferred as Duke Gold. In addition, the secret knight squad that Arius led. He was appointed as the official knight of the emperor. That's right, that's a good thing. If it's those 2 people then they can be trusted. Press hard, please. After passing through some documents, he ordered Lamer, transfer the completed documents and help me. Yes. Immediately after Lamer quickly left, then I will take my leave. Elidan looked outside and remembered Bless, I have safely ascended to the throne like this. I'm experiencing busy days for the stability of the empire. I also want to run to your side right now, but currently I as the emperor must complete the assigned task. One day, when you wake up after your deep sleep, I will show you a stable empire. Who knows, maybe this is just an excuse. When I see you, the one who doesn't know when she will wake up, maybe I won't be able to do anything and just want to be by your side. But Elidan knew one thing, but that's not the image you want, right? He decided, I will hold this position firmly and wait for you. So please wake up and come back to me, Bless. Bless on this side seemed to be immersed in another space, so beautiful, but where exactly is this? Seeing the scenery here. Bless seemed to feel, I don't want to leave this place. Suddenly, a call rang out in this space. Mississippi Ladyeth came forward with a man and called, Miss Bless. As soon as she saw it was Ladyeth, Bless couldn't hold back her tears, making Ladyeth heartbroken. Oh dear, why is our miss crying? Maybe you're sad and angry with us. She shook her head continuously and denied. No, I'm not angry at all. Ladyeth only smiled after hearing that. When Bless was still immersed in thought, maybe I have known the reason why I can't leave this place. If I wake up here then I will know that's the end. Ladyeth, Hexa, Perry, Lillian, now, these people, forever after. Suddenly Ladyeth confided, I always feel grateful and guilty to the miss. I know how hard the miss lived in the past life. However, in that situation, you still didn't lose your sweet and pure heart. Because you were like that, you were chosen as the soul that would use the purification power. Because of ambition, I didn't tell you in advance. I tried everything to eliminate the Demon King. I wanted to eliminate the maximum possible variables for that purpose. No one knows what will happen until the last minute. But despite that, the miss has deeply fulfilled our wishes. At this time, Bless noticed the man next to Ladyeth. That person is the Demon King. Also spoke gratefully, thank you for helping us rest in peace. Finally Bless realized, the power of the Demon King has been purified and returned to its original state. The Demon King really felt very guilty, and I apologize for making you bear such a great responsibility. Bless didn't expect the Demon King to be a person with such a gentle expression. Finally, the Demon King said again, it's a pity that I can only say such a short thank you. Now it's time to go back. Isn't there someone eagerly waiting for you? Bless clenched her fists and knew that, that's right, I know I must also go back, but... While thinking, there was a voice ringing from behind again, Miss Bless. She turned back to confirm, this voice is. Perry came forward and asked, Miss, is your body still okay? As soon as she saw the three people, Bless couldn't hold back her tears once again. Perry, Hexa, Lillian. I thought I couldn't meet each other and had to leave. Lillian was heartbroken, don't cry Miss Bless. Hexa was surprised, is the miss waiting for us? At this time, Ladyeth and the Demon King looked at each other and smiled. Then the two of them held hands and said, maybe now it's really time to go. The flow of time here is different from outside. If we don't cross the starting point now then it will be too late. Seeing them about to disappear, Bless shouted loudly, Ladyeth, wait. I still haven't been able to convey the most important words. I still have something I must say. Ladyeth was surprised after hearing that. Bless said emotionally, I'm still there, Lady I was very happy. Although there were times when I was tired, even so I didn't resent everyone. In all my lives, this is the life that I feel the happiest. Thank you for choosing me. The more Ladyeth heard, the more grateful she became. Really, our miss always has such a pure and gentle heart. That's right, that's why you were chosen, my miss, Bless von Rabiang. I sincerely wish you will always be happy in the future. Finally, Bless opened her eyes and woke up. Making Helios surprised, Bless, you're awake. Helena was moved and called, Bless. The three of them embraced each other warmly. Ladyeth's words of gratitude still echoed in her ears. Thank you so much, Miss Bless. Not long after I woke up, the Duke of Garovia had to face a major dispute. My sister was the one who was inherited the throne of Rabiang. Today is the day of Helena's temporary succession ceremony. Helena stepped out to welcome the guests who came to attend. Welcome madam, thank you for coming to attend. As soon as that madam got out of the car and saw her, she happily exclaimed, oh, Miss Bless, it's lucky you're still okay. Bless was also very happy about this. It's lucky my body recovered quickly. I almost had to ask someone else to play an important role in welcoming guests. Anyway, almost all the guests who sent invitations have arrived. At this time, a carriage arrived. That person quickly warned, be careful. Then hugged Bless tightly. She also recognized Fabian. Fabian was extremely worried for Bless. If you're even clumsier than me then what can I do? She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you Fabian. He, although worried, still loved and scolded. If I didn't see you then what would have happened? At this time, Bless noticed Fabian's way of speaking. But why are you suddenly using honorifics? He was happy when he saw her recognize. As expected, it's still a bit awkward, right? Bless also felt that way. Anyway, it's really like that, right? At this time, Fabian explained, that thing can be said to be practicing, I mean so that I can act as a duke at any time, anywhere. I'm not a young master anymore, because I have become a duke to lead the family. Bless couldn't help but feel sorry after hearing that. I heard that while I was unconscious. He had inherited the title, if so then these honorifics are Fabian's own efforts. Then she also patiently gave a comment, listening to you, it seems you need to practice. Fabian was happy, right? That's the way I chose while thinking a lot. Although it's not like that anymore, but the first time I saw him grow up, I realized that I can't be a child forever, I feel sad for no reason. Then Bless also respected Fabian's decision, just do as you please, that doesn't mean our relationship will change, right? Hearing this made him feel better than ever, that's right. After talking for a while, Bless realized that the work she was doing was still unfinished. Oh my god, Fabian, the remaining things for later. Fabian, after hearing that, replied, I know, then I'll go in first. Thank you, see you later. The day you woke up, although the marks I carved on you were broken. But my heart still goes to you. Your heart, I know is at least not the same as me, so, I want to cherish this heart alone. Bless von Rabiang. Thanks to you, my world has expanded. So, I want to thank my first love. I hope you are always happy. At the party hall, Bless was a little worried. She didn't understand why the person organizing the succession ceremony was my sister, but why do I feel more nervous? At this moment, Arius's voice rang and called, Miss Bless. As soon as she heard it, Bless quickly recognized, this voice is Arius. He reached out his hand and suggested, let's go, miss, I will escort you to the succession ceremony. The Duke asked me to do so. Bless was surprised after hearing that. Father asked Arius, thinking about it, it seems I have visited the Knights of Rabiang a few times recently. At this time, she was a little curious, how is Arius's new escort test going? Finally, Arius gave the answer, yes, but no one is qualified to escort the Mississippi. Bless couldn't help but laugh after hearing that, haha, not many soldiers passed Arius. Arius confidently affirmed, now I am a knight of Her Majesty, I only regret that I can't directly escort the miss. We are not Rabiang like before. Suddenly he knelt down, but in my heart, I always want to be by your side. Then he thought to himself, I know there's already someone else in your heart. Seeing him being so sudden made Bless surprised, Arius. Arius promised, even now, if the miss is in danger, then I will throw everything away and run to you right away, so. Even if I'm not the one standing next to you then it's okay, so. Please don't ignore this heart. Bless was confused, Arius, are you now? Arius quickly explained the reason, I want to fulfill the role of an escort that I couldn't fulfill. Can I always keep the position of the Mrs. Escort? Bless misunderstood his heart again, Arius is still minding about leaving me back then. It's not necessary to be like that, but she still agreed, of course, Arius. It's always your place. At this time, it was time for the inheritance ceremony to take place. Helios read out the full name, Helena von Rabiang. I will let you inherit Rabiang. Please fulfill your mission as a protector of the empire. Helena took the crown with a vow, as the head of Rabiang, I swear to try my best. Helios was happy, in the future, please help Rabiang. Bless, standing below witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be happy and applauded. The first time I was born in this place, even in my dreams I didn't expect this day to come. Helena in the original work was an evil girl who only bothered the female lead in Bless, because in the end she would be the one who destroyed Rabiang and Heinrich. Helena, who has such a fate, received congratulations from Rabiang, and grew up a lot, it feels so new. While happy with her own thoughts, there was someone calling again, Bless. As soon as she saw it was Elidan, she happily ran over, Elidan, I thought you were too busy and wouldn't come. Elidan quickly turned on his sweet and delicate man mood. No matter what, I must take the time to come. If it's not a day like this then when will I be able to see you? After saying that, he leaned close to Bless, making her shy. Then shyly stammered, if someone sees then what to do? Elidan didn't care about other people's eyes, what's wrong, we're going to have an official engagement ceremony soon. After I woke up, I and Elidan realized the feelings for each other. Bless coquettishly blamed, really, when are you planning to tease me until after the end of my sister's succession ceremony, we decided to officially get engaged. He reached out and touched a lock of Bless's hair and apologized, I was just joking, I'm sorry. Because your reaction is interesting. I won't be like that anymore in the future, please forgive me. These words with that handsome face made our Bless fall head over heels, you're too glib. After I realized the heart towards Elidan in Bella's world, Elidan came to me in confusion and confided his feelings. The first time I heard Elidan's confession, I couldn't believe it so I thought I was still in a dream. After Elidan held my hand, I realized that I had heard his confession. While they were passionately in love, someone came to call, "Emperor, Your Majesty." Elidan was a bit helpless after hearing that. "Oh my, I've been caught already." Then he said goodbye to Bless and left. "Then I'll go first here, Bless." She blankly replied, "Oh, I know he's very busy, but it's a pity that we can only meet for a short time." Before leaving, Elidan suddenly instructed again, "All right, Bless. Wait for me, I'll come to pick you up soon." While saying that, he gave a bright smile, making Bless surprised. Then also smiled and replied, had to come to the third life to have a happy ending. Being able to dream about tomorrow with the important people." At this time, Helios and Helena also came, father, sister. Currently, maybe this is a fairy tale like happy ending.